Hill. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. Delighted to be back for another season where we like to sit here, watch lots of football, make lots of noise, occasionally try and say something interesting. It's going to be lots of fun. Alongside me to my right-hand side, he will be here throughout the course of the season. Lee Phelps from William Hill, Abby Summers, Ryan Bromelo to my left-hand side. Good afternoon, guys. How are we all?
Very good, mate,
Yeah,
really
nice
good.
to have the football back.
Yeah, brilliant. All these new managers, new players, and same old Spurs.
Hey, Abby.
Hi, Sam.
You all right?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm not losing my head. It's scary.
No, you can't lose your head on Sunday, August
game
23rd.
week one.
You look like you're on the verge already. Though.
I'm not. I'm
The
not.
way you said, I'm not losing my head, you kind of went,
I am not
Yeah,
losing my
you
head.
sounded
I'm
like
fine,
someone
I'm
that's
fine,
going
I'm
to
fine.
lose their head. There's half a chance there for Aston Villa. Ian Martson going in down the left-hand side puts a dangerous ball across the face of goal, and it is cleared. Let me just tell everyone where we are at. We've got Newcastle Liverpool to come at 4:30 this afternoon. We've got two games at 2 o'clock that have just got underway now. Manchester City against Bournemouth at the Etihad Stadium. Man City have won all 9 of their Premier League home games against Bournemouth by an aggregate score of 34-6. In terms of the team, there's an interesting team for Man City today, because both Rico Lewis and Nico O'Reilly, going to play in a midfield 3 today for City. So it's Donnarumma in goal, Kuzanov at right back, Diaz, Gahey, Gvardiol, Anderson, Lewis, O'Reilly in the midfield 3, Semenya, Foden, Haaland the front 3, and we will tell you all about Erling Haaland and why it's a new look Erling Haaland this
like
season.
his dad.
And Lee has
does.
got an analogy which apparently is really interesting and fascinating, which I can't wait for. For Bournemouth, under their new manager Marco Rose, Europa League football this season, Petrovic in goal, Smith, Antonio Silva, the new centre back alongside Hill and Truefair. Crook, Scott will sit in the midfield too. Ryan, Clivert, Tavernier, Evan Ills in the front 4. Brighton versus Aston Villa. That is so loud.
Sorry.
Can you hear Abby typing when she's... How can a keypad make so much noise?
I think it's my nails.
It's absolutely remarkable.
So-
And Brighton Aston Villa has also just got underway. In particular for Aston Villa, it looks a thin Aston Villa team. Bezo in goal, Cash, Torres, Lindelof, Martz in the back 4, Barkley, Kamara, João Gomez in midfield 3. Then the front 3 is McGinn, Hemmings, Buendia. We know that Villa have lost a lot of players already this season, this summer. Emi Martinez not in the squad. Ollie Watkins as well, not in the squad. So lots of work for Aston Villa to do between now and the end of the window. For Brighton, it's Verbruggen in goal. Vifa, Vuskovic, the new defender, of course, has come from Spurs. Dunk, Boskagli, the back 4. Grosser, Yari, Hinchu would be the midfield 3. Gomez, De Kuyper and Ruta, the front 3. Again, they're missing a couple of players as well. Both Minter and Matoma not available because of injury today. Brighton have lost 64% of their Premier League games against Villa. Of teams they face in more than one campaign, only against Man City have they lost a higher percentage of their games in the competition. Lee, let's come to you first for some Oz please with William Hill.
yeah, Brighton, pretty decent favourites to beat Villa in this game, 21-20, which is just above even money. Villa are 12-5 and the draw is 9-4. I think that's a big price for Villa. I mean, it's been pretty open so far. I just don't know where the goals come from, because they haven't really got any out-and-out strikers for either team. Ruta's up front for Brighton, and he wasn't particularly prolific. He played well last season, did seem to pop up and score goals. I think he got 3 in 32 last season. Buendia's up front for Villa. I mean, can score goals, scored some really important goals, didn't he? And had a really good season for Norwich a few years back, but he's not an out-and-out scorer, out-and-out striker, is he?
Yeah,
So
no,
I think at the prices I'd take Villa, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is it could be a 0-0. 1-1.
Yeah, when I looked in particular at that Villa team, I did think it looked thin. It looked like the first thing I thought was, wow, my goodness me, they're going to have a busy week, a busy couple of weeks between now and the end of the window. I was maybe just angling
chance
towards...
Villa!
Oh, it just goes wide.
Ball was given away and Buendia picked it up and just needed to wrap his foot around it. It didn't quite get hold of it and just crept past the post. I think the keeper had it covered, to be fair.
And Lee, Man City Bournemouth as well. That's just got underway a couple minutes late. 1 minute gone in that game. City 0, Bournemouth 0.
Yeah, Man City 2-5, so really short at home. The draw 17-5 and Bournemouth 11-2. So 5.5 to 1, which Bournemouth gave City a real going over. Remember, at their place in the title run-in, you'd expect City to win this. You mentioned the 9 straight wins at home against them, that ridiculous aggregate score. I think they scored 3 or more goals against Bournemouth at home in 8 of those 9 games, so they usually get it done. City almost always win their first game of the season. Haaland has scored 12 opening day goals across 7 seasons in the Bundesliga and the Premier League.
But with hair, though.
With hair. And will the Sean look... I mean, Sky...
Go on, do you want to tell everyone who maybe has no idea what we're talking about? What's Erling Haaland done to his hair?
The epic boost from William Hill is Haaland to score at any time. Obviously, it's closed now. You had to get on it before the start of the game. And I think he's got 6 career goals against Bournemouth, and here he goes now, actually. 6 career goals against Bournemouth. He's scored all those opening day goals. And then we see that his long locks are gone, and I don't know if it's a shaved head.
We're calling that a buzz cut, Abby?
I think it's a buzz cut.
Buzz cut.
Yeah.
Buzz cut. It looks very much like his dad. Now, anyone worried about this... Anyone who's listening or watching will know, surely, the biblical fable of Samson.
Oh yeah.
No, I thought about that when I woke up this morning, Lee.
Yeah. So Samson, I won't go into all the detail because you seem very bored by it. But Samson famously had unbelievable superhuman strength.
Okay.
And famously fought a lion and beat the lion and all this sort of stuff. But was told he could never cut his hair, and he took a vow to never have his hair cut. Delilah.
He's
befriended him.
Is this his
Put it that way,
missus?
yeah.
Right.
But also betrayed him.
Ooh.
And while he was asleep one night, she shaved his head. She took a bribe from his mortal enemies, shaved his head, lost all his strength, and was imprisoned.
Oh, no.
So
no.
it continues that.
Story, you know.
Sorry, I'm just watching Erling Haaland come forward thinking, please score here, Erling Haaland.
amazing.
Oh, that's lovely football. Oh, they worked that really, really well. That's the first chance there for Man City. It does come from Erling Haaland running through midfield. He plays it out wide. Rico Lewis makes a really good one. Talking of interesting partners, Rico Lewis has gone bleach blonde. He gets the ball, does Rico Lewis, from Phil Foden, who plays a lovely, lovely flick round the corner. And Petrovic, the goalkeeper, does really well to come up, narrow down the angle, make himself big, and a shot goes straight into Petrovic's chest, and that's going to be a corner kick for Man City.
Haaland started really, really brightly. You know, you often accuse him of not being involved, but he's been really involved. I tell you what's been fascinating about this City side is I know there's been a lot of chat, especially after the Community Shield, that losing Pep Guardiola is going to be a major problem for them. What if some of the players like Phil Foden say, right, I've got a new start here. He is one of the best players in the Premier League.
Oh, there's a goal at the Amex Stadium. Oh, it's an absolute mess for Aston Villa, and Brighton take the lead after 7 minutes. It's going to go down as a Lindelof own goal. Brighton 1, Aston Villa 0. That corner kick, by the way, for Brighton, Nico O'Reilly just pulled away towards the back post. His header goes into the ground, and he goes out for a Bournemouth goal kick here. But it is the worst possible start at the Amex Stadium. Brighton 1, Aston Villa 0. Let's have a look here at this replay. It's an Aston Villa throw, which goes back to Pau Torres, who tries to go, oh my goodness me.
From here.
He plays an awful, but tries to play the ball back to the goalkeeper. He gets the pass completely wrong. He plays it straight to the Brighton number 25. And then he has a shot, and it comes off the post, bounces off. That's Lindelof, isn't it? Oh, and it's going to be... I mean, that is an absolute mess. From the bad pass to it coming off the post, going off Lindelof. So it's bad luck there, Abby. But that's playing out from the back going completely wrong, isn't it?
Yes, you know, not always. Teams can't always play out from the back well, can they?
No.
No, they can't. Look at mine yesterday.
Yeah, well, this isn't about...
No, it's not. But we're just talking about teams playing out from the back. Yeah. I mean, it's not good. I mean, it's unlucky, but at the same time, like, I worry a little bit for Villa. I think with the players that they've lost... I know they've obviously brought players in as well, but I think they've lost big pillars of their team. They have. I'm intrigued to see what happens with them this season. They've got an amazing manager. I massively rate him. Unai Emery, he's great, but I just don't know. Especially if you also go and lose Watkins potentially
and
too.
Martinez as well.
And Martinez.
It's an interesting one because,
who are they going to bring in? You know, you've only got a week left.
I think on paper, I think it looks quite worrying that the whole spine of that team is gone, and I think that's a reason to be worried, Ryan. But speaking to some Aston Villa fans, and they're actually almost looking at it as almost like a little bit of a fresh start for them.
Yeah.
Sure, big boots to fill. Yeah. But if you look at the type of players they're bringing in lots of young players. It was quite an old team last season that went on and won the Europa League. How do you kind of see Villa going this season, Ron?
Yeah, look, as you said, I think it could go one or two ways. I look at the fact that there's 9 new managers in the league in general, and that's what they will point to as that point of stability, you know. And I've watched a lot of interviews with the new managers over the last couple of weeks, and you know, you know, what really comes clear through those, or what cuts through, if you like, through those interviews, is they're saying, well, once you embed an idea in the first year, then it strengthens in the second year, and you've got players who are already bought into that. Then you get the third year, and when you bring in new players in, it's much easier for them to pick it up because you've already got 75% of your team and your squad. You already know how to play and operate. And so Emery's got them down now to quite a well-drilled, oiled machine, hasn't he? And I think there will come a point where he'll have a difficult season. Even Pep and Klopp and, you know, managers of that ilk who've dominated, you know, at the top over the last couple of years have had difficult seasons. So I think, you know, there's definitely a chance of that. But Villa do have, you know, one thing that quite a lot of teams don't have, and that's a stable manager and a setup and a style that they've all bought into, that I'm sure new players can quickly get on board with. And I think Emery embraces that challenge. He doesn't seem to me be making any excuses about the players that have come out the squad, so he obviously does welcome it, because ordinarily you get some managers who, you know, they'll say comments in presses quite early on which shows they're not happy with the team, or there's 2 or 3 positions that they're not being backed on. I don't think you get that from Emery. You don't get that sentiment from him. He accepts where Villa are in the pecking order,
Doesn't massively moan about it, yeah.
and he deals with it.
But it does feel like, Abby, with Aston Villa, that they are one of those clubs that often sells their better players to bigger and better teams.
Yeah.
But it's almost like their recruitment normally is quite good. And because of the Emery factor, that whoever comes in, you kind of always back Unai Emery to, okay, there's no Morgan Rogers, fine.
Yeah.
But it feels like he's going to get the best out of Manzambi. There's no Ollie Watkins, fine. But whoever comes in and be his replacement, you kind of almost think he's going to get that guy to score goals.
Yeah, but that's the difference of having an elite manager, and he's that. I put him in that bracket. I think that it's hard for Villa because they are a really big club, but obviously the PSR restrictions, what can you do? Like, that is what has been brought in place to, and I get it, it's not fair, and I do understand people moaning about it. Same way for Newcastle as well, but there's also this element of a football food chain, and they kind of suffer kind of because of it as well. You know, if you have a look down the table, whether it's a Bournemouth, whether it's a Brentford, look at what Brentford lost last year as well, their entire DNA, and look at how amazingly they've been thriving since Thomas Frank and those players left as well. But look at Bournemouth, look at Brighton, for example, the way that they recruit. Same as Villa. Of course, they've all got stability, which has been a good thing, and the way in which that they do business is amazing. You don't have to go and spend the £100 million. It's the way in which they do it. I think a lot of those Bournemouth, Brightons, Brentfords did it by like a Moneyball kind of like metric style when they were doing their recruitment. So it's great. It's like for like, and they're just bettering every time. And then you look at what they're selling for. But I get it from Villa fans' perspective. It is probably very frustrating when you've got so much talent there and you can't kind of keep hold of that group longer and then take it to the next level.
That's it.
Also, losing Conser as well is massive. So
Yeah.
But I think he's a great manager, and you just got to be patient. You just got to be patient with it. Even if they have a rocky spell, I think the worst thing that they could possibly do would be to part with him.
Oh, good no. He's like, I mean,
not
I
that
think,
that's ever a question.
I
but
think the day that he leaves that club, it'll be him leaving as opposed to
but
anything
you know
else.
what? Listen, you know what football's like. Be fickle. They have a poor start to the season, and people start talking. So
Yeah. I don't think anybody inside Aston Villa would ever.
No,
because
it'd be
I
crazy
think he's got like a godlike status there, doesn't he?
He should.
How do you?
And he's found his level as well, hasn't he? I think to a certain extent, you know, he couldn't quite do it at Arsenal. All right, PSG.
different time though.
Yeah.
Different time in Arsenal.
But at Villa, at Sevilla, at
Villarreal, he won Europa League.
They're the kind of clubs that the expectation is at the right level for him. Would he go to Real Madrid and do a job? Go to Barcelona and do a job? Who knows? I mean, there were callers calling into talkSPORT last night. You know, obviously upset at Man United, saying we should go and get Emery as our next manager. You know, thinking.
I remember having a lot of conversations with some United fans last season, and I was like, if it came down between sticking with Michael Carrick or going with Unai Emery, who would you go for? And they were like, oh no, Unai Emery's not good enough to make that step up. And I get your point that maybe Arsenal and PSG, it didn't go how he wanted it to. But Unai Emery has shown, certainly in the last few months, the last few years at Aston Villa, that he has them punching above their weight. He's an elite level coach. So I found it strange that Man United, who aren't winning leagues year in, year out, will turn their nose up at a manager like Unai Emery. And that's no disrespect to Michael Carrick. Michael Carrick is a much younger, inexperienced manager.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I feel like it's a thing when it comes to United, that because of the history that they need to have a certain type of manager. It seems they either go for like the big name, like the
Mourinho, Van Gaals,
yeah, exactly, or they go for someone that's kind of come through the United system and is one of their own.
Do you not get a sense? And like you can almost liken it to Spurs a little bit, Abs, when we had these conversations last year. Do you not get a sense from United that they're a little bit exasperated by who their manager should be. They've tried every option, and they've not really been satisfied with that option. They've tried the up-and-coming managers. They've tried the old-school legends. They've tried, the likes of Mourinho, even Moyes when he first come in initially. And we talked about Spurs, didn't we, last season, of like, when we're towards the back end of that campaign, who are you going to bring in? Who do you get a sort of a short-term fix? Who's that guy? And it was because and the thought we'd sort of come to the conclusion was, it was almost like Poch was the guy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Who was the last person that you hark back to. I think there's a little bit of that with United in the sense of they've lost their identity. See, and the biggest concern for me was, if you looked at yesterday's performance, they were massively undercooked for the first game of the season. There was a conversation around passion and energy around United, which are not words that you want to ever associate with a team that's trying to push themselves back into the conversation towards the top end of the table. And I think that would be the biggest concern, because that has plagued them for years. It's not even the personnel's changed, the managerial makeup has changed, but that energy, that passion, the players' commitment, their personality on the pitch has constantly been questioned under whatever manager.
Erling Haaland has just missed an absolute, maybe not a silly, but by his standards, this definitely should go in the back of the net. Maybe Lee's right with, Samson, the haircut. Nico O'Reilly does really, really well to break down the left-hand side. He just stands the ball up into the box. It felt like the ball was in the air for an eternity.
What if he goes like 10 games?
Yeah, I know. How many games?
The Samson drought.
How long will it take to grow back?
Well,
Probably more than 10
the end of that story is that he gets imprisoned and then his hair starts to grow back and he breaks out of the prison.
Oh, you didn't finish the story. I'm sorry.
So he does. No, it's fine. It was more
It
important.
was Brighton's fault that they scored the goal.
Yeah, I mean, what are Brighton doing getting involved in biblical stories?
I know. John McGinn for Aston Villa, actually, down this right-hand side, cuts in on his left foot. John McGinn with the shot.
There's a lot of saves.
And it just goes over the bar, but just that ball just got... It doesn't
it
doesn't look right.
So much like his dad.
It looks
I know,
so peculiar,
It looks like so much like his dad. It's
just on that chance, O'Reilly does so well to use some pace and power, and he stands the ball up. And Haaland arrives, and he is... I mean, that is a sitter, I think, for him. He's literally a couple of yards out, and I don't know if he thinks the Bournemouth defender in front of him is going to clear it there. But then Haaland comes onto the end of it, and it just almost bounces off his chest. It was a strange way to kind of attack it, wasn't it?
It's not low enough to hit with your foot, and it's not quite
diving header, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, but.
Bournemouth are in here. And Donnarumma has to make a save as Ryan, who got into the box down the right-hand side, shot towards the near post. And as I'm looking at that, I've turned to my screen to our left-hand side, and Max de Kuiper has doubled Brighton's lead. It's Brighton 2, Aston Villa 0. What were you saying, Happy, about Unai Emery?
Unbelievable. So one of the things from last season was that Brighton kind of consistently surprised us, didn't they? But
they shouldn't though, should they?
From a betting point of view, when you back them, when you think, right, they're on a run, then they'd let you down. But they consistently surprise you. They were favourites to win this game today, so it doesn't surprise the bookies. One of the other things about Brighton from last season is I think they were the 4th highest yellow card merchants. They've already picked up 2 in the first 15 minutes today. There's one well worth looking out for if you're looking at bet builders when Brighton play. They don't look like the kind of team who are going to pick up yellows, but they great ball.
Yeah, it's a long ball that gets played forward. And there's Ruta, his first touch is really, really impressive. He's then one-on-one with Pau Torres. He goes on the outside, beats his man, puts a really good ball into the danger area, and De Kuiper's there a couple of yards up. But that is really, really good centre forward play, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really good.
Really well worked. Really well worked goal, that. And sometimes you have to put it down to that.
Also, that high line as well invites that, because I mean, it came from a long ball forward, and Villa's line, they're on pretty much on the halfway line, and it feels like a simple tactic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You've got someone like Ruta who's pretty quick, just put that ball forward, he's got so much space to run into.
But I think Villa have been gutted. If you think, if you really think about it, you look at Tielemans, you look at Konza, you look at Luca Digne, you look at Morgan Rogers. That's likely to then be added to Watkins and then Martinez. I mean, there is an overhaul in the team, isn't there? And then there is major surgery required all over the park, and losing your spine and rebuilding that. And there'll be a few teething issues with that. But the other thing I'd say as well, and I saw this from Liverpool in the last 5 games, and I was guilty of it. And you look at the season before.
Do you remember that, Craig?
I do remember it.
And by the way,
we were having a bash fest.
Me and you both support the same team, but even I was like, right, and I'm with Quaker here. We're not playing particularly well here, are we?
But the Liverpool won their first 5 games last year. City the season before won their first 5 games, so I think it's a sense that the first 5 games don't all.
So basically, don't win your first 5 games of the season. It's a terrible way to
It's like the community
You're off to a good
shield.
start.
I'm off to a flyer. Yeah.
It's all on the up from here.
Well, again, we're bottom of the table. aren't we? So yeah.
Are you bottom?
Yeah.
You are
Bottom,
bottom there.
yeah.
Lee.
Alphabetically.
Yeah. Coventry also lost by 3, didn't they?
Alphabetically.
Ryan, just going back to the point you're making about Man United before. I told you about that Haaland chance. You spoke about the football club wanting to try and get back to the top. Do you think they've had a window? Let's include Belabor because we think that's going to be confirmed. Have they had a window of a team that look capable of trying to get to that next step?
No, not particularly. No, I think that midfield three of Belabor, Andres Santos has come in as well as Need Tielemans. I mean, they don't set the world alight, do they? I mean, Belabor, perhaps he's got another level in him, because he was touted about as £100 million player the summer before until he had a season last year. So I think they're sensible and they're good signings, but they're not great signings. I don't think they're going to tip the balance when you're looking at the teams that are against them, the squad depth that the other teams have, and the electricity that others might have within their makeup of their squads. So I wouldn't
just
necessarily
think
say
starting a season with a back four of Mazraoui, Heaven,
the back four,
Maguire and Shaw doesn't feel like trying to
do you know what I think? Cunha started up top yesterday against Hull. They lack so much presence in the box. Not they had sort of an inability to defend crosses into their own box, but also when they were going up the other ends, Cunha wasn't really offering them that sort of body in the box like a Sesko would ordinarily, or a target man in a 6-yard area.
Sesko was fit yesterday.
He was
right?
on the bench, yeah.
bench.
I think he was coming back from an injury towards the end of pre-season, which maybe
see.
might have worked against him starting. Yeah, but towards the back end of last season, when United were going on a really good run, Sesko wasn't starting, was he? He was coming off You've given up on headphones already.
Oh, it's annoying me.
We are 21 minutes into game week 1
If
of
he
the
needs-
Premier League season, and Abby Summers has taken her headphones off, scrumpled them up.
Annoying me.
Scrumpled them up?
Scrumpled.
Is that a word?
It is now.
Scrumpled. And it's only taken me 21 minutes to say a word on the show that doesn't exist.
Crumpled.
If he needs me, he'll text me.
If he needs you, he'll text you.
Yeah.
Or you could just wear headphones like every other
It's
presenter.
annoying me. It was annoying me
If he
today.
needs me, yeah.
I'm tired.
You're okay. 21 minutes into the season, Abby Summers has given up the headphones and has told us she's tired.
I'm tired.
Yeah, okay. All right, good. Yeah,
I did bring a Leaders Aid for.
by the
4
way,
o'clock
that
energy.
is an absolute OG drink, isn't it?
OG.
Like,
it has to be this flavour though.
that is legendary drinks, isn't it? Yeah.
Has to be. Has to be that.
We're also not sponsored by Lucas.
We're not. We're not. We were talking about that.
He's got his head in his hands back there.
Yeah, you've had an awful 21 minutes. By the way,
I'm just here to watch the game.
You're just
Start the season. Hopefully the season improves.
Yeah. Do you want to do Tottenham now then? Because I don't
really.
want to get to like.
Get them out of the way.
We've got ages, Sam.
Yeah.
It's up to you, but.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Do you know what I've had? See, because I have headphones in, I can then communicate with the important people. Go on.
Jamie, would you like to do Tottenham now? Yeah.
No, he has to text you.
Just before Abby starts,
No, go on.
Were you Abby? What you thought they would finish like top 10, maybe 6, maybe whatever?
Yeah.
Said top 5.
I was quite surprised at how many people in the industry, let alone Tottenham fans, thought they would do well. And I didn't know if it was just kind of, putting something out there, like influencer behaviour of people just saying things to get a reaction or not. Did you genuinely believe that Tottenham, given what we've seen the last 2 seasons, would finish in the top 6?
Yeah, because of, again, there's obviously, I don't think you can say it like about an influencer thing. I think you're positive about your team. Like when your team has spent the money that they have, and you've got a new manager, essentially. I don't really count the last 7 games of last season with De Zerbi because that's not De Zerbi ball. When you had a full pre-season and you've got all these new players that are coming in, I mean, I think anyone in their right mind would be like, yeah, you can back Spurs with 1 game a week to finish 6th. I never said top 4. My initial answer was in the top 10 because I have some trauma over last season, big trauma. I think in the top 10 is fair. Like I said, between 6th and 8th, and then if I have to pin it down, then I'll go 6th because I'll have.
In my pre-season predictions, I had Spurs 7th.
Yeah, anywhere between 6th and 8th, I think is fair. Like they're playing 1 game a week.
But aren't all the problems that you identified last season behind the scenes?
Yeah,
aren't they all still there?
No, I think there has been changes internally, but equally.
What are you doing too when you say
He's
that?
talking about like
recruitment.
fitness and stuff like that.
The fitness, the background, the recruitment, the
Well, the
powers that be.
recruitment's clearly
recruitment's changed,
It's
hasn't
clearly
it?
changed. The
They're
structure.
spending money.
Well, they spent money last year, and the year before they spent 260 million last year, didn't they?
Is that true? Was it that much?
Was it?
When I looked, it was about 100 and something the year before. I mean, you're going to spend more than that this year.
Yeah, but
and
we
maybe
nearly
the
went
players
down.
are better. Yeah, and there was
The quality of the players are better. We're buying Premier League proven players.
Yeah.
So what's
True.
your point?
Well, spending money isn't the problem. It's buying the right. It's the recruitment.
I agree. The recruitment,
But
the recruitment this year has been good. I can't. I'm the first to call out my club.
But
I can't argue with the recruitment they've done. They've actually gone and bought from Premier League clubs, and they don't have to wait to gel, or I don't have to wait to see someone they've bought from the back end of the Turkish league or wherever to embed themselves into Tottenham. These players should be coming in and should be hitting the ground running, especially for the money that's
So
spent.
you think Savinho for £85 million?
No, I think that's crazy. I think it's crazy money, but the window is what the window is. For some reason,
I think your both of your points are correct. The point you're making is right. That there clearly has been a change, I think, in attitude approach in the window. That
For sure.
they are looking to be a bit more aggressive and go, Zerbi wants Snarly, we're going to get him that nice and early, which I think is good for Tottenham. But I also then think that when you go one by one and look at the players that have come in, and I'll put some of these to you then, are these good investments and are these going to help take Tottenham forward?
Yeah.
And I would say Savinho being maybe for £85 million, having scored 2 Premier League goals last season, do you think that's a good signing?
I think time will tell with Savinho. I think there's a lot of talk about the money and how much it's costing. In all honesty, the market's crazy. This whole narrative that Spurs are the first football club to ever spend big money in a transfer window is just really annoying. Like, how much did Liverpool spend last season? How much have Arsenal spent year in, year out to build a squad that is now able to go and win the league? Chelsea, like, why is this a Spurs thing? Because now all of a sudden Spurs spend big money. Like, I don't really understand. It's just such a ridiculous approach that people are taking.
What
to
people
it.
criticising?
Yeah, I feel like the market is the market. The window is the window. How much is City buying?
El Bouadi.
Yeah, Bouadi for
over
right.
£100
They've also just spent £120 million on Elliot Anderson. Right, so like, don't chat about money like that. I just think it's pointless. The window is the window. The market is the market. It's so inflated. If you want Premier League proven players, even if you're not Premier League proven, you've got to pay the money if that's who you want. I'd say with Savinho, I haven't really understood the actual obsession that Spurs have got with him, because obviously we tried to get him last season as well, and then we've still been hell-bent. It must be something that's like metrically there. They must see something when they're looking at stats and figures and whatever to see that he's the best option. He did play with Xavi Simons as well when they were at PSV. So I get that. I wouldn't necessarily go off of the start thing. Like, Pep didn't want to sell him last summer, gave him a new contract. I think he had 10 starts last season. Yeah, the goals and assists return ratio isn't great, but I would also argue that Savinho necessarily hasn't really played that much football, and it's really hard in a City side as well to kind of insert yourself. We've seen players have to take season after season to embed themselves in a City side. Obviously, he's going to come to Spurs. He's going to be first choice, really. So he's going to play. I think from what De Zerbi wants from wingers, being direct, dribbles, taking on a fullback, that type of thing, that's exactly the type of player you're buying into if you look at his numbers from PSV and when he was even on loan at Girona. So I get it. On an eye test, you would be like, well, it doesn't really make sense. But look, that's who they want. I think Marmoush is going to be a good signing. No one can tell me that Snarly isn't a good signing.
I think he's a good
No one can tell me that Mateus Fernandes isn't a good signing. You can question the money, but again, I'm not here to talk about the money. It's a ridiculous argument. Senesi on a free, good business. Van Hecker, I think they had the most line-breaking passes between them as well. So it's good. Andy Robertson on a free, Dubravka on a free. Like, Spurs are rebuilding.
Okay, so you're happy with the window then?
Yeah.
What did you make of what you saw last night? And obviously, I know that team last night, that team will never play together ever again. There were lots of players not available, injured still.
Yeah.
Obviously, Savinho and Marmoush are not actually Spurs players yet. But even despite all that, and Brentford being a good team, how angry were you with what you saw last night?
Do you know what? I wouldn't even say I was angry. Like, it's too early for me to be angry. It's actually too early. It was more like I was just perplexed by it. I was a bit perplexed by the whole team selection in the first place. You know that Brentford are a really physical...
Chance for Bournemouth! They score!
Lovely goal.
Really, really nice goal. Tavernier scores for Bournemouth at the Etihad Stadium. It's Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. There's a really, really good pass played right across the front of goal from the right-hand side. And Tavernier, like all good left wingers should do, is just there waiting at the back post. He comes in, First time finish into the back of the net. Ryan, Man City 0, Bournemouth 1.
Yeah, is it the post-Pep effect, isn't it? You know what I mean?
And Brighton a 3-up as well.
Oh my God.
And it's Jack Hinchelwood. Brighton 3, Aston Villa 0. 30 minutes gone there. He has to score. It's a header from a couple of yards out. More on that shortly. But Ryan, this goal here from Bournemouth, they work it really, really nicely.
Yeah, slick play from Bournemouth. And I think, you look at that forward line, Tavernier, and you've got Evan Nielsen in there and Ryan. They seem to be quite fluid as well in the way they approach it. It's a great ball.
Lovely ball from Evan Nielsen, yeah.
Tucked in at the far stick and then dispatched pretty comfortably in the end. City look a little bit scrambled at the back there. They're all at 6s and 7s. And it's a fairly straightforward finish from Tavernier. Doesn't really hesitate in front of goal there. And that, again, is a player who's been in this league now season in, season out, and he proves his stripes yet again for Bournemouth. And I genuinely think, this is a thing that can sort of seep into the club. Once you lose a figure like Pep Guardiola, someone that had such control of that football club for so long and such an imprint, and his fingerprints are on everything that they did. And, you've watched in this documentary that's recently come out, the way he talks to his players, the way he motivated them season in, season out. A new voice can sometimes be welcome, but it also can have an adverse effect. And there's a chance that if City don't start well this season and you get a couple of games, Maresca could quickly be out the door.
Oh, 4-0 Brighton! Jack Hinchelwood! Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Jack Hinchelwood has just scored
30
2
minutes
in a
in.
minute. Playing out from the back again.
Yeah,
they give it away, Lee.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly what you've just described. They were messing around with it in the
30 minutes in
the 6-yard box, maybe just outside of that, and just got caught on the ball. And Hinchelwood's just hammered it in. 30 minutes gone. I mean, this is worse than Villa's start to the season last year.
Yeah,
and it was terrible last year. Remember, they didn't score a goal, couldn't win a game, and eventually turned it round. But 4-0 in 30 minutes is disastrous for Aston Villa.
Where have you got on with the league now? Every club.
There's also, by the way, a pathetic attempt from Semenyo to try and win a penalty against his former club. He goes on the outside against Smith. There is a smidgen of contact on Semenyo, who goes down and tries to win a penalty. That, though, is awful. They gave away their first goal, Aston Villa, trying to play out from the back. The ball gets played into the midfielder, João Gomez. He is dispossessed by Ayari. It then goes straight to Hinchelwood, who scores 1-1 with the goalkeeper. The Aston Villa players have surrounded the referee. Do you think, Lee, there's Ayari kicks through him, maybe? More leg than ball?
Maybe he caught his ankle, but I couldn't see from the angle whether he caught the ball as well at the same time. They're still showing us the kind of replay of the celebrations rather than the VAR, but it looks like it's been given.
I thought he got the ball. I thought he got enough with the ball, but play hasn't resumed just yet, has he? But that is,
basically he's received
goal. Yeah, play on.
Yeah, he's received the ball, and rather than playing it, and he's tried to turn with it, and he's got his back.
Yeah.
He's got he's facing his own goal. He's tried to turn right and just been dispossessed.
But you not think, you give away a goal playing out from the back? Well, not necessarily trying to play out from the back, were they? But they tried to go back across goal, didn't he? You're 3-0 down. You're having a terrible start to the season. Is there not come a point where, as the group of players, you have to just think, we're going to go long, we're going to try and change, we're going to mix it up. We know Brighton are an aggressive team. Yeah. We know every time, Abby, they try and play out from the back, Aston Villa. Brighton are on them, pressing them, hurrying them. And every time Villa try and play out from the back, you feel the worst of them.
Well, you do think that you would change it up, wouldn't you, if you've already conceded 3 goals in half an hour? You would think, actually, okay, if I mean, surely Emery said to them, all right, maybe let's just go long for a bit. Let's just not invite the pressure on and do something different. But, I mean, this is the worst possible start. Yeah. Worst possible
Good news
start.
For you is that Villa are bottom.
I know. I
know. John,
congratulations.
Thank you. We're so back.
You're back.
Are you done with third chat?
No.
No, we're not done.
This is the beauty of the show, Abby, as you know. And here we go. Unai Emery, who I'd say is one of the more relaxed managers on the sidelines. He's having a little go, isn't he, at Fabian Hurstel, talkSPORT Fabian Hurstel. He should be having a go with players, Lee, not the
John McGinn. I think John McGinn's
manager.
just been booked. I mean, John McGinn is absolutely raging. He's just been booked for a bit of it was a frustrated push, I think. I think he was upset at the fact that he'd been booked and the fact that his team's 4-0 down in half an hour. It's not great. Amazing scoreline.
Yeah, incredible start, incredible half an hour then in both of these games. Abby, you haven't got away with your Spurs chat just yet, and right, I'll come back to you on Man City. But yeah, Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. An incredible start for Brighton, and Aston Villa have had a tumultuous transfer window. Their start to the season has got off the worst possible start. There was a Victor Lindelof own goal after 8 minutes, Max de Kuiper scoring, and then a brace for Jack Hinshelwood scoring 2 goals in the space of 30 seconds. Aston Villa haven't lost any of their 4 Premier League games against Fabian Hurtzler's Brighton. That surely is going to come to an end. And confirmation at the Etihad Stadium, Bournemouth, under their new manager Marco Rose, are leading Man City by a goal to 0. There was a long ball which went forward. Ryan did well to win the ball, played it out to Evan Nilsson, the centre forward, who just peeled out to the right hand side. His first time ball across the face of goal was brilliant, really hard to defend, and it was Tavernier at the back post with his left foot. First time finish, we went into the back of the net, and Bournemouth are leading away at Man City by a goal to 0. Lee, you touched on it earlier that one of the great things I think this season is the unpredictability with 5 of the top 6, so-called Big 6, having new managers or managers that came in towards the end of last season, and 9 teams in the whole of the Premier League starting with the new managers. That makes this season so fun, so intriguing, and I think so hard to predict what's going to happen this season.
Yeah, I think the Bournemouth manager, interesting, similar to the Newcastle manager. I didn't know much about them. And you look into their decent ball for.
There was a ball that got played forward. Gvardiol had a head start on Ryan, but he's absolutely rapid, and I thought he was going to get there just before Gvardiol, but he ended up doing really well to win the ball back, and he's coming on the charge here to Elliot Anderson. It goes out to Phil Foden. Bournemouth get bodies back in, and the City attack loses a bit momentumly. Yeah,
Yasser and Rosa are both similar kind of. You look at their past, and they win trophies. Admittedly, it's in the kind of Austrian top division, and it's in the Bundesliga, which isn't the Premier League, but it's still, we've seen that pathway, haven't we, that Bundesliga managers have performed really well in the Premier League. So, you kind of think, well, who are they? Well, they win things. I think Rosa's won the Austrian Bundesliga, and then he won the double the year after that, and then went to the Bundesliga and won the German Cup in 2023. So he knows how to get the job done, and they've just got a history of finding solutions to problems, haven't they, Bournemouth?
Yeah, I get with Bournemouth, I kind of put them in the same category as Brighton and Brentford. That no matter who comes, who goes, you kind of almost back their recruitment to be absolutely spot on. And it's kind of the same with their manager, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brentford lost Thomas Frank. We all thought they were going to have a bad season. We all thought Keith Andrews was a gamble. Not the case. Roberto De Zerbi left Brighton. Fabian Hurtzler comes in. A young guy. He ends up doing really well. So you're kind of the same with Bournemouth. Their recruitment's good. And Andoni Iraola, when he came to Bournemouth, wasn't a household name. And fast forward, didn't win I think any of his first 9 games. Fast forward a couple of years, he's now managing Liverpool.
When you talk about identities of football clubs and the way in which they're run, and the type of player profiling or manager profiling, when all of that is so strong, it shouldn't really matter necessarily the type of, like, when you lose the manager or you lose a certain type of player, because the blueprint for what you do and how you run the club and how you recruit is there. So it should just be a matter of changing. You change one little piece of the puzzle, but everything else stays the same.
You kind of almost see Tony Bloom at Brighton having that on his laptop. Like, okay, that player leaves, we've got the next one just ready to come in from a league we've never heard of and a player we've never heard of. And
also the risk reward kind of ratio is so massively high for those type of clubs, because they don't spend massive money. So even if it doesn't work out, they haven't spent a bucket load, but their profit and the return on it is huge.
Well, talking of profit, what club's going to spend £100 million on Sangare from Brentford? I watched him yesterday, and when as soon as he got that first assist after 25 minutes, I thought, I could see Chelsea. I can see Chelsea being linked with him in November for January.
I was talking to a Brighton fan on Friday, and he was saying, I said, how are you looking forward to the season? And he said, we haven't sold everyone. It's really weird that we've brought a couple of players in, but we haven't wholesale changed our team. I was like, the window's
still there, and there's a few, isn't there?
The window has still got.
Obviously they just sold Baleba, but apart from that,
true.
And Van Heck. But again, they've bought in.
Sorry, I was talking about Brentford.
Brentford.
They've had
Brentford pretty steady.
Brentford play some really, really good football, and they've got a couple of boys in midfield. In Jensen and Janel, who don't look like the most kind of, sexy footballers, if you like.
Yeah.
But they play really, really good football, and everything they do is at good speed. They got 2 wingers who hug the touchline in Sade and Utara, and they got a bloke up front who scored 20 odd goals last season. Lee.
One thing that you said before, Abby, is really true. That what should help Spurs this season is bringing players in who are accustomed, and a lot of the players that you just mentioned there, what you said, right, that they've been in the league for a while. So they know how the league runs. And, you just mentioned there's loads of players in the Bournemouth, Brighton, Brentford teams who know how the league runs now. And that there might not be world beaters, but they're very good, Premier League players.
Sure.
There's a lot to be said for that. You're not going to go and win the title with them, but you're going to sit around mid-table and you're going to get in Europe every so often and you're going to run a good club.
I also think with those clubs, there's a fearlessness to them. You know, Bournemouth, Brentford and Brighton are all in that mix. And you think when Bournemouth had Gary O'Neill, he, did fairly well for the standards of the club.
I was going to say,
I think Aston Villa, sorry to cut you off again, Ryan, but I think Aston Villa's day is about to go from bad to worse. So I think João Gomez, he might get away with it. He gets dispossessed in midfield, and when he goes to ground, he then does throw a leg out at a Brighton player who goes down. They're checking a possible red card for violent conduct. I mean,
that is.
It's stupidity, isn't it? Yeah, I think he's going to get a red card here. I mean, he does fling out that right leg, doesn't he? I mean, by the way, I've got to just say, what the hell are you doing? You're a new signing. You cost however much money. You're 4-0 down opening day of the season. You go to ground and you think, I'm now going to throw a right leg out and kick the opponent. It's a red card. He goes down. It is absolute stupidity.
The game had red card written all over it because there was already 4 yellows in the game, and they were losing their minds, Villa, understandably. But red card, crazy.
I mean, it's damage limitation time now for Villa, hasn't he? He's got to get them in at half time and just hunker them down to a point.
This is worse than last season for Villa.
Yeah, it's horrific. And look, sometimes you can put it down to the chaos on the opening day because there's something about the opening day that's very different to as the season progresses. It doesn't always shake out as it would ordinarily do. But I look at this sort of Aston Villa team. I mean, we've spoken a little bit about the change. It looks like too much change, doesn't it? And unless
based on the first 40 minutes, I'd say so.
It looks too much change. They look lifeless, Villa, really.
Yeah, because why does Ollie Watkins want to go and play in Saudi? Why would you want to go and play in Saudi when you're playing for one of the best teams in the Premier League,
Champions League football
under a fantastic manager?
Yeah.
Well,
people watching will be saying, well, obviously it's for money.
He doesn't need the money, does he?
Sorry?
Doesn't need the money.
No. I would think. I mean, me sat here having not being offered that money in front of me, I would say,
would you go
if I have the opportunity to play,
we all know your paycheck.
Yeah. Would you leave talkSPORT Goals to go to Saudi to play for the talkSPORT version?
Talk Saudi.
I think
you would for the paycheck.
Talk Saudi. UFC.
Yeah, I think
would you come with me?
What, for the paycheck?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And what are you even asking?
So in that case, I guess you've answered your question, right?
I get it, but what if you really loved it here and the new boss had come in? It's like you had the opportunity to do great things here and play for England.
And also the main thing is, you're also already on lots of money, right?
Yeah.
That's the key thing. It's not like he's got the chance to the first time. It's like, I agree with you. I think these footballers are on short careers, and I think for him, I think Saudi Arabia will probably, I'm guessing, still be there for him in a couple of.
But you talk a lot. You look at Aston Villa. You can talk. You can talk about the quality that's being drained out of that squad, but also with that comes leadership.
Yeah.
And in moments like this, you need
spine
players that say goes 2-0 down, and you go, hang on a minute, we need to keep tight now for 5-10 minutes. We can't continue in the way that we've got. You need calm heads on the pitch. And they haven't shown any of that.
What happened was McGinn tore down the pitch, losing his mind a bit, picked up a yellow straight after the fourth goal, and then that kind of dictates what the rest of his play.
Keeper makes a good save. There's a cross on the left-hand side that comes into the box. Haaland gets his head there. Petrovic tips it wide. Still Man City, 0 Bournemouth 1.
Can't get used to that. Can't get used to seeing it like that. It doesn't look like Haaland.
No,
he's completely
with an extra bit of hair, it might have gone in. That might have gone top corner.
The extra bit of power,
It takes time to get used to it. It just doesn't look like Haaland.
But what I do prefer is that he won't take his hair out and do that full thing. I didn't like that when he used to do that at the end of a game.
Yeah. I'd love to. I'm sure he'll get asked about it.
Did he say why he did it?
No, I haven't. I think he's done like a YouTube vlog. I haven't watched it though. But I'd love to know. Lovely bit of skill there from Tavernier, who just skips around Elliot Anderson and he comes forward. I'd love to know.
Great ball as well. How's he threaded that through to him?
He's on it today.
Such good football from Bournemouth down the left-hand side. It comes out to Tavernier. I think it was Cliver who did that really good work down the left-hand side. He then plays it to Tavernier on the right-hand side. And he just shifts the ball onto his left foot. There's no pressure from Gvardiol. He basically just allows Tavernier to have a shot from 25 yards out. Tries to set it out from the far right-hand post. Tries to get enough curl on it. And it just goes wide of that right-hand side. So it's a game that City are dominating possession.
Can I just hear? I mean, this is an alarming stat if you're a Villa fan, so apologies. Turn off.
Go for it.
Aston Villa.
Don't turn off now, ideally.
Aston Villa are the second team in Premier League history to concede 4 goals receive a red card and score an own goal in the first half of a match
A good stat.
after Southampton against Manchester United in February 2021. And how did that end?
9-0.
9-0.
Yeah.
Was it really?
This won't be 9, but
As we've been talking,
I'm just saying.
as we've been talking for the last chance for Bournemouth.
Brighton to score 6 or more goals.
He spilled it right into the path of Evan Nielsen.
That was a big chance there for Bournemouth. It's Cliver who gets the ball on the left-hand side. The shot wasn't with enough power. It goes across the goalkeeper. And Ryan, I agree with you. I don't think that was good goalkeeping there from Donnarumma.
No,
he
not
pushes
at all.
it back into a danger area, and he's quite fortunate. There was no Bournemouth play there. By the way, you joke about the 9.
66 to 1.
9-0. In the last 90 seconds,
Yeah, they've had
Brighton
chances.
have missed 2 big chances.
Yeah.
Go on, right back to you, mate.
They're battering down on the door.
Oh.
They look relentless. They're not giving
Another save.
I'm telling you, so that's the issue. Villa look down in the dumps. You need somebody who's going to stabilise that team in the second half. We're going to look at the bench and think, who can he bring on in that second half?
There's no one on that
Just
bench.
to
No one.
calm things down, because this is getting out of hand, this is getting out of control, and it starts to get into embarrassing territory. So that's what they'll be thinking. But what I've just thought of here, we've got another team that Liverpool are coming up against at 4:30 in Newcastle, who've had exactly the same happen to them this summer. Are we seeing what's going to foreshadow that 4:30 kickoff? Because they've had their entire midfield ripped apart. They've had Gordon go out of the forward line.
The manager.
They've got a new manager who's coming halfway through pre-season. So, if I'm a Liverpool fan right now, which I am, I'd be thinking, there could be an opportunity. You could smell blood here, especially if it goes 1 or 2. Again, back to that leadership point and the character shown in the squad. That Newcastle team could be in a. The only difference is that Newcastle are at home.
Yeah, that's what I was
and
gonna
they've
say.
got the support.
Very cliche, but the first 15 of that game feels important.
Sure,
You're right. I think
yeah,
Liverpool
honestly.
do get an early goal.
But
I
look,
looked at
Villa
the.
fans leaving emptying out. just
Wow,
before
they might be going to the
half-time.
concourse for a bit.
Possibly.
They might be, or a cup of tea.
Potentially. Yeah, fair enough.
Or a Lucasade, who knows, right?
Who knows?
Lucasades
Well, the trains on a Sunday from Brighton, mate, aren't great, are they? So, I'm sure they're probably trying to get back
about
up
the
to
United
date.
fans at home. Yeah, it's the same thing, wasn't
The
it?
best bit about it was just the reaction from the whole fans, the big, unanimous roar at the same time.
Very
Right,
hospitable.
yeah.
They'd have looked
you're
after
not far from Hull, are you?
No. I went to University in Hull as well, so I spent a bit of time.
Nice part of the world.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. What's the best bit about Hull?
The people.
The people. The people are friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They love Mancunians as well.
In Hull.
Yeah.
Why?
They'd have looked after them.
Sorry.
They would have looked after them really
Are
well.
you joking?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You are joking. Oh, you are about Mancunians.
Why don't they
okay.
like Mancunians?
No, they don't. There's no. I'm just being daft.
Hull is like not near Manchester, is it?
It's on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's like. Is it
think
like
Yorkshire,
Lincoln?
isn't it?
Like Lincoln?
Yeah, North Yorkshire.
Yeah,
No,
it's North Yorkshire.
It's not North Yorkshire at all.
not.
It's East
Oh,
Yorkshire.
you said North Yorkshire.
I know, I was wrong.
Yeah.
East Yorkshire.
It is near Lincoln, I swear.
It's not near Lincoln.
It's not near
No,
Lincoln.
Stop saying Lincoln.
Lincoln.
You've got Lincoln
Where's
in your
Lincoln?
mind.
Lincoln's a bit further south in Lincolnshire.
Oh, it's across the Humber. Lincoln.
There we go. More geography from Abby
Look.
Summers throughout the course of the
Lincoln's
afternoon.
there and Hull's there. It's not far.
No, it's
neither
not
on the
far.
neither on the same
You could
side.
do that in
An
an
hour.
can't you?
An
Yeah,
hour or
an
so.
hour. Not too bad at all. So we've got 5 added on in the Brighton game. Brighton 4, Villa 0. Aston Villa haven't had a shot on target yet, and in the Man City Bournemouth game, they were a little bit late kicking off. Still got 90 seconds to go in that first half. It's still Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. City with lots of possession, probably haven't created enough clear-cut chances, although they might get a chance here. Haaland has a shot from inside the box, but Bournemouth do really, really well to throw bodies around him, and it goes out for a goal kick. City 0, Bournemouth 1, 90 seconds to go in that game, and approaching half-time. Is it weird to think that 4-0 flatters Aston Villa? It feels like it could be 6
Yeah,
to
because
7.
they keep giving the ball away.
Yeah.
And if you keep giving the ball away, you're going to invite more and more pressure and more chances. And for the last 5-10 minutes, what was the big theme of what you said there was they just did not keep the ball.
Yeah, by the way,
Give it away.
we'll save it for the second half. We've got to take a break in a sec, but I want to press you on. You started off your opinion about Enzo Maresca at Man City and why maybe you are not convinced that he's going to be the right man. But Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. City playing a bizarre team today. They got both Nico O'Reilly and Rico Lewis playing in midfield. Jack Grealish is on the bench. Marmoush is on the bench. But interestingly, Savinho, of course, linked with that move to Tottenham, not on the bench for them at all. As Mark Gahey does well to win the ball back there in midfield. We got 30 seconds to go of a little bit of needle here as well. This is good to see. Opening day of the weekend. City players weren't happy with the tackle.
I think Haaland got clattered before that, and he went down holding his head, and then I couldn't quite see who. There was just a lot of bodies in there. I think I don't know if O'Reilly got involved. Yeah, there's just a lot of bodies, a lot of legs being flung around. I can't see who's on the ground though.
It's one of the Bournemouth players is down. Yeah. Yeah, it's got a little bit of fight. It looks like City are maybe already just losing. The ball came into Haaland and he's kind of being wrestled to the floor. And I think they maybe weren't happy. So like a couple of players, I think, kind of clattered him together. And then, I think Bournemouth are just being really aggressive there. They're just surrounding Man City. Yeah, there's a couple of sort of shoulder barges, and that's Evan Nilsson who goes down under, I think he's holding his face, isn't he? But I don't think there's anything in that.
There's nothing in that.
Oh, but he gives him a little bit of a shove, doesn't he? But yeah, nothing
it's
too
quite. I mean, it wasn't in his face; it was more like around the neck, wasn't it? But Evan Nilsson's hardly the most innocent of players, is he? So I think he can probably take that. In fact, I think he got the yellow, did he?
Yeah, he got the yellow there. Approaching half-time there, Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. Just confirmation, the game in the Championship earlier. West Brom started their season with, I can't wait to ask you about promotion odds in the Championship, please.
What about Millwall?
Oh, my team, Millwall. I always back Millwall to go up. Last year I backed Millwall to go up and they lost in the playoffs. 2 wins to start the season for Millwall. And yeah, West Brom started their season with 2 wins from 2 as well. Last chance of Man City, Nita Rico Lewis with the ball in the box and it's cleared away.
West Ham started well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah. No, that's bad, isn't it? I mean, that's really bad, isn't it?
Good.
I mean, already feels
Really
toxic at the London Stadium, and they're 2 games into their
There's
season.
rumours about the manager he didn't do the radio
He
press
didn't do
afterwards, did he?
talkSPORT after the game yesterday. Yeah,
He didn't.
Did a bit of newspaper chat, but like literally answered. I mean, he's not the most.
Even when
effusive, is he?
Even when his team, I remember interviewing him at Forest a few times, and I'm sure you've done as well.
Yeah.
Like when Forest are doing really well, he always keeps it quite short and sweet, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Doesn't get too excited.
No, not at all. And I've always found him very affable, especially if you look at West Ham last year. I spoke to him a lot, actually, towards the back end of last campaign when they were fighting with Spurs for that, to avoid the
Good times.
And just about, fell the wrong side of that line. And he never seemed to be too up or too down. And almost we were saying, is he lacking a bit of passion here? Does he need to put the fire under a few of these players to show them that actually they could get out of this? They just need to maybe have this Herculean effort towards the back end of the season. I never felt that from him. He didn't give me that type of character. He just seemed like a good operator. But yeah, as you said, I don't think he gets too high or too low. But it is a strange thing that he's decided not to do his press.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't do that, by the way.
That's not in keeping with his character.
No, it doesn't feel like a good thing to do again. First home game of the season. We're at half time then. In both of our Premier League games at 2 o'clock, Newcastle Liverpool to come out 4:30. Man City 0, Bournemouth 1 at half time, and Brighton are leading 10-man Aston Villa 4-0. We're back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals.
So this summer has gone from bad to worse for Villa. Unai Emery, Morgan Rogers and Yuri Tielemans already gone, of course. And now it looks like Konza, that's the big one, is on his way to the Arsenal. Let's bring in another Gabby, who must be delighted. Gabby the Gunner, who has called us in 03717 22 3344. Gabby, a very good morning.
Dry your eyes, Gab. I know it's hard to take, but Concer's made his mind up. There's plenty more fish in the sea. Dry your eyes, Gab. I know you want to make Concer see how much his pain hurts, but you've got to walk away now. It's over. Sorry, Gab. And Alan, welcome back, sir.
Thanks,
I'm
mate.
so pleased you've got a fit bill of health.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you.
No, I'm good, Gabby. Thank you very much, mate. I was missing this, so I'm back.
Missing you.
He's not missed you, mate.
Missing you, Alan.
He ain't missed you, Gabby.
Oh, he always misses me. It's you he doesn't miss, Gab. Come on, bro.
Can I ask you a question,
Gab in
though?
Essex.
You know, spending what you spent again this summer, is the minimum Champions League and Premier League for Arsenal?
Oh, Gab, listen, you've got always he'd make a great
asking
politician, wouldn't he, Alan? He really would make
I'm
a
asking
great
you.
politician.
Are you closer to winning the Champions League with these signings?
I still think we're short of one exceptional striker. I think Osimhen, Alvarez, that's kind of the missing link. It could be enough with Solis and with the guys we've got.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by William Hill. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers and Ryan Bromelo with you until 6:30 this afternoon. 2 games at 2 o'clock in the Premier League are at half-time. Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. Tavernier scoring a lovely goal for Bournemouth midway through the first half to give them the lead. And what's happening at the Amex Stadium is quite remarkable. Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. Villa down to 10 men late in that first half. Lindelof own goal, De Kuyper scoring, and a brace from Jack Hinchelwood. Aston Villa have been awful. Brighton lead 4-0. While we're at half-time, Lee, might be a good time, if you're okay with this, for me to throw you some odds questions, because we're no longer doing our William Hill preview show, are we, every Thursday morning? Which, by the way, my Thursday morning just gone was not the same without having a conversation with you. You can't do Premier League outrights now, can you, right? Is that right?
There won't be,
so we'll do that after the game, then.
Arsenal shortened slightly after the win. Not much, because they were expected to win. But
going into the season, in terms of outrights for the league or even relegation odds, was there any price that jumped out at you as you thought maybe tempting, quite juicy?
Well, I didn't think Liverpool were as outlandish a suggestion as most people did to do well this season. I just thought they've got the quality players. I know they've lost goals in Salah, but I think at around 11-2, I thought they were probably the value. Look, everyone likes Chelsea. They're the kind of they're the wild prediction that isn't a wild prediction, aren't they? But no, other than that, I thought Arsenal were very justifiable title favourites. They've strengthened really well. As we've said, there's loads of different managers, loads of different players coming in, and they seem to have the stability. So no, maybe Liverpool. I can't quite have Chelsea.
What price for Chelsea? They're bigger than Liverpool.
Yeah, Chelsea are a bit bigger than Liverpool. Yeah, but I can understand why people want to oppose Arsenal. Because if we just said Arsenal don't win the title for some reason, we might all have different opinions on who wins it. There's no set. It's not like City are definitely the second best team. So yeah, I think most people steered away from the that title market because Arsenal are a bit short, aren't they?
Okay. In terms of relegation, did you go with the 3 teams that have come up to go down?
Hull were 1-5 before a ball was kicked.
Have they changed much after
Not much. No. They changed a little bit, but not much. Yeah, but it is. You're right. It's the team, the most backed team to be relegated, and the most money on any team was by far and away Newcastle.
Really?
30-odd% of all stakes and all bets were on Newcastle to go down. And even Spurs were 40-1 before yesterday.
25-1 now.
Yeah, now around that 25-28-1, but there's not much money for them. I think someone at William Hill had 100 quid on them at around 33s yesterday to go down. But that's just seeing the price and thinking, God, they're not much better than they were last season. I'll have a little bit of 33s. But even you look at someone like Coventry were fairly popular in the title market because of the whole Leicester impact. 1,500 to 1. Someone's going to have a quid on them here and there, or fiver. And when you have a lot of quids and fivers from various people, it means that they're well backed. It doesn't mean that there's a load of money gone on them. So I think a fair few people have backed City for the title because people do think, well, the quality is still there. They still have got lots of good players and Haaland.
I thought when I looked at your odds, and this was a little bit before the season, it might have changed, but I thought you guys had City at around 3-1 to win the league. Yeah. And I thought that was quite short for City. Because you're talking about the dominance of Arsenal, Pep Guardiola leaving Man City. I did think you guys maybe...
Still got, if you take Rodri... obviously losing Rodri and Silva is huge, isn't it? It's massive. You can't really, understate how much losing that. I think it's a little short as well.
Well, it's not even them two. Obviously, you lose John Stones as well, but you also lose Pep.
Yeah,
and bit by
Pep's
bit,
yeah.
over the last couple of years, City, the Pep era, that City team, the Centurions, etc. It's not there anymore.
Who were the favourites last year?
Must be Liverpool,
Must have been
surely.
Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool would have
And were
been
they firm favourites?
Yeah.
Would have been Liverpool than Arsenal.
So it just shows you.
Because Liverpool strengthened, didn't they? And everyone was like, wow, they spent money, they've really strengthened, they've built on top of what? And after the first 5 games, it just disappeared, didn't it, really?
And can I ask you about the championship? Because I'm really fascinated by this year's championship. I think before a ball was kicked, lots of people like West Ham and Burnley, both yet to win, aren't they, this season? In the
West Ham is still 2-1 though.
West Ham is still
to win the
favourites,
title, and that's what we think that's the shortest price that anyone can remember of a championship team to win.
Is that
title.
right? Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Can't think. I mean, we haven't got the records going back to the old second division and stuff, but it's very short. 2-1. West Ham to win the championship. We all know how hard it is. Wolves are 9-2, and Wolves look decent. The crowd, the Wolves fans are bouncing at the minute. Middlesbrough 8-1. This is to win the title. 8-1. Southampton 12s. Then Millwall 12s as well. Burnley same price. Birmingham 16-1. But in terms of the promotion, West Ham are odds on. Wolves 7-4, 5-2 Middlesbrough. Southampton 7-2. Millwall 9-2.
Yeah, I like Millwall last season. I like Millwall.
Run out of steam, didn't they?
They did a little bit. Yeah.
What about Southampton?
So I before a ball was kicked, I thought West Ham, Southampton would be the top two. Because
Southampton probably the value then.
Their form Southampton towards the second half of last season was unbelievably good.
Well, short of the Spygate, they're in the Premier League this season. Probably, aren't they?
I think they'd have beaten Hull in that final, in my opinion. Yeah. Cool, Lee. Thank you. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. I mean, you're going to be at the second half of the long.
You're not
going anywhere. Yeah, you can go home.
5 minutes off, mate.
Yeah. Back in 3 minutes' time. Then we're watching Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0, Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. Thanks, Lee.
And 2 weeks today, the transfer window closes. Would you anticipate much more business in terms of incomings between now and then?
Well, you can see the league, how unpredictable the league is and the amount of things that can happen on a day. So it's better not to talk too much, be prepared, be open, and hopefully we can wrap up the transfer window in a really positive way.
You were speaking before the Community Shield. You were asked about your long-term future and contract negotiations, and you said there's nothing to worry about, Arsenal fans. Do you see yourself as somebody who can do what the likes of Guardiola and Wenger and Ferguson did and stay at the club for many years and build a dynasty?
I want to do what I'm capable of doing and what is the best for the club. And I feel very, very happy and grateful to be sitting where I am with the people that I work with every single day. And my ambition is to continue this way.
Was it strange at Cardiff on Sunday that you weren't facing Pep Guardiola in the dugout, given that rivalry that's developed and obviously your relationship with him?
It was different. Obviously, I know Enzo really well, but obviously the relationship that I built with Pep when we work with each other, and then the amount of headaches and sweats that he has provided to me over the last 6-7 years to try to catch up to the level and the standards that they set in the league has been an absolute inspiration. I think he's left a benchmark and a mark in this league that it will be history forever, and he made us, I think, all of us better.
Have you had many conversations with him since the end of the season, since you were crowned champions?
I had, and I have due to have an important as well in the next few days, and I'm looking forward to it.
very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. Yes, it's still our third season and yes, we are still not capable of coming back to a show without human beings all speaking at the same time. Who's off to Saudi?
Martinelli.
Oh, is he really? Have you got more details? You're going to interrupt my intro, back into the show.
It's a David Ormstein bomber, mate.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. I'll help.
Oh, we'll wait for Crookie and Ben Jacob to do it, shall we?
Yeah, fair play. You do what you want to do.
No, I'm just kidding. You do it.
The Saudi thing's really. I mean, we're talking about Ollie Watkins in Saudi, weren't we? But like, I was listening to talkSPORT last week, and there was a suggestion that maybe the fact that Saudi is in that, they told us that it would be a rival to the Premier League in X amount of years' time. Well, maybe it is just getting stronger and stronger. And
It's not a rival,
Not a
though, is it?
rival.
Nowhere near that.
Okay.
But they also said that if you think about the Premier League, how long did it take before the Premier League became a truly, the best division in the world? It took a long time. It's probably taken 10 years before it really started to become the league. And if Saudi is on that trajectory, then maybe players are going there and saying, well, I want to be part of that.
Well,
As well as earning loads of dough.
I think they want to be part of it because they want the money.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting as well because there was huge names being linked with Saudi 2 years ago, and I'm not suggesting that Martinelli's not a huge name in terms of the comparisons to the leagues. It's a great buy for the Saudi league, but equally it's not your Mo Salah that they were talking about 2 years ago, and it's not your Cristiano Ronaldo. So I don't think
Maybe there's more strength in depth in the league.
Potentially, but I don't think they've sustained that impact. And then the other thing that you've got to question as well, if you look at Newcastle, for instance, and Live Golf, and the Saudis deciding that wasn't a priority anymore, and now you look at Newcastle and you think, where are they sitting on in that space, and PIF? So they're obviously testing times for it, because the Premier League has shown this season, and you can see it in the transfer window, they are setting the prices across Europe, aren't they? Really, when Morgan Rogers goes for 116-17 million, that sends out a message to PSG around Barcola. That sends out a message to Yan Diamonde's price tag and what that means for Real Madrid. So they're having a reverberating impact, the Premier League, this year, and that just shows you the might and the power that exists right throughout the division.
Yeah, I think it's really, really interesting, yeah. Do you expect Arsenal to sign another left winger, Ryan?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Do you think they're going to sign, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think because they went for Vinny, it's like they obviously know they need one? And
yeah, I still, what's really interesting with the Arsenal debate and then other teams, Arsenal have obviously packed all of their quality into the back line, haven't they? They got 8 centre-backs,
yeah.
But they're all brilliant.
That must be the strongest ever put together defensive unit of all time, right?
Extraordinarily versatile and physical and fierce in its own right. And then you look at Liverpool's approach, and they've decided to go top heavy on attack. And you've got Isak, who came in, who at the time was one of the most sought after talents in the world. Same with Florian Wirtz. The same with Bradley Barcola, off the back of winning 2 Champions Leagues with Paris Saint-Germain. If he comes in, you've got the option of potentially Minter. I still think they might even go for another winger on top of that. You've got the prospect of Rio Engamoura as well coming through. So then you look at it that way, and I think Liverpool's attack compared to Arsenal's attack in that respect, there's so many, there's a lot more flair there, there's a lot more, I think there's a lot more match winners there, to be honest with you.
That was kind of the accusation put at Arsenal towards the end of last season.
Yeah,
to try and win that Champions League, you kind of thought, sure, they're good defensively, but have they got that world-class attacking player that can get them over the line against PSG?
Yeah, but Solis looked great, I thought, against Coventry. I know it's an interesting marker, isn't it? Because they're a newly promoted side in a way at the Emirates, and that does a lot to a new team. But I thought he looked great, and I think what Arteta likes, in the same way that Klopp would have liked it, is the defensive side. I mean, most managers, to be honest with you, but his defensive attributes as well.
Yeah, he tracks back, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's sort of tenacious. He's a bit like Luis Diaz in many ways. That's sort of like what Liverpool miss, really, is that he's a team player as well as someone that can offer a lot going forward. So I definitely think they will look to recruit down that left side. Who they bring in, it all remains to be seen, because, we saw it with Newcastle when they lost some of their big hitters last year. They struggled to bring in the replacements, or eventually had to bring the replacement before they sold Alexander Isak. And Voltemada's been largely missed rather than sort of hit and miss, to be honest with you. He's not... he showed promise and potential, I think, the first 10, 15 games, and then all of a sudden he fell out of, Eddie Howe's plans as a striker, if you like, and he was moved further back. And then we talk about Aston Villa as well and think, they've lost a lot of their spine, and they might lose Watkins still, and they're likely to lose Watkins still and Emi Martinez. And, there's some names like Nicholas Jackson that's being floated around in the forward position for them, but equally, have they got enough time to get those bodies through the door? So I think Arsenal, again, will be sitting and think they'd be very happy to go into the season with what they've got, because they've got such a powerful squad. It's everybody's sensible bet, if you like, for the league this year. However, a little bit more spark and electricity to complement Havertz, who I think is probably going to take his place back from Gyökeres this year, and Saka, just to put themselves in that conversation of, they've got a frightening front three, because that left side's always been fairly questionable. But they might think Solis will grow into that.
And something that will make Arsenal a lot stronger, obviously, next season is that Saka and Odegaard both had, by their high standards, really poor seasons. Last year, Odegaard was injured and didn't play a lot. Saka had a bad season. They've also got two really good players there who, if they find form again, are just obviously naturally going to make Arsenal a much more dangerous team, aren't they, going forward?
Oh yeah, 100%. I don't think there's anyone for the title, in my opinion.
You don't think it's Arsenal all the way?
I think that if you look at all the other moving parts, the changes at Manchester City, the changes at look, I think when I was struggling to pick someone who I think is going to finish maybe second or challenge them, I did end up going with Chelsea. But again, I don't think there's actually much evidence to necessarily back that up. It just seems to be what everyone is kind of leaning to, because...
Think for yourself then, Abby. Don't just go with everybody else.
Because of the window, I guess, that they've had. But
one game, and the manager as well, I think.
And one game a season, and they tend to do well when they play.
One game a week, not season.
Yeah, sorry.
That would be some season, wouldn't it?
Yeah, one game a week. And I think they tend to do quite well when they have a back three as well, historically. But I do think that Arsenal, having the stability that they've got, the squad that they've assembled, it would, in my opinion, if they didn't win the league, something would seriously have to go wrong.
It's only the only thing that can cost in the league, I think, is if when we get to that. Every year it seems like the best team is in all four competitions come February, and then if they lose the League Cup final, or that just starts to chip away at them, and then the Champions League becomes, that's the only thing. They've got such strength in depth.
Yeah,
I think they could play two teams, really, couldn't they?
And that's what City,
apart from the front line.
Yeah, maybe apart from the front line, but I think again Kai Havertz is Arteta's first choice, really. But something that Gyökeres, obviously we did criticise him a lot last year, especially the first half of the season. But one thing he was good at was stat padding against the poorer teams, for example, and that is something that Arsenal kind of in years before that struggled to do. They would lose and drop points to the teams that actually weren't necessarily the top six sides. It would be the other teams that they struggled against, and they kind of fixed that last year. So when I look at them, the strength and depth that they've got, City did it. They had basically two separate teams, that could go out and compete on multiple fronts, and that's what Arsenal have got. Even me being, the biggest Arsenal hater ever, like sometimes you just have to be like, well, it is what it is. And also the question over their mentality of could they get over the line, can they actually do it?
Yeah, that's gone now, isn't it?
It's gone. It's gone.
And they also might be let the handbrake off a little bit, might they?
Yeah, and
although in the second half and against Coventry, Arsenal fans were, calling talkSPORT and complaining about the fact they didn't go for the jugular and beat them 6 and 7 and all that. I mean, that's
but you don't necessarily need to. It's managing the game. I also think that Solis looks to be a really bright signing. And they haven't lost anyone either. Like adding Bruno Guimaraes to that team as well. Like if for a reason Rice doesn't feature or can't feature, like you've got an amazing replacement there as well. Saka, again, they'll hope that he's going to be fully fit this season as well. Odegaard
as well. It's only 2 games, but I've got Odegaard on Community Shield. Looked like the Odegaard.
Yeah, he did.
I think when he's at his best, he is one of the best.
We haven't seen that.
The way
for a
he
long
just
time.
glides with the ball, controls the game, reads the game. He looks like he's got the bit between his teeth again.
I think if you were presenting a case for a City, a Liverpool.
Oh, chance for City! Oh, Brian, I'll come back to you in a sec. How on earth has Mike Gakey not scored there? Corner comes in. He's got a free run. He's unmarked, and he's literally a couple of yards out.
He's two ahead of the ball.
He just doesn't time his jump well enough, and he gets. Oh, and the goalkeeper also looks to come to try and get it. He's got an open goal 2 yards out, and that somehow doesn't go into the back of the net. That's remarkable.
Absolute sitter.
He needs to put his head through it, didn't he?
It's almost similar to Haaland's chance in the first half, doesn't it? City just look a little like they look 5% off it at the moment. They don't seem like they've got the bit between the teeth in the same way that they have. We saw lots of parts last season. I think the case that you present for the City, the Liverpool, and the Chelsea is Arsenal have got over the line now. They did it, you know, but it took them 4 or 5 years to get to that point. And then there's a question about appetite and hunger that comes from that. The other thing as well, from an Arsenal perspective, is the Champions League will be a big thing for them this year, let's not forget, because they got so close to achieving it that I'm sure if you said now to pretty much, I mean, they wouldn't say it publicly, I'd imagine, but if you spoke to them privately and said to a lot of those players, would you take not winning the Premier League, but you win the Champions League this year?
Saying yes to that.
They'd be very happy with that. So, especially when you look at seasons gone by and you think, you know, that would be an extraordinary pickup, if you like, for a team that, you know, took 5 years to get to that point. So appetite is definitely a thing. And I look at Liverpool.
Can I jump in on appetite?
Yeah, feel free.
Because I think that is an easy thing to. I don't get.
I don't think it is. No, I don't think it's easy.
I don't get the impression that this Mikel Arteta Arsenal. I don't think he would allow. I think if he, in his mind, saw a player drop off 1%,
I think
he'd have them out straight away.
I think it's opposite. I don't even think it's been raised. No, everybody seems to be giving Arsenal the title as it is. So I don't actually think.
No, but that is one thing that people would say. Is
no, I'm just saying. I'm saying if you're presenting the case for the rest, that's something that you'd look at. And I would, the case in point to give to you, I'd look at Liverpool, who got 99 points in a season, who were relentless from minute one. Again, hadn't got over the line under Klopp and had got so many near misses and exerted so much energy. Won the Champions League just before that. Was so dominant in this league. Far beyond what Arsenal achieved last season, by the way, in that season. And then the season after, got 25 points less. Mm-hmm. You know, and that still had the electricity of Firmino, Mane, Salah, you know, Van Dijk at the helm. He got an injury quite early on, so what you saw in September, October, and it was the sort of the full season behind the closed doors, so that changes the complexion a little bit. But equally, I think it would have been unthinkable for people to think, well, maybe they would have thought City might pip them, but they would have thought it would have went neck and neck again, because City were the nearest challengers, and they always had that in them. City dropped off a cliff. Liverpool dropped off a cliff. So I don't think it's inconceivable to suggest that this Arsenal team have got that in them, because they won a lot of games by fine margins last season, and so when that can easily tip one way or the other, and if they get into a little bit of a rut, or they don't feel like, you know, they get a major injury in one or two positions, you just never know. So I'm not of the notion that let's just hand them the title right now.
Do you think Liverpool are best placed then?
No, I think Chelsea will probably smell the best opportunity for that 1 week, that one game a week, the surprise package. And the thing I think about Chelsea is, although the strategy seems a little bit chaotic over the last couple of years, because you think, what are they trying to achieve? Why are they buying so many young players? Why have they not got the balance of like experience coming in? And even this time around, they brought in players that are towards the tail end and the twilight of their careers, rather than players that are actually sort of, you know, in their peak, in their prime, that could come in. Only Lacroix's the example of that. And Rodgers, yeah. But like, so, but in terms of like defensively, or the positions that, you know, they've always had a lot going forward, but the question's always been keeper and defensive. So you think there's some certainty, almost at Liverpool with the sixth question, isn't it? You think they're issues that you should be fixing. They've got the money to fix it, so why don't they fix it? So they're obviously stubborn and persistent in the way they want to build a team. But I think there's so much quality and talent in that team. Let's not forget, like, the quality across that
a front
team.
four of João Pedro, Esteval, Palmer, Rodgers,
even the likes of Caicedo, even the likes of Lacroix, you know, players of that nature that can step up, and I've had a couple of years now at Chelsea. There seems to me like if they play one game a week and Xabi Alonso really connects with them and gets something out of them, as someone who, to be honest with you, for young players was probably an idol for them. You think back to when he was playing 2006, 2007, a lot of those players would have been idolising someone like Xabi Alonso. Same way Gerrard would, the same way Lampard would have that effect on his players, like he's having at Coventry. I still think there's a case, and there's a good opportunity for Chelsea this year to just surprise a few people. They're my dark horse for the year. I think they'll win it.
Esteval has to start coming to the table now. It's been a prospect for a couple of seasons now, hasn't he? You know, Quaker said he was like, you know, the stats were like
Cristiano
Ronaldo's. but I understood what he was saying though. But now it has to happen, doesn't it? And he's got Jordan Henderson to bang the drum, hasn't he? Behind the scenes.
Well, good behind the scenes, good energy.
I think
you know, Bolton, can I say on that?
Good energy.
I think
good energy.
Lots of people mocked the signings of Welbeck and Henderson, but we also, for many, many years, have mocked Chelsea for lacking a little bit of experience and stability, and having, you know, it's always been a young team, hasn't it? Yeah. I don't think that the Henderson and Welbeck. No. I mean, Welbeck, I think would be a decent
13 goals last season.
Exactly.
I mean, I was about to say Brighton might miss his goals. I don't think they will.
No.
Given the,
although to be fair, I'm quite disappointed Brighton haven't scored in the first Do you not think in these games, by the way, where a team is so far ahead in the first half, 9 times out of 10,
They second
you
half
get no
is done.
goals in the second half.
Yes.
It just becomes a training session.
From a betting point of view, you should back under 1.5 second half
right?
goals. It's just it always
Statistically,
happens,
that happens.
because they go off a little bit. The Villa have been told you win the second half or you don't lose the second half. That's the classic.
Charles Brighton! Oh, I thought they were going to score Hinshelwood.
Although Brighton
You sound like Cundy there. You've drawn the second half, Villa. You've drawn the second half. Doing your best Jason Cundy impression.
But Brighton are still knocking on the door, though. By the way,
Yeah.
they are just camped in the Villa half.
City are interesting. They're having a lot of dominating possession as you'd expect, but don't really seem to be able to create too many clear-cut chances from open play anyway.
Shirky needs to come on, doesn't he?
That was Nunez who came on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but he needs to come on.
They've got Grealish.
I'm surprised that I
Grealish,
wonder if there's
Shirky,
something
Yamamu
about
all on the bench.
There's some kind of I don't know, like a whisper of that. Maybe Cherky kind of is a little bit, gives a bit too much of that in the World Cup. Obviously, there was kind of this idea that he was a bit chirpy, wasn't he? That he didn't play as many minutes as he would have liked in a very good team. There was some stuff around him and the manager there, and I was surprised to see that he didn't start the Community Shield, didn't start this game, unless he's not fit, obviously. But I'd like to see him come on from a City point of view.
I'm just going to bring you some team news from the Newcastle versus Liverpool game. Confirmed lineups here. Liverpool go with Alisson in goal. Frimpong, Xhaka, Van Dijk, Kerkez, the back four. It's Szoboszlai and Gravenberch that will be the two. Then Wirtz is going to play off Isak. Ingamoa and Gakpo out wide. I think that was the team that most Liverpool fans would have expected. For Newcastle, it's the new goalkeeper, Hornacek. Dedic, Thiaw, Botman and Hall the back four. So Dan Burn doesn't play. Stewart and Miley will be the midfield two. Visser and Osula up front with the Langer and Barnes out wide.
Stinks.
The Newcastle team. My first thought was that Newcastle team does look light of real quality. For Liverpool, Ryan, two names jump out for slightly different reasons, but I think a player and a person that people aren't speaking about enough for Liverpool this season is Alexander Isak, because obviously last season he didn't play a lot.
You're going to say someone else?
People, no,
He was
because
the greatest striker in Europe 2 seasons ago.
Exactly my point. People forget that he's going to feel like a new signing this season, because he was Lee at Newcastle for many years, one of the best centre forwards in Europe. He's had a full pre-season, a decent World Cup. Alexander Isak, anywhere near close to his best, is a game changer for Liverpool, and obviously the young lad at wide rear in Gamoa.
It feels like, and especially with the transfer window, I genuinely feel, I think from a Liverpool perspective, there's been a lot of hysteria around Liverpool and the chaos that's there's this sort of feeling that there's chaos at the club and it's completely engulfed them. And I just feel, in a football sense as well, there's a lot of short memories around.
In what sense?
Just in the sense of I look at Alexander Isak he is and he has been bought to score 20 goals a season, right? And I think when people are talking about Liverpool's team, the memory that they've got about Alexander Isak is the one of him 4 or 5 months ago. They look at his performance in the World Cup. They look at him when he came back from injury, and they think, well, he's not going to replace Salah. He's not going to give you the goals that Salah will give you. He's not going to give you that bite at your forward line. But that was an injured. There was so much context.
You can't judge Alexander Isak.
You can't. No, but people do, and people were, and it's the same with Florian Wirtz. People will judge Florian Wirtz based off last season, and it's totally fine. That's exactly where he is. But he's also shown, and he was also bought for a price tag, because Liverpool think he's obviously one of the next brightest talents in the world, that he's gonna blossom into this player. And I think under Iraola he's going to play much closer to Isak as well, because he dropped deep quite a lot, and I think even Iraola's mentioned that quite a lot. So I think it's a big season for him, and staying fit is important, and it's not helped by the fact that Ekitike isn't around. I think if they get Barcola in, that will then lighten the load, because I think he'll play Barcola down the middle. And then there's talk as well. Yeah, in terms of if he's injured. So if Isak goes out, he's a 9 option. Yeah, he'll play predominantly.
But you use the word chaos, right? Behind the scenes, Liverpool. I don't think it's chaos for a second.
No, but people look at the transfer market and think,
are you surprised, given that we knew throughout the whole of last season that Liverpool needed a wide player? We're now sat here on sunny August 23rd. We're an hour away from our first game of the season, and we haven't got that winger through the door.
Yes and no. I think they've probably been sold a dud in Diamonde. there was a lot of talk about Liverpool wanting Diamonde as the Salah replacement. Because we talk about them wanting Diamonde and Barcola. That was my understanding at the start of the window. That's who they wanted. They wanted to inject that forward line with pace and power. And if you look at those two players and the profile of those two players, they do exactly that. So Diamonde was supposed to be the Salah replacement. That didn't happen. I think they've definitely taken the time to come to a conclusion on that. I don't know if that's because they're trying to look at the market. I think the market surprised so many people this year, and we've talked about some of the Spurs options that you brought in or you're likely to bring in and the fees that they're going for, then trying to find someone that falls within the budget that maybe started out with. I'm sure it's now 40-50 million over budget of where they thought the window had started. Barcola's being touted for 170 million euros. They're never getting that. Look at Isak last year. Everybody was saying he's 150 million. They get him for 125 in the end. So you get 25 million off the back of what everybody said.
You think Liverpool will get to the right price?
I think they will, yeah, absolutely. I think they will. And I think they're just playing the long game for it, and they've proven that they can bring in these types of players in those long drawn out sagas. I suppose there's a question around the right side, but maybe they thought Diamonde was nailed on. That's not happened, and they're assessing their options and thinking whatever. What happened at the start of last year? The reason why Liverpool didn't replace, from what I understand, the reason why they didn't replace Luis Diaz was around Rio Ngamoa's development. And they thought there was sort of a split within the club of some people thought he was about to step up and play that role and others didn't. And so when it came to January, then they looked to assess the market and they thought, actually, there's no one that we're going to bring in at this point. It's just going to be a stopgap, so we'll wait till the summer. And they didn't bring anybody in. But Rio Ngamoa, I think he's split and divided opinion, because it's either do you give him the reins, and he showed it towards the back end of last season that he can offer a lot, but he's also a young kid, and I think you can't really rely on Rio.
I don't think Liverpool last season should have relied on him, but I was surprised at the lack of minutes Arne Slot gave him in a team that was really, really.
But then he also talks about it from he talks about it from a sports science perspective as well, doesn't he? Of playing a 17-year-old and the minutes of a 17-year-old, and it's actually quite common. The way that they approached it is actually quite
normal to manage.
It's just Liverpool fans looking at a forward line that didn't have Isak.
I think we were sick of Cody Gakpo, weren't we, on the left hand side as well?
Gakpo was too telegraphed and predictable, and Salah had lost his legs. It was the combination of that and the clamour of that. But then that's what a club's supposed to do. They've got to try and work through a storm of all of the noise and then get to a conclusion where they're at. Look at centre back. Centre back is a great example for Liverpool. Liverpool have not worried and gone, I'll go and buy. We're going to spend 55 million on Konsa, who could have been an option for them. He's a homegrown talent, and Liverpool lack homegrown players. So they thought we could have brought him in, but no, they recognise that they've got a talent pipeline of Leone from Parma. I think is a really highly rated centre back option, and there's an Austrian lad as well called Ndukwe who impressed in pre-season. He's just gone to Levante on loan, but he will get enough work permit points that he can come back in January. So I think that the club recognise what they've got in their forward line, and they've brought in Araujo as a sort of like opportunistic right back,
cover right back and centre back, can't he?
Yeah, experience, plenty of minutes, knows what he's doing, and can give Liverpool cover when they need it.
Newcastle Liverpool then to come at 4:30. Both Rio Ngamoa and Cody Gakpo start this afternoon for Liverpool. That is a 4:30 kickoff. Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. Brighton have just had the ball in the back of the net, but the flag has gone up for offside. And I think, just having a look at that replay, I think the Brighton player is just offside. And it's still Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. City, they have made 3 changes as Ryan comes down the right-hand side and he goes out for a goal kick. Mateus Nunez replaced Rico Lewis. Elliot Anderson took a knock, I think, to his right knee and looked in a little bit of discomfort. He's gone off for Kovacic. I'm sure City fans will be hoping and praying that's nothing too serious. And Ryan Cherky has come on for Nico Riley. So Cherky, Kovacic, Nunez all on for Man City. Marmoush and Jack Grealish still on the bench, Lee.
Yeah, it looked like a dead leg initially for Anderson. He got back to his feet, then
great goalkeeping that is.
Yeah, and then then sat back down on the grass. Like it wasn't quite right. He's kind of massaging it while he's sat on the bench. But yeah, that would be a big blow if there's anything wrong there, because Elliot Anderson is one of those players that you just want fit for every single second of every single game throughout the season, and he will play. For England, he was brilliant, wasn't he? And he was just everywhere. And I think City needed that. They needed someone to dominate that midfield for them.
I also think they need someone like a Ryan Cherky in this game, because at the moment they need that little bit of quality in that final third to try and unlock this Bournemouth defence. So, like I mentioned, that Gahey header from the corner. But from open play, City have offered absolutely nothing in attack.
Unwilling to shoot, trying to pass the ball into the back of the net. Everything that's the worst thing about City is what they've been today. It's just passing it and passing it and passing it. Have a shot.
Yeah, it's not quick enough, is it? It feels a little bit too passive. And I say Bournemouth do look dangerous on the counter. They got pace having the out wide in Tavernier, in Ryan. Cliver as well is a very, very skillful play. Alex Scott can be really, really comfortable in possession in tight spaces.
One thing I've noticed during this game is that there's been a couple of flare points where City players really got stuck in and have almost tried to create a bit of a brawl in the middle of the pitch, which isn't that City-like under Pep. But under Maresca, think about Chelsea.
Semenyo has a shot. The goalkeeper just about manages to get enough on it to push it away, Lee.
Under Maresca, Chelsea were the most ill-disciplined team.
Season,
ill-disciplined completely. And I think I was just looking at an article about it last year, and he was the most kind of the manager who oversaw the most ill-disciplined season in Chelsea's recent history. You just wonder if there's something about him that's kind of like a little bit, because it seems unusual that City players will be getting around the referee as much as they have done today.
Yeah.
Do you think he almost wants his team to try and play on the edge a little bit?
I don't know. Well, City are usually one of the teams who are at the bottom of the, if you think top is the most booked, bottom of the disciplinary table.
Yeah.
But I always think City are quite discreet about that, aren't they?
Very.
They're very clever in the sense that they can break up play as best as anyone can. They don't do it like a brick through a window. No. They're far more subtle, aren't they?
So Man City 0, Bournemouth 1, 67 minutes gone then. City gone for a really, really attacking team, as you'd imagine, in this last sort of 35 minutes or so. All of Foden, Semenyo, Haaland, Ryan Cherky, all on the pitch. And there's a shot there which just goes wide. Are you guys surprised that Jack Grealish is still at Man City?
Yeah.
Surprised he came on.
No one's come in for Grealish. You're surprised no one's come in for Rashford?
Must be wages. Surely must be wages.
Because Everton, I mean, obviously then he got injured for long spells, but
they do want him back, Everton, but they can't afford him.
good, yeah.
Interesting. I was going to ask you actually about Everton. No, you got any mates up there who are. Because I think a lot of Everton fans are quite optimistic. There we get any mates. Your old man's an Evertonian. Is he still gutted you're a Liverpool fan, or is he okay with it?
No, it's quite funny actually. That story. I just didn't grow up with my dad. You see, so I grew up on the Liverpool side of the family.
Oh, okay.
And
so you had no say in it.
That was the delightful thing about that. Is that it didn't end up becoming an Everton fan.
Has he forgiven you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, ever so. Over the years,
Everton, I think, have got a really, really fun team for this season. I think the two boys in midfield. Yes, I think Hayden Hackney is going to be one of the signings of the season. Yeah. He was really good at Barrow. We've got the young lad, the local lad Armstrong in midfield. Yeah. I think they've got an exciting three behind. We know Dewsbury Hall's quality. Yeah, and Dye's probably one of the better players outside of the top six. Yeah. Haven't seen loads of Tyreek George, but
I should say there's no guarantee that Njai I think will stay towards you.
You reckon? Oh,
yeah, but they've done well so far to I think keep hold of him. At one point, he was in with Saudi as well.
Yeah.
I was surprised if Arsenal moved for him.
He's really good.
And I think Tyreek George as well. He hasn't played loads for Everton, but again, an exciting player. Yeah. Do you think Everton could be in for a
Antieno Barry as well?
Yeah, if he can start scoring, I know we used to
Barry and Beto. Yeah.
Barry and Beto, but maybe Barry another yearly, a bit more experience.
Well, they wanted Richarlison back as well. Barry, Beto, and Richarlison.
Yeah, when you look at
I wasn't even thinking that, but yeah.
When you look at their stats, they do score 1 in 2. It's just they don't get many chances.
No,
they've got a good scoring record, both of them, but they just don't get the chances.
Maybe I'm just too mean.
No, I think
I'm intrigued by Everton this season.
The key, and they did it yesterday, and they can continue in this vein. The key to Everton is wrestling with their home form. If they get their home form under control and they bet in now, they've had a season there, they know what it's like, they know the pitch, and they make that home and they make that a fortress, because the atmosphere can be that, but it's just
it can turn quite toxic quite quick, can't it, Goodison?
Yeah, and also they just had some they lost in the last minute to Liverpool, didn't they? And then stoppage time last year, they lost 4-1 to Newcastle, and they conceded about three corners in the space of
first 10 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I think there's an Everton side there that the thing with Everton is that they always tend to just have an up and down season.
I think since David Moyes have come back, they've given themselves that stability.
But look at last
they
year.
flirted a lot with relegation as well before.
Oh,
him.
definitely. But,
Yeah, he's
look
done that
at
one,
last-
hasn't
he? He's done a very
last
good
season,
job.
No, Abs. They were in a really good position to put a proper ascent on Europe. We spoke to David Moyes about 10 games out from the season, and he was saying, look, I didn't want to say this publicly, but ultimately, at the start of the season, I always said to the lads, I want you to be fighting with the big boys. I think we can get Champions League football. And all of a sudden, you could see, actually, when we spoke to him on the final game of the season against Tottenham, he was so disappointed by
I
how
think
his
Champions
team
League
had
The form tailed off badly
Yeah,
towards
it
the end.
did. It did. But I think their squad, I think Champions League would be a stretch.
Oh,
I think
absolutely, yeah.
I have them to finish in, I think I said maybe about 8th this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I fancy them for a good season again because they're stable.
They desperately, Everton, want a right back, and they've wanted a right back for a long, long time. And somebody bought a banner to the game yesterday. Nunez to Turkey to Haaland. Haaland snatches the shot and it goes over the bar.
trying to get this
Someone brought a
perfect
banner
goal.
to the ground yesterday saying, "I'd sell my girlfriend for a right back" or something like that. And I thought, I think it was worded something like that. I'd get rid of my girlfriend for a right back.
Yeah.
You seen that, Ron, or not?
No, but I think the thing with Everton, right?
Made me laugh
I
anyway.
think the
mate.
thing with Everton.
Have you seen the girlfriend?
You should-
You might not be happy.
Yeah, no. They do need a right back though.
You
so,
will
you know.
be happy after that banner, mate. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's good man.
He's probably actually got a girlfriend, this lad, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's consoled himself in his bedroom today.
Poor Nathan Patterson's not that bad, is he?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? You know, you have a couple of poor performances, and all of a sudden it's like we need somebody new, and we need somebody in that position. The thing we say with Everton is, are they better than Bournemouth on this display? Oh, I would argue not. Could they come to the Etihad and give City the same
probably
treatment?
not.
Potentially
David
this
Moyes
season.
probably wouldn't set his team up to take
Could
the game.
Brighton go and
No.
thrash? Could Everton thrash Villa in the same way? So Brentford, another team. So that's the issue. Like when you move away from the legacy six, you've got these 4 teams now who are in that mix, and then you might have one other. Can Everton put themselves in that conversation? It never.
But do you think the
seems
signing,
like
do you think signing Jack Grealish in a permanent then gives them that opportunity to get closer to your Aston Villa, your Bournemouth? Because he's a top player, isn't he? I know he hasn't been in great form at City, but
not
you don't think so?
necessarily. No, I just.
You don't think Grealish is worth it for Everton?
I think they might play a long game with him in the same way they go, come on, well, what's he going to do all season? He's just going to, we could pay part of his wages or whatever arrangement that they want to, whatever the details of that deal is. But in the same way that, Liverpool are looking at Barcola and buying, going, well, you've just bought in all your replacements. So what are you going to do with Barcola? You might as well get 125 million for him now or whatever. That's the long game they're playing. So Everton might be doing something similar with Grealish.
Yeah, I think Everton are a team to look out for this season. I think they've got. I think they've got. I think it's one of the stronger Everton teams I've seen in a long time in the Premier League.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I take your point though, Rye, about are they better than your Brighton, Bournemouth, and Brentford? Possibly not.
Yeah.
But I expect like last season, that kind of 6th to 14th was really tight and congested, wasn't it? Come the final 6 to 8 games, I think Everton could be in a similar position, maybe come the back end of the season. Aston Villa, possibly. Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. 16 minutes to go in that game. Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. Lee, it looks a bit of a struggle for City at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It really is. They're just, Bournemouth playing really well, containing them as best they can, and it's just the same old thing from City, just not quite on it. It's passing the ball around, pass, and then whenever they get near the box, they're just trying to thread that ball through to Haaland. They need ball into the box and some shots on target.
Here is Haaland for City. Oh, it's a good save by the goalkeeper. Mark Gahey there stepped into. Sorry?
The hair.
It's their hair. I know. It still doesn't
three
look
chances.
right. I
He's
didn't know
had
this
3
was part of the Enzo Maresca game plan, but we saw Mark Gahey up the field, played nice 1-2 with Phil Foden. He got the ball back inside the box, got to the ball and put it back into a dangerous area. And it's not an easy finish for Haaland. Slightly behind him on his right foot, but he does scuff at it and he hits it into the turf and the goalkeeper keeps it out. Again, I'm going to go back to my notes. What was the first thing I wrote down on talkSPORT goals in 2026? Samson/Haaland.
No joy for Hansen Samson.
There we go. Absolutely.
4-1 City are to win this game. I can't see.
I don't see them winning it, Lee.
You look at it and you think, don't mind it. Then you think, where's the goal going to come from?
The thing is, they can have games like this and they just pick something out of nothing. But I guess that was with Pep. I think they've been boring today.
Yeah, but I think they've lacked quality, which is not something to say about City.
They were like this last season. Do you remember early on in the season before they started to kind of challenge Arsenal? They were so boring to watch.
But also, I think they're lacking like that cohesion with each other. Like I feel like in those forward areas, it's like looking as if they haven't played together, which is odd to me. Like I'm looking at Foden, and I think Foden has to have a good season.
Quiet Foden today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's no connection. I feel between Haaland and anyone else. And then every time that they're getting into an area where
Well, a
they
bit disjointed.
can do something, they're taking that extra touch. Or, you can see easily Bournemouth, if everyone behind the ball, they're really compact every time City get into a position where they can try and get a shot off. And it's pass, like as if they're trying to walk it into the goal. Well, you can't do that if there's 11 men behind the ball.
I'm just looking at a live text that I've got up here, Abby, and text has come in. This is flashes of Maresca ball. Similarly managed Chelsea.
Yeah.
It's slow, laborious build-up, and vulnerable on the counter. And that literally talks about what you were saying in possession.
It's I don't know, it's boring. Boring.
Brighton, are they going to add a fifth? No, they're not going to add a fifth. We don't get much right, do we, in our predictions? But I think, sorry?
I genuinely forgot. I forgot that was.
I think we all went Brighton 4, Villa 0 at half time. There's been no more goals in this game, right?
Done.
And it looks like it's done. Bournemouth have also made some changes at the Etihad. Tyler Adams, Toth, and Jefferson all coming on. Evan Nilsson, Clive, and Lewis Cook are coming off of Bournemouth. What a result this will be for Marco Rose, by the way. He's also a new manager and go to Man City first game of the season and win. After the game, we'll maybe go into a bit more detail about Maresca and what the season would look like. But Ryan, to kind of state the obvious. Just, you lose the Community Shield, you then lose your first league game. It kind of immediately, one game into the season, people are going to be asking questions. Isn't Maresca? And this is, I feel sorry for him because we're one game into the season, but you all know what it's like when you take over from someone who's as good as Pep, one of the greatest managers of all time. Yep. Every single game they lose or don't play well in, questions are going to be asked about him, right?
I think if you're a City fan right now, honestly, you'll be feeling the worst. And feeling the worst,
Ryan.
Yeah, and then the reason why I say that
one game into the season.
Yeah, because it's the hallmarks of it. It's it's the hallmarks of a sticky season. Even something like Elliot Anderson, right? Grealish is coming on.
Here comes Grealish. By the way, maybe Everton won't be getting Grealish this season.
Maybe he's going to be key to Maresca's plans. If you look at, for instance, Elliot Anderson there, we don't know what's happened. Hopefully it is just...
I think Lee's right. I think it was a dead leg, maybe.
Minor dead leg. But the point is, if you lose Rodri and then his replacement comes in and he's out for a couple of weeks at the start of the season and you can't settle on the team that you want to settle on and you've just had the World Cup as well and you've got all of that you've got to then contend with, it's tricky. And if you don't get off...
Do you think Maresca's a good enough coach? We know that we're never going to get another Pep Guardiola, but did you think he was the right man to come in?
Post-Pep was in a real predicament.
Okay, fine. But I take that point then. But of all the people out there, were you surprised they went with Maresca?
Not necessarily, because I think he's similar in his sort of approach and his style. And he also comes from the school of Pep Guardiola. But you could argue that Maresca is Pep light, isn't he? Because he's learned everything he's learned most of his stuff from Pep. And I'm sure Pep is probably the prevailing influence.
Oh, Donnarumma's just made a really good save. Bournemouth have a free kick and Brighton come through it. That could be a penalty. No penalty given. That was Jefferson there with the header. It was a free kick from the left-hand side. And Jefferson, the near post, was unmarked and got his header away. And Donnarumma got down to his right-hand side and pushed the ball away. And it's going to be a Bournemouth corner. Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. Alex Scott, who was linked with the move away, wasn't he, this summer? Still at Bournemouth. The Donnarumma, by the way, he's trying to have a push here, isn't he, with the Bournemouth play-up? Just forget about it. Don't get involved. Just come deal and punch. Alex Scott puts the ball in the box and Kovacic gets his head on it and it goes out for a corner. Donnarumma ends up going down to the floor. He always seems a bit on edge, doesn't he, Donnarumma?
Well, I think that's it. What you said there.
He is, but he's class. I think that comes with him. He's class.
He's a good keeper, yeah.
Lee, what you said there about discipline is a really interesting point, actually, because you think about teams are a reflection of their manager and what their approach is. And I look at this City team and I think the chances they're creating, every ball that's gone to Haaland, other than that first chance in the first half where he's got a free header and he doesn't take advantage of it. Because, again, he's not as sharp as you would ordinarily think Haaland would be. And that's a question mark in itself. Has always been 5 yards behind or 2-3 yards behind.
Do you know what? This goalkeeper's crazy, by the way. His team are losing 1-0 and with 10 minutes to go, he wants to try and throw himself on the floor, waiting for a corner to be taken. The referee, he's basically taking a minute out of the game, and it's not going to get added on. And this is all because Donnarumma is acting like an absolute child inside the box. It's absolutely pathetic. His team have won. Do you remember in a game last season for Liverpool, McAllister, we're losing at Villa Park, and he was going down on the ground, wasn't he, holding his face? We were losing. No one should do it at any point in the game, but the game just stopped for 90 seconds because Donnarumma is acting like an absolute idiot, and there was the Bournemouth players just standing around him doing nothing wrong.
Do you know, but that's why you need...
What the hell? Just give a penalty. He's pushing them. This stuff drives me absolutely insanely, as you know.
Ball's not in play yet.
He can't seem to...
Crazy stuff.
He can't seem to ignore it. You know, he has to get involved.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that comes from.
Why?
But
The
there's a
corner
text.
situation's mad in football.
Mate,
Do you know the way I
so
described
weird.
this?
season, right?
They're supposed to have sorted it out, haven't
You
they?
know the way I describe his performance? It's tetchy. It really is tetchy. It's hesitance, and that is not what we know of City, and that's why I think you would be fearing the worst as a City fan. Look, obviously it's the first game of the season. A lot can change. Maresca might be able to quite quickly shift this into a really positive trajectory. But the little signs of like, oh, you're just trying to ignore that because we can still get away with that. We can find a way through that. Like if Anderson was out for a couple of weeks, we've got a few bodies in there that'll get us over the line. We've still got the transfer and all of this stuff which will console you. But I think the challenge you've got is you have to follow Pep, and at the moment, this City team don't look sure of themselves. There doesn't seem to be like the same confidence or swagger that we saw.
Which would be understandable because you've just lost arguably the greatest manager of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, Sir Alex Ferguson obviously is in that argument, but like, you know, to them, he is the great. I mean, Semenyo's been ordinary today.
And Foden's coming off the Grealish, by the way.
Foden's just got booked out of frustration, by the way, before he didn't get a couple of decisions. He stayed on the floor for a bit too long, and then he got himself booked. He's been taken off. Interesting.
Semenyo's an interesting one. I saw someone make a point that when he was at Bournemouth, lots of teams would maybe play a little bit higher against Bournemouth, and he'd have lots of space to run into. And one of his kind of main attributes, Semenyo, is that pace and power on the counter attack. And obviously, most of the teams the City are playing against are against teams that want to play with a low block, and maybe Semenyo's style of play isn't maybe the best in kind of tight spaces up against low blocks. He's more of a runner, so it'll be interesting to see how Semenyo gets on this season.
Yeah, he did really well coming in.
Started well.
Yeah, and just kind of went off the boil a little bit towards the end of the season. Yeah, ordinary performance from Manchester City.
You say at the moment with 8 minutes to go, you'd back Bournemouth, wouldn't you, to win? They look fairly comfortable, fairly in control, decent on the counter attack. Also, why, Abby? Can you help me out with this, please? What do you make of the Maresca fit today?
I like it.
Is he trying to make an effort because he's at City now? He's kind of got like a smart jacket on and a black t-shirt. Looks like he's going to a funeral.
I actually quite like the fit. It's like giving smart, chic.
Yeah.
Am I in an office job?
I feel like
Haaland's got a great header on. Haaland's got the ball. Can he get?
Haaland was running there, but the Bournemouth did really, really well to get a couple of bodies. I think maybe if he could have got his head up, he could have gone out to the right-hand side because someone was completely unmarked there. But now, talking of the counter-attack, here are Bournemouth on the counter-attack. Ryan's got the ball, but Gvardiol does really well to win the ball back, and he comes into midfield into Ryan Cherky here. We've got 7 minutes to go. Man City 0, Bournemouth 1. Man City just trying to maybe cut open that Bournemouth defence lane.
Yeah, Haaland did really well there. He kind of nodded it past defender and got on a run, but never quite got the ball under control. And now, but that was the first time he got a little bit excited because he broke the lines. And now we're back to where we were before. It's out to Grealish. He'll knock it back into midfield. Everything's kind of sideways rather than going forward. Partly because Bournemouth have contained Manchester City, to be honest. They're well organised. That's a better ball down the outside.
Yeah, until us Nunez, who made a good run there. And that's better. That wasn't safe. That was trying to play through the lines there. Someone made a good run and they win themselves a corner, Man City. 6.5 minutes to go. Man City 0, Bournemouth 1.
Yeah, still 4-0 Brighton. It's been a pretty steady second half. McGinn's just gone off and he's almost run his blood to water, to be fair, today.
Surprised he lasted that long, to be honest with you. Came 4-0 down.
Picked up a couple of knocks, didn't he, along the way, but he'll have been...
I'd love to know, Lee, what Mr. Unai Emery is saying to his superiors tomorrow morning, or Monday morning in their kind of boardroom meeting. Do you think... Gahey does score! He is completely unmarked. 4 yards out and he heads home. He was unmarked earlier on in the first half and somehow missed. And once again, Bournemouth don't learn from their mistake. Unmarked, couple of yards out, heads home. Man City 1, Bournemouth 1. I now fancy City to go on and win it.
Well,
that 4-1 looks all right.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's the first actual bright moment that City have had all game.
Set piece again, though.
Yes, again, set piece again. Hello. They could be
the best chances all game come from set pieces.
Yeah, they have done. They've just not been good from open play at all. I think they've actually looked really clunky and just misfired. But that's
poor
defending.
It's
Absolutely.
They're actually watching him. I mean, look, there's players watching him. Like,
that honestly might be some of the worst defending I've ever seen.
Disappointing.
The ball comes into the box. He's literally allowed to walk unmarked 3 or 4 yards out. His header does take a flick off a Bournemouth defender and it wrong foots the goalkeeper. But that, I mean, talk what you want about tactics and stuff. That's just the absolute bloody basics, isn't it? Yeah. Pick up the big centre half and don't allow him a run. He didn't even run. He had to walk.
I think it was Ryan who was just kind of stood there watching it, wasn't it? So maybe like
some interesting. Alejandro Garnacho is on for Aston Villa.
Oh God. That is one of the weirdest signings I've seen
I
for a
think
long
that's got to
time.
be one of the worst type of deals I've ever seen. How do you sell Morgan Rogers and you get Garnacho back?
Unless Emery just thinks
that
I
is-
can. It's one of those where I can transform him, but like,
No.
wow.
I mean, that is. I think they've been fleeced for that. That's crazy.
Jeez.
How do you lose them and get Garnacho?
Yeah, I think he's very, very up and down, isn't he, Garnacho? Ryan for Bournemouth.
Well, I don't know when he's up. I mean, I think he's down.
No, good point. He's more
I
down than up,
haven't
isn't
seen
he?
him up
Yeah.
but I haven't seen him come on. I didn't see him come on
He's
and make
produced
it.
moments of quality in the league, though, hasn't he? At points. I mean,
The first season.
he did.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I meant more recently.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
of course.
okay.
When he first came
I
on
thought
the
you
scene.
meant you've never seen him up and
Oh
down.
no, sorry. I meant like more recently. I
No,
didn't
I
see him
just
come on and make any impact last year at all.
No.
I just
Oh,
think if you're
Chelsea were
losing, if
terrible
you're
last
losing
year.
Morgan Rogers, you want someone that's, maybe a like for like, or someone that's, as exciting as Morgan Rogers, and then you're getting Garnacho.
That's a free kick for Bournemouth, isn't it? No, we're going to play on here.
Oh, so much space.
Oh, that was so
I'll
much.
tell you what,
space,
though,
man.
the way that they've capitulated against Brighton today, we talked about character and needing some personality on the pitch. Garnacho, he's not known for someone...
No, it's the complete opposite, really, though, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's known to create more of an issue, more of a fire when your team's not performing, and that's sadly just what's carried you through his time at United and at Chelsea, and maybe, Emery could change that because he's had other players in the past who've come, there's been a suggestion of an attitude issue, and he's got a tune out of them, so maybe he'll do the same with Garnacho.
Yeah, I
But
don't know if it's the best comparison, but I mean, Rashford went, didn't he? And he was
Yeah.
kind of at a point of his
But the
career
issue
where he was
is-
quite up.
is it too many projects for
Yeah.
Unai Emery? He's already got a project on his hands, which is probably the biggest one of his Villa time. Surely I can't think of a bigger one where he's had to he's had to replace so many parts of that team and get them gelling together and get them settled as a group. But then to add in other things on top of that, it's all well and good when you've got the likes of Watkins and Rodgers and, you're just adding to it and you want a different edge to your team and you're giving it a freshness by bringing in someone like a Rashford, even though there's been question marks previously. But when you're bringing them in as the replacements of those stalwarts of your team from 4 or 5 years, a 4 or 5 year tenure, then all of a sudden it starts to, chafe away at your ambition at the end of the season, doesn't it?
And no one likes that, do they?
No one likes that.
No one likes to chafe, do they?
No one likes to
I
chafe.
mean, that is uncomfortable and awkward, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, yeah.
Well, it's uncomfortable for Villa right now, isn't it? They're getting
I'll tell you what,
Chafing.
I'll tell you what, losing 4-0 away at Brighton, that's
more
much
than a
worse
chafe.
than a
It's more
chafe.
more than
isn't
a
it?
chafe,
Yeah.
it's a wedgie.
That's it. Oh, is a wedgie worse than a chafe?
It depends how sustained it is.
It's a chastening chafing.
It's a chastening chafing. There you go. That's the headline, isn't it? In the back pages tomorrow morning. A chastening chafing for Aston Villa away at Brighton. There's 2 to go in that game. There's also 2 to go in the game at Man City. Ben Gannon-Doak, former Liverpool player, of course, is coming on for Ryan out on that right hand side.
Yes. I mean, again, it's just conveyor belt of talent at Bournemouth they're trying to accrue, isn't it? You've got players like him who unproven at Liverpool. I think there was some.
He went for decent money, though, didn't he?
Yeah, I know, but that's Liverpool have done well there. I think with players that are on the fringe and operate on the periphery. They certainly had a run anyway. I mean, I look at Curtis Jones. I mean, he's on his final year of his contract, but he's gone for 25 million overall. 30 million euros. in general.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was he got the ball, Ben Gannon-Doak, outside the box on the right-hand side. There were 4 or
that's
5
a good ball.
players in the box. He
Nice.
stood it up, but he put way too much height on it, and it was an easy take for Donnarumma. And Bournemouth actually, for the first time, maybe looked a little bit exposed defensively, but that's a really overhit ball out there to Jack Grealish, and he goes out for a Bournemouth throw with a minute to go.
Yeah, well, I thought Grealish was a little bit slow onto that. I mean, it wasn't the best ball, admittedly, but I thought he could get it. Didn't seem to quite have the zip to go and get it, but that was poor from City because they had an opportunity to, for once, try and attack with 3-on-3. I thought Villa might have just got the ball and had a chance.
No, don't be so silly.
Thinking,
What are you thinking? What are you watching, Lee?
I was just thinking they might go 4-1 and put Spurs back bottom.
Oh, yeah. Spurs are in the bottom 3, though, aren't they? Can we confirm that?
Yeah.
Yeah, second bottom.
You are. We need to fit in between games. You have to finish off our Spurs chat.
I'm here till 6:30, whatever you want.
Yeah, no, I know. Wow, 6:27 actually.
Whenever you want to chat.
Yeah,
we can
no,
chat
I know.
Spurs.
Oh, we will do. We will do. Don't you worry about that. Kuzunov then comes forward for Man City, but that's such good play there from Tavernier. Tracking back, wins the ball back, and launches it up the pitch. And Man City have got a throw with 15 seconds to go of normal time. There's 5 added on in the Brighton-Aston Villa game. Mark Gahey then with possession for Manchester City. Antoine Semenyo has moved out to the right-hand side with Jack Grealish coming on the left-hand side. Bournemouth with 11 men behind the ball at the moment, looking like they'd be happy for that point. How much added time is there at the Etihad Stadium? Anyone want to guess?
6.
3.
I would love to know the last time I've seen as little as 3 minutes added on in the second half.
I mean, that's probably a reflection of what's to go forward, isn't it? Because some of the times, I mean, you were getting into 9, 12.
I'm not being funny. The Donovan McCorder incident, it felt like the game stopped for 3 minutes just in itself.
And they made lots of subs as well.
Yeah.
You know, so you're right, Sam, on the basis of last year.
Oh, Cherky, lovely ball through and City score!
Is he
Offside flag goes up. That is Ryan Cherky at his best.
the
Quick
others.
feet in tight spaces. Gvardio's made a run forward. He takes it well and slots the ball in the back of the net, but the offside flag went up immediately. Still City 1, Bournemouth.
About City,
It was
isn't
lovely feet. Lovely feet.
I mean,
from
the
Chelsea.
centre back seems to be further forward in midfield.
Gahey went on a run earlier on as well.
An open play. I don't know if that's an instruction. He is offside.
Oh, it's close.
Yeah, I think he is, isn't he?
I think that's super tight.
I think there's a chance that 5's playing.
Yeah.
I think Hill's left
have a
arm and
line?
left foot might be keeping him on side there.
Well,
Pretty tight.
okay. Are they checking it?
fairly efficiently, unless.
I think
From that over that,
it's
yeah.
Hill. I think
Oh,
his
they're
left
checking.
arm, left foot's
They're
keeping him.
checking.
I think that 5 was keeping him.
Yeah, I think so too. Why is maybe this is a new part of Man City that we're going to see. We're going to see Gvardio and Gahey going on surging runs going forward. Takes it pretty well, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's
he
amazing.
took that better than Haaland's taking some of his
Smart
chances today,
finish.
hasn't he?
But then you look at City's team; they've got there's such technical brilliance all over the park, really, haven't they?
Referee is going to give
gonna
this
give
as a
it.
goal. Man City going to beat Bournemouth by 2 goals to 1. Well,
yeah.
I'm not being funny. For 85 minutes, it's felt like an absolute struggle for Man City.
Yeah.
But they've, to be fair, fought to the end. Mark Gahey equalises, and then Gvardio gives Man City the lead. Man City 2, Bournemouth 1.
Yeah.
Who would have thought this 10 minutes ago, eh?
No, definitely not, based on the way that they played today. But it's good. They're off to a win now in their new Maresca era. He kind of looks a bit
Might
like
be his
a
family, to be fair.
yeah. I don't think that was at the crowd.
Might be to his family or
I
something.
don't think that was at the crowd.
Blowing
Do you
kisses.
think when I don't finish off a goal show and start kissing my family, do I?
Well,
after
they're
a
not
goal
in the
show?
crowd.
If they're in the gantry, you might.
No, but I'm not going to start
right.
blowing kisses to Zach, am I, at the back there? Do you know what I mean?
Zach might like
Zach can
it.
appreciate
I love the way
that.
Jeremy's not got a look in there, by the way.
Yeah, it's like-
Zach's the first point.
Have you seen Zach? Absolute beast of a man, isn't he? I love how, by the way, 1 week into the season, I'm having to go at a manager for having the temerity to signal something up to his
celebrate.
family. Yeah, I know. What was it? Absolutely disgraceful stuff. I'm like the fun police. But we also that is what Ryan Cherky can do, right? In those tight spaces, he's got that ability to get the ball to feet, play that ball through.
Yeah.
And I think Cherky's made the difference, Abby, off the
Yeah,
bench.
Cherky's been great. I think. Were you saying before, Lee, about the criticism of him, or
Yeah, it
maybe
was
he
Lee.
got a bit too big for his boots? Was that what you were
But yeah, there was just some suggestion in the French squad that he was. Do you remember he kind of he hardly got any minutes, and then he wouldn't sell. I think Deschamps came up to him and he just wouldn't speak to him.
Yeah.
And there was something made of that. And then there was some chat last weekend around the Community Shield that maybe his attitude isn't quite as good as you'd want it to be.
But that's where
That's
you
only
get
a suggestion.
genius on the
yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
You've got to have that level. There is a difference, obviously, between arrogance, but I think you do have to have a little bit of that bite in you, and that belief in you to be a top player.
He's brilliant. I thought he was one of the stars of the season last year.
He was phenomenal. He was
Not-
absolutely
not-
the
maybe
right.
not
The
the
Rangers one isn't interesting.
Yeah, it's a shame that, isn't it? Because I'd have liked to have
Yeah.
seen more of him.
Yeah,
Rangers.
that's
Yeah.
a really.
Pre-season, he looked pretty good as well. I thought I can't remember which game I saw him playing, but I thought he looked really good pre-season. Yeah, real shame that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is an odd one considering. I mean, I know he didn't have the best season. He started off really well, but
players like Reinders and Gonzalez, you just almost forget they're City players until they're linked with moves away, and they end up getting decent money for players that pretty much don't kick a ball for them. But yeah, like Reinders, Gonzalez, came in. And yeah, I think he got a goal and assist, didn't he, Ryan, in his first game of last season against Wolves. And I think we were all like, oh, maybe this guy's going to be the next best thing. Fast forward a year, he's moved on. City now just running down the clock. Jack Grealish doing that in the corner. Ben Gannon-Dope wins the ball back. And it looks like City are going to pick up a massive 3 points. It was not the best of performances, but Enzo Maresca, given it's his first league game in charge, he will not care. It's all about the 3 points. And yeah, I reckon we're not too far away here, guys, from the Man City confirming 3 points is full-time. Do you know what? Emre, by the way, he does this a lot. I'm fairly certain there. The full-time whistle's gone, and Unai Emery just walked down the tunnel and didn't shake the hand of the Brighton manager. I'll just try and confirm that. But he does that quite a bit, doesn't he, Unai Emery? And he gave a peculiar pre-match interview as well, where he was asked about players being linked with the moves away, and he just didn't answer the question. There was just complete silence.
Yeah,
in his
but
interview.
to be fair, he's probably so bored of answering.
No,
the same
but
question.
you've got to.
And also, he can't really say much, can he? Like, what do you want him to say? Yeah, they're moving away.
Well,
I'm happy for them.
that's
I mean,
what's
he's
happening,
probably absolutely fuming the fact that he can't keep hold of who he wants and can't bring in who he wants, probably to an extent as well, because of PSR. So, yeah, I kind of get it.
Fair enough. Yeah. Man City 2, Bournemouth 1 is a full time. Well, no, I'm just saying, how would you like if you interviewed him and he just doesn't answer your question? It's just silence.
Well, if he's also been asked it 100 times, you probably should be like... It's probably better to do that than just be rude, isn't it?
That's his job, isn't it?
Yeah. Man City 2, Bournemouth 1 then, Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0 are our full-time results then in the Premier League. Newcastle Liverpool to come at 4:30. Man City leave it late, but they get over the line at the Etihad Stadium. Bournemouth led for large parts of the game. Tavernier giving Bournemouth the lead after 28 minutes. Then Gahey and Gvardiol left the late for City. They get over the line. Brighton will 4 up at home to Aston Villa at half-time. Villa went down to 10 men late in that first half. No extra goals added for Brighton in the second period. We'll take a quick break on talkSPORT Goals, and then when we come back, we'll round up everything happening in our 2 o'clock games in the Premier League.
Danny, when you look at it, United in that fairly congested midfield area, say Baliba comes through the door, Tielemans is there, Santos, Mainu, Bruno Fernandes. Well, it's going to be a mighty old force in midfield, is it not?
It looks a very strong group of players, all giving little different parts of what you want. A far cry, really, from what we've seen over the last couple of years. United struggling in midfield areas. And I think we're talking about one of the biggest clubs in the world. They'll be looking to try and compete for the Premier League and the Champions League in the next couple of years. Of course they will. That's the aim of a club like Manchester United. So you need at least 5, when you think about it, in the middle of the park, who are going to be pushing each other, especially if they play a 3. You know, Bruno's probably the one standout, you say, in all the big games he's going to play. Yeah. He's got great durability anyway, and he's the match, the game changer, the match winner, the creative force, the goals. I would imagine for me, out of the others, I mean, Santos, Baliba, both young lads, both got more to come. Tielemans is more rounded, more ready to take that on. I think Tielemans.
Where's it leave Mainu? A lot of people asking me to ask you that.
Well,
and what's your ideal starting 3?
I think that would depend a lot on where they're at when they come in and how they adapt to the pressure and expectation of being at Man United, because that's never easy. I think initially he might go Tielemans, Bruno and Mainu, because Mainu knows what the manager wants already. I think Baliba will become one of the main men.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Ryan Bromelo and Abby Summers with you until 6:30 this afternoon. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs as well. The show is brought to you by our very good friends at William Hill, and Lee Phelps is back with us in the studio. Are you happy to be back, Lee?
Yeah, delighted. Yeah, I've really been looking forward to it.
Have you?
The World Cup was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Great.
Had a couple of days away during the World Cup.
All
but,
right.
But it was
Where'd you go?
it worked.
Yeah. What did you do?
Italy, Lake Garda.
Nice.
Why did you just put a weird face at Ryan there?
We had a chat, didn't we? Anyway?
Nice chat about it before, yeah.
What'd you get up to in Italy that you've been telling Ryan all
No,
about?
what happened was I said Lake Garda, and Ryan said,
Where's that?
"Where
Where's
is
that?"
I was like, "Yeah, it's a fair point." So that's why I said Italy.
Oh, nice.
Lake Garda.
Nice.
Did you stay on the lake?
Yes.
Very pretty.
Yeah, it was nice.
Have you been?
I had a wedding there last year.
Oh, did you really? That's nice.
But yeah, loved the World Cup. I think I watched more of this World Cup than I've watched arguably any other.
Really? Lots
Yeah.
of games.
Yeah, lots of games. I was doing stuff for talkSPORT too, the late games, and then getting up and watching those 9-minute highlights in the morning. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it.
It was. I
This is
thought it was
great
very
to have
good.
this
World
back
Cup.
again. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed like a week or two off after the World Cup, where I was like, I don't want to talk about football.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about football. But then you're a bit like, I need the Premier
I
League.
do
back.
think though it's gone really quickly since the last
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Since what? Last time we were in here was what? Champions League final.
Yeah,
That's flown.
I know.
I like. Where has the last like 3 months gone?
Yeah,
It's mad.
Crazy.
Crazy. But the good thing was that
Go on,
the
Lee.
William Hill Scottish Premiership started really early.
Too early though.
Yeah, so I feel like I've been staggered back into it within
Yeah.
the EFL and then the Premier League.
Can I ask you a question here about the William Hill Scottish Premiership?
Yeah.
Why was there one game yesterday?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I'd love to answer it,
Do
but
you know
I'll
who'll
find
know?
out.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, no, my guess was because
I'll ask it.
Rangers. Okay, can I guess the answer?
Yeah.
It's because I think the teams that like Rangers and Celtic and those teams are in European action in the week.
Okay.
So my guess would be that's why they didn't play. But then that surprises me because it's not normal, is it? I didn't think for those teams to not have to not play because of European competition. So you do that, Abby. I'll just confirm the scores then today in the up and down the country in the Premier League and below. Aston Villa have had a bad start to the season. Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. Brighton were 4 up after 31 minutes. A Lindelof own goal. De Kuiper added the second. Then Hinchelwood scored a brace. He went from bad to worse for Villa just before half-time. João Gomez, the new signing from Wolves in the summer, setting off after 40 minutes. They win at half-time at 4-0. It didn't get any worse though for Aston Villa. Finished Brighton 4, Aston Villa 0. It's going to be a busy week or two ahead, you'd imagine, for Aston Villa, with lots of players leaving. Of course, Emi Martinez, Ollie Watkins, both not in the squad today for Aston Villa as well. We're expecting them to move sooner rather than later. Man City were trailing for a large part of their game against Bournemouth. Marcus Tavernier giving the visitors the lead after 26 minutes. On 84 minutes, Mike Gahey headed home, and in the 91st minute, Josko Gvardiol won the game for Man City. Newcastle-Liverpool to come at 4:30. Newcastle are winless in their last 19 Premier League games against Liverpool, which is a stat that surprised me. In the Championship, West Brom 3, Burnley 1. Abby, why were there lots of games postponed in the William Hill Scottish Premiership?
You were correct. Indeed.
I was correct.
And the other two.
I should be your ambassador, Lee, shouldn't I?
Yeah, brilliant.
The two scheduled matches were postponed due to European commitments.
There we go. If it was early in the season in qualifiers to postpone games in the league, I guess the qualifiers are quite important, but no, I don't. Does that get run past you or not?
No, not at all.
It doesn't,
no. One other thing I was going to say was final one standings back this season.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
£250,000 game up for grabs. Manchester United accounted for 47% of all picks.
That's mad.
73,824 people gone in week one.
That's yeah. Do you know the percentage of Arsenal people in Arsenal? Oh, in Arsenal, my one.
We didn't have Arsenal. Because
Oh, sorry, earlier. Sorry.
No,
sorry.
I picked Arsenal and our staff one as
Sorry,
well.
okay.
But, yeah. City accounted for 20,000 players, so they'll be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
So about 60% have gone out week one.
Wow.
So what I was going to mention was, remember this time last year when a certain person just on the other side of the glass went Burnley
Burnley at Spurs.
yeah.
we derided him.
Yeah.
Probably would have gone Hull, wouldn't he? So the tactic works.
Or he would have gone Coventry.
Couldn't go Coventry because remember Arsenal, weren't it?
No, but no, I'm talking for our one. We got Elliot. We got work one.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can go
Did
for
you go
Arsenal on that
Coventry?
one.
Did you go Coventry, Jamie?
He went Everton.
Everton.
Mate, that's a good shout from
Yeah.
him.
But it is a good shout, but also they've got a terrible record against Palace.
Yeah, I don't think he does the
So
stats.
fair play to him.
No, it's a good. That's a pretty good pick, by the way.
Because they have got a poor record
Yeah.
So you
against
still got all the big guns.
Do you know how many went home?
Yeah, not many. 1,348.
That's still quite a lot, though, isn't it?
That's a tactic, isn't it? You go.
That tactic cannot possibly be a winning tactic, though.
No,
it can't. It's a tactic. It can't possibly be it can't be a winning tactic if you continuously throughout the course of the game weeks to back the team that are much worse than the team that you're playing. I'm sure you could have the odd week where you win, but why do you come in? I think you should come in and just say, yeah. No, I know you've got no right. Well, you do have a right of reply if you want to come in and join us. But would you think, Lee, that can be a winning tactic throughout the course of a season?
Well, it's a betting tactic, isn't it? To find the value in if you think that Hull are too big a price, then you go with Hull. And it's the same thing, really. The thing is, right there. You've got to make brilliant picks every week.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Thank you, Lee. 5,607. I'm looking at your notes here. Sorry, mate. 5,607 went for Spurs.
Yeah, the lease was 347 went for Bournemouth, so only 0.2% of the went for that. So yeah, but there's a new jackpot available for next week. If you were one of those 60% who lost out, there's a £50,000 jackpot game live. There's a William Hill Scottish Premiership game, and we're going to do La Liga this year as well. So
are you really?
Yeah.
So 250,000 started this weekend, and you got a fresh 50,000 one starting next
available
weekend.
Now,
so for those people that did get knocked out, that's the great thing about William Hill. You get knocked out week one, no problem. Go again the week after.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. In terms of the William Hill Scottish Premiership, I don't want to start on a bit of a downer, but I mean Celtic have had a pretty good start, haven't they?
4-11 they are to win it.
Rangers and Hearts haven't had a good start, have they?
It's hard to see how Celtic don't win from here, isn't it? Really, it's crazy though, isn't it? Because how many points are they going to drop? Unless you can't see them having the kind of the crazy season they had last year, because Martin O'Neill's at the helm, and you think it would be pretty steady from here on in. Rangers are 11-4, Hearts 11-1. Yeah, it looks like normal service has been resumed.
Yeah, I mean Rangers 11-4. I remember doing a show on talkSPORT when Rangers were losing their second game of the season, and we were like, they're already 5 points behind Celtic, and you're like, it's just, you can't fall 5 points, can you, behind Celtic?
No, it's tough.
Hearts led the league, didn't they, pretty much all of last season, and no point did anyone think Hearts were going to win it. Newcastle Liverpool league to come at 4:30. How are you guys pricing this game up?
Yeah, Liverpool are pretty steady favourites here. They're odds on 17-20, 11-4 Newcastle. The draw's 27-10. They've got a great record, haven't they? All the things that we've said about Newcastle's team. I think the only thing they've got on their favour is home advantage today. And if Liverpool get after them early, it could be a long afternoon. I think your point, Ryan, about the way Brighton have just gone about Aston Villa. If Liverpool set about Newcastle early and get an early goal, it could be a difficult afternoon, because you'll just be a little bit edgy, won't you, going into it, thinking what you've lost and whether you're that confident, new manager, etc. I know they've brought players in, but you wouldn't think, unless those players all knit together straight away and Newcastle hit the ground running, I think that 17-20 might look a decent price.
How many times is it? I mean, it's obviously slightly different because the intensity is not the same, and you've got a different question of the competition and the appetite. But how many times you see in pre-season players that just get thrown together who've not played with each other an awful lot and don't have the patterns and learning a new not just that, but then they're learning a new manager's system as well. Yeah. I mean, that is a hard ask, especially then when you're playing against a Liverpool team that many people I think are writing off this year in terms of the title and stuff, and so they're a little bit of an unknown quantity under Iraola, and also the hallmark of Iraola is intensity and high pressing. And we saw with the Brighton game, the first goal that's given up is a mistake, isn't it, at the back, that leads to an almighty error and a really costly one. And I almost thought when that first goal went in, I thought, well, maybe they're just a little bit sleepy. They've just got caught cold early on, opening day of the season. It can happen, and then they'll quickly switch on. That didn't happen from Villa, but I suppose if they get rocked here and they don't have those, again, we talked about leaders on the pitch. They lost Trippier, who's a big, big miss, I think, from that team. Bruno Guimaraes as well, who's anchored that midfield for so many years. Tonali, a similar impact as well. But those two, for me, Trippier and Guimaraes and
Liverpool's strong midfield as well. Yeah, even through the troubles last year.
Definitely.
Still got a strong midfield.
And also, look, the question marks, I personally don't think are about Liverpool's midfield in one-off games. They're around the course of the season, and are Liverpool, given that they're going to have to really crank up the intensity under Iraola, will they run out of gas in certain games? And if they do, and because their nature is to go forward all the time in Gravenberch and Szoboszlai, are they going to leave so much space behind that it keeps Liverpool in a vulnerable position in a lot of games? That's the question mark, I think, around Liverpool's midfield. But today, that's a completely different. Liverpool really have got no excuse with Gravenberch and Szoboszlai and the quality of those players. Szoboszlai's season last year, Gravenberch the season before, have both proven that they can be standout talents in this team. They've got no excuse not to dominate that midfield today.
Isak's first return to St James's Park.
Yes, because last season the game was the first home league game for them, and he was still a Newcastle player, I think, at that point, wasn't he? Because and obviously he didn't fancy playing in that game, did he?
The epic boost, by the way, is Liverpool to score the first goal in the match, boosted to even money, maximum bet of a tenner on that on the app. If you think Liverpool score first, we're seeing Isak on the everyone's got the Keegan on the back.
Yeah,
of
course.
Shirts,
There'll be a nice
which is
tribute
amazing.
today, Lee, won't there, before the game?
There's a big tribute at Manchester City, of course, earlier on, and there'll be a huge tribute, a very emotional one, at two clubs who are obviously synonymous with the great man.
Sure. We are 20 minutes away from kickoff. Newcastle Liverpool to come on talkSPORT Goals.
For the record, we've had 7 different Premier League winners.
Over 33 years, over 34 years.
But this time,
wow.
But this time, Simon, do you not agree that this is probably the most competitive ever Premier League season on the horizon?
For participation, not for winning. You're going to be one of the 4 clubs that has the biggest turnovers is going to win the league. Aston Villa are not going to win the league. Newcastle are not going to win the league.
So how do you explain Leicester when they did it?
A rare and absolute anomaly that was never allowed to happen again, because all the big clubs sat on their hands, suddenly decided that they could all do things in a certain way, and they got caught with their pants down, even to the way that they allowed Leicester to play. Everybody knew how Leicester played. Drinkwater gets the ball, looks up, knocks it long for Vardy, and yet on the last game of the season they were doing the same thing, and teams were still playing the same way against them. So don't ask me how I explain that situation, but it's not going to be repeated, and it hasn't been repeated since, and that was now a decade ago. So who's won the league since then, and who won the league prior to that?
So tell me straight, how many teams this time around do you feel can aspire to win the Premier League?
2, 3. But that doesn't mean the league's not competitive. The argument, why would you suggest that governance needs to be brought in to the most successful league that has been the commercially most successful league in the history of football? Why are you regulating it? What are you regulating it from? I understand what he's saying is that the Premier League clubs want some degree of control. They want governance. Yeah, they want good disciplines. They want good governance. They want good regulation. Is your regulation with the consequences of the way that clubs are suing one another now, the way that they're suing, the way that Man City have been hauled over the coals and been sat in abeyance for 2 years because you can't prosecute them properly, is that good governance and good regulation? Because to me, it doesn't look like it.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by William Hill, Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Sabby Summers, Ryan Bromwell with you until 6:30 this afternoon. Newcastle Liverpool to come at 4:30, but it was a bad start to the season for Aston Villa. They went to Brighton today and they got beat by 4-0. Brighton taking the lead after 8 minutes. The Lindelof own goal. De Kuiper adding a second. Hinchwood with a brace. Jean Gomez sent off for Aston Villa. We know it's been a frustrating or tough, a disappointing And challenging transfer window for Aston Villa so far. Lots of key players leaving, in particular down the spine of that team with Konza, Digne, Morgan Rogers has obviously moved on as well. We're expecting Emi Martinez and Ollie Watkins to also leave. I shouldn't forget Yuri Tielemans as well in that midfield. Of course, some players have come in, but it feels like they've got lots of work to do between now and the end of that transfer window. Ryan, what? Did you fear for Aston Villa a little bit with the position they're in at the moment?
Well, it depends what you mean by the standards of where. It depends what they're. I suppose in terms of for their aspirations, yeah, I think they're well off wanting to, Champions League football, Europa League football. I think that's going to be a massive struggle this year. And it's you don't want one performance to colour your thoughts throughout the season because a lot can change. And who knows, Emery's worked magic with teams before and in the past. So there's definitely, they've got somebody there that's going to give a bit of leadership and can give that steady hand in a time of real chaos right now. But I sit there and think, they've accrued massive fees for someone like Rodgers. They brought in big money for players. And I just wonder, have they spent it well enough? Have they brought in the right players to plug those gaps? Are they going to do that? That'll be a big question mark towards the end of the season, towards the end of the transfer window. But if you're Villa right now, I think the fairest thing to do from an Emery perspective is see what it looks like when the group's settled, because they're not settled. And the opening day of the season, they look so unprepared. I mean, there's an argument they're probably the most unprepared side. I mean, you've seen it with the result, really, coming into the campaign this year, given the debris in the squad and the way that they've approached that first game. So yeah, we've got to give it a couple of weeks, I think, before they settle. First international break, see where they're at. But I would fear for them, yeah. And I think it's worth looking at their fixtures to see who's on the horizon.
Who they got next? Arsenal at home a week Monday. Should also say, in terms of some of the players that have come in, Yohan Manzambia, they spent £60 million on from Freiburg, who is Morgan Rogers' replacement. He's injured at the moment, so obviously wasn't involved today. They've also got a couple of players that they have signed who weren't available for today. Ruggieri, the left back, who's going to be Dean's replacement. Suzuki, the goalkeeper, who's going to be Martin's replacement. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, I'm not saying he's going to be a game changer, but he'll also will come into that team. But is it fair to say, though, Abby, that when you look at what they've got now, with everybody available between now and the end of that window, it is a massive couple of weeks for Aston Villa, a couple of weeks less than that, to get bodies through the door, but also quality players as well.
Yeah, 100%. Plus, they've also got Europe as well. This
Champions League football.
Well. So the squad is already going to be stretched, they need reinforcements massively. I mean, today they started the game without having a recognised centre forward. Like, that's also huge. If they're not going to get, if Watkins is going to go to Al Hilal, they've got a lot of work to do in the next week or so before the window shuts. Look, I feel for them because I think that they're a massive club, and I think they've got a great manager, great blueprint there to be successful. And I do feel like sometimes you've got one hand tied behind your back with the PSR rules, and having to sell your best players as well. But that is just kind of like that is it, and you just got to get on with it. But I think having lost the whole spine of the team, like, that is going to affect anyone. It's going to affect anybody. And you're also going to see that probably in this Newcastle game as well, when you're losing key players in Anthony Gordon or Tonali and Guimaraes as well. That is going to have a massive knock-on effect. It does take time to rebuild. Same way that every other team that is kind of in and around the top six, bar Arsenal, traditional top six, top eight, they're all in a rebuild, including Manchester City. They've spent a lot of money as well. But it does take time to rebuild and start that new cycle. Liverpool, I know obviously I don't think you've had the best of windows either so far. I mean, it could change if you get Barcola too, but I still think you need more. I think there's a lot of teams that need more, especially if you are playing European football as well this season. Yeah, I do. I think you need to have a really deep squad and a good squad, not just a good starting 11. But I think looking at Villa, yes, the signings they've made, they could be good, but they're going to take time to gel, like any team that's made loads of signings. And also, if they also haven't come from Premier League, you just don't know how long that's going to take as well for them to bed in. But yeah, I do worry for them a little bit, Aston Villa.
Lee, with your non-Premier League hat on, if you're a Grimsby fan, aren't you? When you look in on the Premier League and you see an Aston Villa, who are a big football club, doing really well, and they're trying to punch, aren't they, with the big boys? And they, got Champions League football again this season. They ended their long-awaited drought for a trophy last season. And you see another summer where Konza goes to Arsenal, Tielemans goes to Man United, Rodgers goes to Chelsea, and a couple of other players are leaving the football club. Do you find it frustrating that the kind of, a team outside of your traditional big six can't seem to be able to maintain that and almost be allowed to kind of push on to that next level? Because it does feel like with Aston Villa, every single summer they've got to sell a couple of players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's no where's the kind of like, how do they possibly break in if you can't make, if you have to keep selling? Newcastle are the same, aren't they? You know, whether the financial restrictions that they're placed under, and it just seems like Chelsea go and do what they want, Man City go and do what they want. That's what it looks like from the outside, doesn't it? So yeah, it feels like it's pitted against you, doesn't it? If you're that kind of club, and you could understand why Villa and Newcastle fans, and you hear loads of them calling the phone-ins on talkSPORT, and it's just frustrating. And it's like Villa seems really strange, and look, Newcastle seems to have, it's very similar, and I think Ryan's point, but we could see something very similar in this game that was just seen with Brighton Villa. It just seems like it's like vultures circling round. You go, right, okay, well, they're selling. You know, Anthony Gordon, whatever you think about Anthony Gordon, whether he's consistent enough, and Tonali, no question about Bruno Guimaraes, by the way, but those three players are a massive part of this Newcastle team. Yeah. Same with Villa. All of a sudden you hear Villa fans going, well, Morgan Rogers, he wasn't always brilliant. You know, he was brilliant quite a lot of the time, and then he might have had an off game. Well, that's still a major part of your team, and I think it must be galling to be in that situation. Because what's the point in trying, in a way? What's the point in... Remember when Leeds United tried, and they ended up going down eventually because they went too hard and too far?
I would say on Newcastle, I think also what's particularly frustrating is someone like Minter or someone like Elliot Anderson. They were their players, but they had no choice but to sell. So if you think about that, if they would have been able to keep those two players... Not like losing a Tonali or Bruno Guimaraes, for example, wouldn't be the most massive thing in the world, because you've already got those players that have come through your academy, or they're already a Newcastle player. So that's really frustrating from a Newcastle standpoint. But when you say about what's the point of doing it and trying, well, I would actually use Spurs as an example for that. And obviously that I don't usually give Enoch credit, right? But when Enoch came in, Spurs were mid-table, like they were always somewhere kind of 10th to 14th, 15th, and through being tight and through having the odd bit of good investment or having someone come through the academy, over the years they built Spurs to a side that could then compete. And having managers, I always go back to Pochettino. I'm boring probably, but the groundwork was laid with the Martignols and the Redknapps, and then Pochettino's doing things within your budget. Now, obviously, that's also been a criticism, because there's been times when the right managers have needed to be backed and they haven't. I remember under Redknapp, I think we were in with a shout of the league at one point. I think it might have been 2012 in the January transfer window, and we needed good reinforcements, and we ended up bringing in, I think, Louis Saha and Ryan Nelson. But I do think that you can do it. You just have to continuously build, and it's a patience thing to finally get a team that is then asserting themselves in a top six argument. Obviously, not looking at where Spurs are now, but they are established as a traditional top six side. Sure. I think last season was the first season that they actually hadn't finished with any European football in like 17 years or something like that. Well, then it did it once in like 17 years. So it does take time. And Newcastle is a massive club. Aston Villa is a massive club. But when you're looking at PSR, it's hard, because they are massive, but then worldwide, are they massive? Are they as big as we think they are? Because they clearly don't have the following or the revenue that those other clubs bring in. I'm not saying it's fair, but that is what the rules are. Because I guess over years of maybe Chelsea, who were probably the first one to kind of take the mickey with overspending and things like that, then City, then it had to come a point where the blueprint changed for that. It's not fair on other teams, but that is the rule. They're not going to change it.
Look, Aston Villa, Ryan, lost today, didn't they? Because they were nowhere near good enough. Yeah. But as Abby's mentioned there about PSR not being fair, have you got, as you support a team that is one of the big six teams, have you got sympathy with Aston Villa?
Yeah, I definitely have sympathy, but also that's the predicament now. And is that likely to change anytime soon? I doubt it. That's not likely to change at any point. So you could either take the approach of exasperation, or you could take the approach of Brighton and make your model around knowing that you're probably going to lose one or two massive players at points in your sort of 3-4 years with them, and you've got to get maximum value for them, but you've also got to sharpen your stuff behind the scenes on your recruitments to make sure that the people that you bring in are those players. If you look at Newcastle today, and we'll touch on this, but they've got an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old playing in the middle of the park. Now, for me, and we can go into this in a bit more detail in a bit, because we'll know we talk about Villa, but if you look at Yassel, he's a new manager to the league. You could argue that strikes of naivety to put him up against Gravenberch and Soboslai, to an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old. Yes, they're going to be fearless. Yes, they're going to have energy and legs, but that's difficult from a Naus perspective. So I think Villa are in that predicament and Newcastle are in that predicament. It's almost like they do labour on that point of it's not fair, and I agree. I don't think it is the way that it's set up. It does sort of shut the. It does sort of invite a bit of a closed shop mentality of you can't get to that, because even look at Spurs, they finished 17th but still managed to put a massive outlay on the squad.
That's because the PSR.
Exactly.
We don't know what Emery's.
So
Emery's being interviewed now as we record this. We don't know what he's saying, but you wonder as well if no one wants that result. But you wonder as a manager if it gives you that ammunition to go to the board and say, "Have you seen what's just happened there? There are individual mistakes.
By the way,
there are individual mistakes in there. Don't get me wrong. And you prep for a season, and then your players go out and make stupid mistakes. You can't warrant for that. But you could also be saying, similar to the Newcastle situation, I've been forced into fielding a 20-year-old and an 18-year-old against two midfielders who are part of a Premier League winning team 2 seasons ago."
Yeah, I completely. Can I also say one more thing? Ollie Watkins is not the first player to do this and won't be the last player to do it. And I don't know exactly the reason why I wasn't involved today. But one thing that does not sit right with me, and this has always been the case, is when players who are contracted at a football club, he is still an Aston Villa player. He's still being paid a lot of money by Aston Villa. I don't give two you-know-what who he's being linked with or where he wants to go. If he wants to go and play in Saudi Arabia, because that's where he sees himself at 31 years of age, good luck to him. But it always drives me absolutely round the bend when you've got players not turning up for work and not playing for the football club.
Actually not turned up for work.
All I know is, I did say, I don't know the exact reasons behind it, but all I know is he's not there today. He's an Aston Villa player, and you think of what Aston Villa has done for him, and it works both ways as well. That stuff has always. There's a
chance there's a chance though, Sam. That's part of negotiations.
Yeah,
and that's them saying, look, that's our asset. We're going to pay whatever, and you need to make sure that he doesn't get injured in the Premier League. And Villa will go, actually, no, we're going to still play him, or they'll go, okay, fair enough. He's leaning towards an exit. We don't want to put him in a predicament where he gets injured.
We will break, and then when we come back, Newcastle-Liverpool is the first Sunday 4:30 of the season.
We're due to talk about Spurs now. O'Hara was meant to be here, Jason Cundy, but apparently he's bottled his chance to plug your show. What? If you're not watching but listening, you've put on a Jamie O'Hara mask. Is that a new thing? I mean, that's quite horrific.
I don't know what it looks like. How does it look?
What do you think it looks like?
No, I can't see myself. Does it look like O'Hara?
Have a look at the monitor.
By the time I do that, I turn away.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it looks ghastly, and I never use that word. Yeah. Have you put it on before?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I've worn it before.
It's
so
vile.
Weird. It's so weird.
Yeah. So do you want to pretend he's here?
I can pretend he's here.
Okay, let's
Shambles! Shambles!
Good team. Why is he not here? I heard he stormed out the studio again yesterday.
Last night, honestly.
Soon it's going to be more of a shock if he's
I talk about Spurs.
Take the mask off, for God's sake. Yeah.
Honestly, when we talk...
Oh, put it back, put it back.
Put it on. I love getting into him about Spurs. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. And he was saying if they buy Savinho and Mamouche, they're guaranteed top 4, top 2. And I'm like, come on, mate, come on. The Ange mask will come out, and it just grew legs and arms. The thing, and it exploded.
You got many more masks?
No, yeah, we've got Benty mask.
Have you?
No, we don't. No.
Don't wear him in a bank.
Do you know what happened though? Here's what happened with the Ange mask. We bought it last season when he took over at Forest, and we ordered it from I think South America. By the time the mask turned up, he'd been sacked.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by William Hill. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers and Ryan Bromelo with you until 6:30. Brighton have beaten Aston Villa by 4-0. Man City beating Bournemouth by 2-1. Newcastle Liverpool to come in a couple of minutes' time. In the Championship, West Brom made it 2-2, beating Burnley earlier on this afternoon. Newcastle and Liverpool have come together this afternoon with a touching tribute to the legendary football star, the football legend Kevin Keegan, two-time Ballon d'Or winner, sadly died last month after a brave battle with stomach cancer, of course, at both Newcastle and both Liverpool. He has idolised a true, genuine football legend. So it seems quite fitting that today Newcastle and Liverpool kick off the Premier League campaign at St James's Park. There were a wonderful mosaic the Newcastle fans showed everybody, and now at the moment before the game starts at 4:30, both players are in the centre circle clapping and applauding the great Kevin Keegan. Lee, the sort of player, even just there when I just said the two-time Ballon d'Or winner, you're a bit like, he didn't win it once. Yeah. He won it twice. Like, we have to go back years and years to the last time that an Englishman won the Ballon d'Or. So the fact that he was able to win it twice, Lee.
Superstar.
If anyone young watching this wasn't sure of how good he was as a football player, that would tell you it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Superstar. I think for bygone players as well, you kind of remember him as a manager, and I will love it, and you remember him, but you don't remember the kind of his playing career. He was a superstar, but a player who worked really hard. You wouldn't say he was like a naturally kind of skillful type player who just worked his nuts off. Basically, he had that brilliant head of hair, like permed hair, and when he'd score a goal with a header, a bit like Ruud Gullit, it would kind of whip. He was a great header of the ball as well. Brilliant, superb player. And then as a manager, obviously, that amazing season and that quote. But even when he managed England, and he kind of stood down because he said, I don't think I can give this job my absolute best. Just so much integrity. Brilliant. And I had the pleasure of doing a couple of nights with him.
Oh, nice.
And he would hang around for ages and ages and ages to sign Newcastle fans whatever they wanted to. He wouldn't be trying to get out the back door either. Honestly, stayed around way too long. I'd be like, you can get off. He'd be like, no, it's fine. Yeah, well, an absolute legend. Legend is the word. It gets used a lot, doesn't it? But it's thoroughly deserved. Liverpool giving the ball away in the first minute.
Yeah, nice words there, Lee, by the way. Nice tribute at St James's Park, and lovely words from you there, Lee. We are 40 seconds into this game. Liverpool with a slightly unusual kickoff where Ryan Gravenberch tried to take the ball immediately forward, played a couple of nice passes. Liverpool give the ball away. Newcastle launch a long free kick into the box. They win the first header, but it goes into the hands of Alisson, and he takes the catch. Confirmation then of the two teams for Newcastle under their new manager Matthias Jaisler. It is the new goalkeeper Hornicek in goal, Dedic, Thiaw, Botman and Hall the back four, Steyer and Miley the midfield two. Elanga and Barnes will be out wide, Visser playing off Ostula up front. So Nick Voltemar is on the bench, the new signing. Toure, the left winger, he's also on the bench as well. For Liverpool is Alisson in goal, the back four of Frimpong, Van Dijk, a debut for Jeremy Jacquet, who's looked good in pre-season, and Milos Kerkez at left back. So Bosla and Gravenberch will be the two that will sit. Ngamoa and Gakpo out wide, Rio from the right, Gakpo from the left, as Gakpo picks up the ball now, and it's Wirtz playing off Alexander Isak as Cody Gakpo comes forward for Liverpool, cuts in on his right foot into Wirtz, who gets his shot away, but Lewis Hall does really well to make that block. But Ryan, that was good opening play there from Liverpool.
Yeah, a bright start. They were under pressure. Newcastle applied the press. They've played it out from the back. They've not panicked. They've played some intricate stuff. Obviously, a lot of the stuff that you see from Iraola, see his fingerprints on that already. Got Wirtz heavily involved in that build-up, and he just snatched at his shot, really. But
Ryan, I thought Liverpool were going to go in to the market for a 6 this summer, but I was reading with James Pearce on the Athletic, the Liverpool don't believe that a specialist number 6 is required. They point to how Iraola set up his team to press as a unit, and how in his system the midfield is not built around a Fabinho type player providing cover and protection. Do you see that? Because I just still have images last season of teams just cutting through Liverpool way too easily, and the want for that player who can just sit in front of the back four and break up play.
I'll be honest with you, Sam. I think Liverpool have hoodwinked a lot of journalists this year. in the summer. You know, there was a conversation
with Arnie Slot's future. Probably was the main one, right?
And I said to you in April that I'd heard that he was out the door, and he
ITK Ryan Bromwich. You were right, mate.
I did say to you that he was out the door, and he was. But there was a general sense from everybody.
What else are you hearing then, mate? Are you hearing them? You're going to sign number 6 then?
I think that there's a chance that they'll bring in 3 wingers. I think there's a chance.
You think as many as 3?
I genuinely think there is. I think there's,
and that's including Munoz, who's already through the door.
Yeah. So they'll bring in. So there's a chance that they'll bring in Minset, Barcola, and Mbai.
Right.
And I do hear that there's some interest in wanting to bring in a midfielder. Lamine Kamara is someone that I know there's some interest in there. So I don't think Liverpool are by any means done on the transfer market. I don't think anyone thinks they are.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So you're saying 3 new wingers are going to come in between now and the end of the window.
Yeah.
Why do you think Liverpool haven't signed a winger come ahead of the first game of the season? What I appreciate football doesn't just work because Liverpool want Barkley, Liverpool get Barkley.
Yeah.
But why do you think Liverpool are going into their first game of the season without any of these 3 wingers through the door? What's the hold up been, do you think?
I think the first bit of the hold up was probably Diamonde. I think they're probably more advanced on that than they thought. And they actually put a bid in for him, and then that already shows you Liverpool's cards. And if you think about the signings that they have made,
that's brilliant.
Lovely play.
Gravenberch takes it forward.
Nice play.
That's a really poor pass. Sorry to cut you off there, right? But I think that's Ryan Gravenberch at his best. That's where I like him playing a little bit further forward when he gets the ball in attacking position. Newcastle, Alanga's in. He's 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Alanga scores for Newcastle. That is counter-attacking football at its absolute best. I was just praising Ryan Gravenberch there for taking the ball with his back to goal and moving it forward. 10 seconds later, Newcastle counter-attack, and Anthony Alanga, who I think is a player Newcastle fans would say, when in attacking positions like that, so often doesn't keep his composure. He goes through, slots the ball in the back of the net. And Abby, for all the talk about Liverpool, Newcastle United off to the perfect start.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we were quite open about the fact that the Newcastle team has been ravaged, but at the same time, I've said to both of you, I think that you're kind of overly optimistic about Liverpool just based on the window so far. I know that Ryan's saying otherwise, but that is brilliant football from Newcastle. Perfect attacking play. They've also just completely sliced through.
Well, I've just had a look there at the replay, and I've literally just made the point of needing a number 6 to sit in that midfield and stop counter-attacks, which happened a lot last season. One pass cuts open the whole midfield, and Newcastle win.
Yeah, it's something that I feel like Newcastle massively need. I know what you're saying, Ryan, is that they don't feel they need a 6, but I think we need a ball-winning 6. I think it's clear.
No, I don't think.
The ball-winning 6 there. That goal maybe gets cut
100%.
out.
Yeah,
it's a great.
The finish is really good, and the finish is great. You're right, Abby.
And it's a really good finish and really good play from Alanga. I just also want to say that the needle in this game is massive. You know, the Isak hate is huge. Just reading obviously online about before the game.
Yeah.
And they're on it. Every time he gets the ball, they're going to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Alexander Isak today. You know, when you were saying about Ollie Watkins earlier, about you were saying
he did the same thing.
He did. And potentially even worse.
And I said last season, by the way, that I thought the behaviour was unacceptable.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of needle in this game. I don't think it's ever going to be as clear cut as we were comparing the Brighton.
But if you're a truly world class,
change your tune, haven't you? Now the Newcastle have got 1-0 up.
I never said it. I never said that.
No, I think it was us 2, wasn't it?
Okay,
it wasn't me.
The Isak thing, though, if he is truly world class, though, you want that, don't you? You want that kind of that vitriol from the fans, and you'll go and score a goal. Interestingly, I mean, I was listening to some previews of Newcastle's season, and one of the big things was that they wanted Alanga to show up. 0 goals in 32 games last season. He's already one better off, and it was a good finish, confident finish.
We spoke earlier, didn't we, about PSR and how PSR can work against Newcastle and Aston Villa. And while that might be true, I'd also say with Newcastle that last summer, the money that they did spend on players in Voltemada, in Vissa, in Elanga, over £100 million spent on those players, all 3 of them were nowhere near good enough for Newcastle last season.
No, absolutely not. They were terrible last year. I mean, Voltemada started strong, but then massively tailed off. I think Elanga, everyone knows he was really below par. Even Anthony Gordon, I know they didn't bring him in last summer, but he had a poor season. He was better in Europe, but he had a really poor season as well, I think, domestically. So again, look, I'll be honest, like, you're looking at Newcastle, they were going very stale under
Isak! Liverpool, do you know what? Liverpool won down, but I actually think they're working the ball quite nicely in midfield and playing with a little bit of...
So far, this is the most exciting game of the weekend.
A little bit of fizz there, and Frimpong got to the byline and he just pulled the ball back into a danger area.
Really
and I just thought for a second that Isak was going to get his shot shot away, but he wasn't able to. Do you remember the game last year? Newcastle played Liverpool when Isak was still at Newcastle, and it was a really emotional game, and you could feel the intensity. And Anthony got 3-2. It was Ingemoa scored the last-minute goal, and Anthony Gordon ended up getting sent off because he ended up clattering into Van Dijk, didn't he? So I guess from a Newcastle point of view, Abby, they've got to make sure that you can be aggressive, but also they've got to keep their heads and not do anything stupid like last season.
Yeah, like last season. But I think it's their first game. If this was at Liverpool, I think it's a different story. But it's their first home game as well. It's the first time Isak's coming back. It's the first game under a new manager. I think last season it was going really stale under Eddie Howe. I don't necessarily think that. I don't think that's necessarily all Eddie Howe's fault. And I think that what he has done and what he did for Newcastle is incredible. The journey that he took them on, picked them up when they were in relegation, and got them their first trophy in God knows how many years. It was like 50 years, wasn't it? Or something like that. And then got them into Champions League. So he did amazing things with them. But I think the squad it did need a bit of a freshen up. It did maybe some new ideas as well from a coaching level. And we'll see. Like we said, they've lost a lot of players as well. It's going to be difficult, but you can't knock them for their fight and determination so far. The first 8 minutes they've been brilliant.
And quality as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the goal was a really well scored goal. Yeah, and Anthony Elanga has put Newcastle ahead, but Liverpool, since going a goal down, have moving the ball relatively nicely. Chance for Gakpo inside the box. His shot is blocked. It comes back to Gakpo. Newcastle have got enough bodies in and around Cody Gakpo, Lee, and Liverpool continue to search for that equaliser.
Yeah, there's no surprise that we'll see goals in this game. There was 5 in that game you mentioned, 4-1 at Anfield as well, wasn't it? And obviously this game historically has been one of the great Premier League head-to-heads, hasn't it? With the Stan Collymore game, and there's been a few others as well back in the day when there were was that 4-3 or was it 5-4? I can't remember. There was like some crazy games between these two. So yeah, you'd expect it to be open, but I think Liverpool started really well. Obviously, notwithstanding the fact that they've conceded a breakaway goal, they've looked pretty good. Maybe a little bit snatching at things in the final third, but a little bit of composure in the final third, and you'd expect them to get back into this game. Liverpool are currently 13-8 to win it. A goal down. Remember there were odds on when they. Not sure what's going on here. Maybe a little bit of play acting, but
hasn't he?
But yeah,
I don't know what's going on here. Now Sula's trying to drag him up off the floor, but Kirkes doesn't want to get up. Oh no, he's got him up. He's got him up and he's giving him a pat on the back. Everything's fine. If I could change one thing about football, it would be that they didn't roll around. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
I love it when players get fouled, even if it's bad, and just bounce back up and get on with it.
The injury, though, don't they? That's the main thing.
Oh, man, it was just a bit like handbags, as he used to call it.
Oh, it's so dramatic, man.
He did get a shin in the head, to be fair, but
it was so meanly. I mean, he just got kicked in the head, mate. You're
he got a
mocking
shin
him.
in the head. Not that bad, though.
He got booed in the head, mate.
I think his bun. His bun would have cushioned it, though, wouldn't it? The bun must have cushioned the shin.
The man bun's back in, isn't it?
Would you get a man bun?
No, probably not.
No man bun.
I've gone for. I've just had a look at myself. I've got a lot of gel in my hair today, haven't I? By the way, I've gone for the Roberto De Zerbi today, haven't I?
Just spiky gel.
Yeah, just a spiky jelly in the hair.
Gel.
Not massively keen on Newcastle's top, by the way.
Why not?
Massively keen on your hair. Yeah.
No, the hair looks great.
It's the same bloody hair as me.
I know.
Not really.
I'm not talking about your hair. I'm talking about Newcastle's top.
What's up with their top?
I think the stripes are a little bit around the shoulders. I don't like the blue and the. I don't like that.
Yeah, does Newcastle? Is that a new thing? Blue in Newcastle?
I don't remember that. There's too many pinstripes in the front of it. It should just be black and white.
It's nice football.
Ball.
Yeah, Lewis Hall doing really, really well there to set Harvey Barnes away, but Liverpool managed to clear. Anything else, Lee, that's annoying you? Man buns, rolling on Newcastle's top?
No, I don't. Man buns don't annoy me.
No, they don't.
No, just the.
I like a man bun.
Do you?
Yeah.
You wouldn't date a guy with a man bun, though, would you? You wouldn't marry a man with a man bun. Like, you wouldn't, would you? It's a lot, isn't it? If he takes more time than you to get ready in the mornings, Cheaper's got to deal with it. He's done well.
I don't know.
That was a long ball forward that Alisson wins the header, then comes to Visser, and Alisson's off his line, but his shot is badly executed, and it goes out. It feels a bit frantic at the moment, doesn't it? It feels like maybe from a Liverpool point of view, you want to take the sting out of the atmosphere a little bit.
Yeah, but a goal will always do that.
Yeah.
You know, like you can they always say, don't you? You can come up with a plan and take a punch in the face, and then all of a sudden it'll ask different questions entirely. So, I don't mind. Liverpool need to just take 5-10 minutes and stabilise a little bit here, and then you'll.
Are you happy with Frimpong being Liverpool's first choice right back this season?
It depends what type of version Iraola can get out of him, to be honest. because he's worked wonders with full-backs in the past. So there's a chance that he could do that. I think there's a chance you'll see Araujo play quite a lot in that position.
Right back, you think?
To be honest, yeah, I think he will, especially in the bigger games. There's a chance, just offers you a bit more solidity. And there's quotes from like Vinicius Junior where he talks about coming up against Araujo and at his best just locked him out of the game. So there's definitely that. I think what's tricky for Liverpool is they're going to obviously have Frimpong and Rio down the right side. Now, Frimpong's incredibly attacking, but also there's question marks for Rio because he's still a young.
He sometimes switches off, doesn't he?
Well, it's just his defensive side of the game. He just needs to mature that, doesn't he? And I think the goal, I mean, if you look at what Iraola said before this, it's about trying to get the risks right. So, they will overcommit at times, but they've got to try and make a judgment on when they do that, and if it's a calculated risk. And to be honest with you, if Gakpo gets the shot off, which he should in a much better way, because he slices his shot, but the chance for Liverpool, I mean, Gakpo's basically on the edge of the box, and if he gets a cleaner shot on goal, he gets a corner or something like that, and that doesn't happen. So I don't think Liverpool were massively overexposed there, if you like, because they should have done more up top.
Yeah, that was just Frimpong there who came forward and his pass wasn't good enough. That, though,
surely not.
Oh, that's unlucky. Lewis Hall with a 50-yard ball across the other side of the pitch. Nancy Langer just can't keep it in. Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0. It's been a frantic opening 30 minutes. Liverpool maybe just at times, certainly on the counter, start looking a little bit susceptible. But yeah, it's Nancy Langer who's given Newcastle the lead after a couple of minutes' time. Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0. Abby, what have you made of the opening 14 minutes?
It's been good. It's been end-to-end. It's been lively. It's had a little bit of bite, bit of nibble. I've actually really enjoyed it, to be fair. I thought this would be an exciting game. I didn't think it would be Newcastle just kind of down in the dumps, despite the window so far. I thought it would have the bite to it that I've seen. I do think from a Liverpool standpoint, as I've said before, I think you've still definitely got work to do in this window. Obviously, I think you'll have an outgoing as well. I still think Cody Gakpo will probably end up
Spurs, yeah, I agree, yeah.
I think I really, really like Rio. But do you want to have your whole reliance on Rio?
I don't think they will.
Because of Barcola?
No, I just think if they sell Gakpo, they won't do that. They will bring in more bodies. And as I said, I think there's a chance even. And I mean, I think it would be quite a bold statement from Liverpool if they did that. But Iraola's talked a lot about his wingers and the versatility of them playing on both sides. Yeah. And I also think as well, the big thing about the six for me is also a strength and depth question. Because if you bring somebody in, I know they've got Trey Ione, the nation, but he's not at that stage just yet, I don't think, personally, to be making the impact to get Liverpool to a title, I think if you bring that in, that means that you free up Szoboszlai. He could go and play right wing if you needed to. If Wirtz gets injured, you've got a 10 there in Szoboszlai. So it allows you to utilise the versatility more of Szoboszlai.
The midfield looks light on numbers as well as personnel, doesn't it? Especially with Curtis Jones leaving as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. But also that's because we're not really factoring in Ione there. And lots of people feel like McAllister's not to the level that he wants. But once you start to look at a few players like that, then I think it's slightly different. I'm not going to judge Liverpool until after the transfer window to see who they bring in, because that will have a significant impact on how they're going forward. Even Iraola said he sees them very thin, which is strong language, to be honest with you.
I think it's true. I think you do look thin. So,
and he also says something else in one of his pressers about Liverpool not being able to run for 90 minutes. He also kind of questioned the fitness marks of it.
I think he came back to correct that comment.
Oh, he did? Okay, fair enough.
He wasn't talking about fitness. He was actually talking about all parts of the game, because his style relies on
running, right?
Concentrate on everything. No, but he's talking about other managers probably let you off in certain parts of the game as long as you do you do what they want overall. Whereas I think with him, it's like, no, you need to be on it at every point, and I want you chasing down at this point and that point and this point. And I think he's got that. He was explaining that was the origin of his comments essentially.
Rio and Gamo's got the ball. Liverpool right hand side outside the box, tries to stand it up to the back post to Cody Gakpo. In fact, to Alexander Isak. Alexander Isak's got the ball now. Liverpool out on the right hand side. Newcastle with everybody behind the ball. Isak out on the left hand side. Lots of options in the box for Liverpool. Antti Langer does really, really well though to force him out wide. It comes back to Kerkez, who crosses. Thiaw Tavasi shoots, and the keeper does really well to get down low. And the new goalkeeper gets a big, strong left hand on it. It goes out for a corner for Liverpool.
Better from Wirtz, that though, isn't it? I mean, when we didn't really see him,
I think he's looked sharp, Ryan,
in that position quite often under Slot last year, and he gets onto it quite well. You know, he gets good power on the ball. It's good direction, and it's heading into the far corner.
Yeah, it's a good save.
Keeper does
A thumb, wasn't it? Got a thumb on it in the end.
Took a bit like a bounce as well before it got to him as well. The corner comes in. And Van Dijk gets his head onto it, and then it comes out to Kirkes, and that was a rash.
I think he was fearing the other end there, wasn't he? I think for him it was like, I don't want to, because that's my biggest bugbear in football, that when someone takes a shot on the edge of the area and you are like lopsided, and if it takes a ricochet, you are completely
counter attack, or like a little bit.
And the one time that I always remember that was United in the FA Cup when Harvey Elliott 3-3, and Harvey Elliott tries to take a
Ahmad go through and score
on the edge of the area, and he shoots and it comes off the thigh of Ahmad, and then there's two racing forward and he score. You know, and it's like, no, don't you just play sensible.
So essentially, you're saying there on the edge of the box, that was a defensive clearance from Milos Kirkes.
Yeah,
I quite like that. I quite like that.
I like that. I genuinely think he went, nah, I'll just play safe here.
The counter-attack might be on.
Smash it into the stands.
If in doubt,
smash it out.
If in doubt, clear your lines. There we go.
Definitely. I definitely think that was probably in his thinking a little bit, because he didn't try and curve that in. He didn't take a moment to put his foot on the ball. He just thought, I'm just going to leather this at somewhere or another, and it's probably not going to go where I need it to go.
Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0. What do you think we're going to see this season, Abby, from Florian Wirtz? So I felt a bit for him last season that, you know, he obviously came with a big price tag, and I think there were times where he would frustrate me, maybe holding on for the ball a little bit too long, being a bit inconsistent. But I also don't think he was helped by the fact that he came into a team that was a bit all over the place, the manager playing him in lots of different positions, etc. But
brilliant.
Do you think we'll see the best from him this season?
I think for your sake, you absolutely have to. It's a lot of money spent if we want to bring money into it.
No, big money.
Look, I think you can give grace for the fact that last season it's his first full season in the Premier League. Plus, there was so much going on at Newcastle. Oh my God, why can't I talk?
Liverpool.
So much going on at Liverpool as well. But I do think you need more from him. I mean, 5 goals, 3 assists last season. Yeah. It's not a great return on a player that you spent all that money on.
But if you look at the money argument now, he went for 100 million plus 15 add-ons, right? Now, if you look at someone like Savinho scores 2 last year for City, I mean, and he's gone for 85 million. You look at Gakpo, who might go to Tottenham. You look at Ekitike was our top scorer last year, but there's players of that nature who are going for like 80, 90 million.
But this is why I say that I think the market's absolutely crazy.
Screwed from a Liverpool perspective. You look at it now and think, actually, Wirtz, yes, he was a massive outlay, but when you look at the players that are also going for that type of money, Boadi's just gone for 100
million pounds.
But again, the market's insane. It is ridiculous.
I think that might help Wirtz, is what I'm saying, in the sense of his price tag isn't like, he's not out on even Liverpool when he brought in Isak's helped that a little bit, because he's not like the big buy that they brought. He's a massive outlay, of course.
Do you think now that you know the right position for Florian Wirtz? I feel like last season there was quite a lot of argument over actually where does he fit?
I don't think Slot was playing down the side of. I don't think Slot was getting the best out of his 10 or his 9. That's a good play.
Oh yeah, Liverpool work really well. I'll tell you what, just Ryan Gravenberch is finding lots of space in between the Newcastle's midfield and defence, and sometimes that's true.
That's the gamble, isn't it?
Whether it's the centre backs or Szoboszlai, they're finding him a lot in lots of space. He got it there in a good position, was really good. He managed to turn out to Gakpo. Kirkes on the overlap. Ball goes across the face of goal. Keeper pushes it away. But Liverpool, just in the last 5 or so minutes, having a little bit of control, a little bit of possession, and asking some questions of this Newcastle defence.
I think also last season, like traditionally, Liverpool don't massively play with a 10. Like they haven't really, like bar maybe like Coutinho. So I think that was maybe an adaptation for you guys as well. Plus Arne Slot just a bit all over the place. I think Iraola's a great manager.
He must have had a say, mustn't he? He must have had a say in bringing in Wirtz.
Who?
Slot.
Yeah,
he must have had some of a say.
I don't know. How much does Slot have a say? I think that was always the question.
Well, after he won the league, he wouldn't have.
But judging by how he used his new signings earlier on the season,
he doesn't look like
he looked like a bloke that rocked up to training versus, well, hang on a minute, how am I supposed to get the best out of Wirtz, Isak, Ekitike, etc.?
He looked like he didn't actually know what anyone's best position was. So I think Iraola probably already, it speaks for itself, the way in which he's utilised him in pre-season and here. So you would think he's going to have a better season than last year.
I still would think.
But you do need to start seeing that. And also, because you haven't got the Mo Salah anymore, and your front line has changed so dramatically over the last few years, not having Diaz, obviously Jota, Salah, like you need these new players, including Alexander Isak, to have a really good season. Ekitike was by far the most prolific out of all of those last season. Obviously, he's out for a long period of time too. So if you look back at your season last year, other than Szoboszlai, I think everyone else was nowhere near it.
That's absolutely fair.
Yeah, but there's a question around fitness last year, wasn't there? And it's actually funny. I think the reason why Szoboszlai was the standout player is because he's just a physical beast in general. Whereas everybody else, when they were 5% off the level, looked so undercooked.
Yeah.
And there's a conversation around that was obviously driven by the training methods and a large part Arne Slot. And I think, Liverpool fans, I think some Liverpool, I think there's some criticism in some quarters around Liverpool wanting to get rid of Slot, even though he just won the league the year before. But I think what they felt was he's not utilising the big money purchases, the Salah replacements, if you like, in any way. He's not showing any signs of doing that. He's not getting a tune out of this team. And the style of play is only heading in one direction. It's not getting fans off the feet. It's not Fans can't buy into it. So Liverpool made quite the ruthless decision.
But when the board went when the board went and hired,
sorry, can we write down there 23 minutes to taking the Newcastle player to land into Alexander Isak?
Imagine the noise.
Yeah.
Limbs.
All there.
Limbs.
He was like,
especially when he didn't get a free kick for it.
Sorry, did he not get a free kick for that?
No.
Yeah, absolutely. That is. Osula's in here, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Alisson does well. That was some through ball there from Johan Vissa outside of his boot. Osula goes through on goal. Xhaka gets the wrong side of him, doesn't want to bring him down. Alisson gets forward, and I think Osula just can't sort his feet out. That ball, though, from Vissa is absolutely brilliant. Alisson comes out and just about does it. In fact, I think to be fair to Xhaka, I think he might get something on the ball before Osula manages to get a shot away. In fact, I think Xhaka does well to come back in there and get something on the ball.
I think that's probably he's going to take a couple of weeks. I think where he just gets a little bit used to the Premier League intensity as well. I think he'll be a bit sharper 4 or 5 games in where you see that, but he still see his calmness. I don't think, although he's sort of backpedaling and he's falling, he's still got
in control.
He's still got a right mind. I think Xhaka, in the way that he's prodded that back, he doesn't look like he's sort of with Kirkhead when he first come in last year. I mean, we were saying it with the amount of times he went to ground.
Yeah.
Dive in at challenges.
Even Canate last. How often did Canate go to ground and give away stupid free kicks and penalties, right?
Nice.
Space for that's a free Szoboszlai there, just got the wrong side of Johan Vissa and about 25 yards out. There's enough contact to bring him down. And that's going to be a free kick for Liverpool in Dominic Szoboszlai territory. In fact, if anything, is it too close for Szoboszlai, this one? I think he probably can get it over the wall. But
was it the Sunderland free kick yesterday? Was it Sunderland or the Ipswich one?
I'll be honest, I didn't watch them. It was Sunderland, wasn't it? Yeah. It was a long time ago now. Ipswich beat Sunderland and Everton beat Palace, wasn't it?
Watch that free kick back. Yeah. It was unreal.
No, it was a good free kick, wasn't it? But yeah, Dominic Szoboszlai here, 25 yards out, very, very more right than central, but we know he's great at getting his laces through the ball. In fact, I reckon this could be a good distance, about 25 yards out, and you imagine you want to get his laces over that ball and try and beat the goalkeeper here, right?
Yeah, he's got that in him, hasn't he? Of like taking the game by the scruff of the neck and delivering a little bit of parity when we need it. So
I think the keeper's had a decent start. I mean, this is a big test for him, but he's had a decent start. He made
put the mockers on him here, haven't you?
The save was strong, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then he kind of got his hand to that good Kirkhead's ball across that pullback, wasn't it?
Just looks so inviting that far.
He looks quite over to his side, the right hand side. Szoboszlai into the wall.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so many times you can recreate it, isn't it? I'm sure he's practicing on that technique though, and it became a staple of last season, that, didn't it?
Are you worried, like, defensively or not this season?
Not necessarily, no, because it all depends on what I think Liverpool will finish third, probably. Mm-hmm. That's where I think. So I'm sort of accepting that there will be games where they look a bit ragged or they don't quite get it right or whatever, but it won't be for the lack of effort. It'll be for the lack of it'll be something that they've taken a gamble when they shouldn't have taken a gamble, and then they'll rectify that in later games in the season. So not really. And also as well, we talk about the 6, but I actually think Gravenberch and Szoboszlai by instruction are being told to push that high by Iraola. So it's sort of irrelevant if you've got it's not the profile if he's telling them to go that far forward, because he's obviously told Wirtz to stay further forward, so he is instructing his players to put them in certain parts of the pitch. So again, that might not even be a profile thing. That might be him saying, I don't want you sitting, I want you pushing up when you can, pressing when you can.
Yeah, and he is he's a manager that does love to press high, but then defensively, does that not worry you slightly a little bit? Because Frimpong, brilliant going forward, but not the greatest defensively. Playing such a high line.
Not necessarily, no, because I think the Liverpool's best years under Klopp sometimes was when, I mean, to be honest with you, the key to this, Abs, is how much Alisson has declined, if he has. Because Alisson, under Klopp was the best one-on-one shot stopper for years. But Liverpool always seeded a big chance, and he was always there to bail them out of it. But that was part of the strategy. They knew that they were always going to have to get, they were always going to concede something of that nature in the game whenever that happened. It was always possible in the way Liverpool played, but that was the consequence because they thought the risk and the reward outweighed the risk. So I think there's a degree of that. And look, it's going to take a little bit of time for him to get that right with these Liverpool players. And he should say, we're not going to be 100% in the first game of the season, but it's not an excuse for results. So I'm interested to see. And also, I think the big thing about Liverpool, the question mark I definitely would have about Liverpool is leadership. And I really want to see the likes of Szoboszlai come to the fore in that front and take the grain by the scruff of the neck if it's needed, and the likes of Vert and Isak stepping up. The concern I had about Isak was he sort of wanted to fade into the background a little bit last year and ease his way in. And I thought, we've just bought you for £125 million, mate. You're supposed to be the guy. As a youth, Florian Vert, you're supposed to be our guys, and because they had Salah, I suppose they could sort of allow that to happen. But I was like, you're our sort of future. You're our next 5-10 years, and you need to step up. And I think they just sort of thought, well, we'll ease our way into the season, and that didn't help Liverpool. But they've got no hiding place now because they don't have someone like Salah who's going to bail them out if they have a poor game, which 9 times out of 10 he did. And when he didn't last year, that's when the microscope sort of tightens even further, doesn't it?
Okay.
30 minutes in then, it's still Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0. It was Anthony Elanga who gave Newcastle the lead after the first couple of minutes. A wonderful through ball from Will Osula on the counter-attack for Newcastle. Elanga went through on goal and put the ball in the back of the net. Since that goal in the last 25 minutes, it has been Liverpool that have dominated possession. I think Liverpool actually moving the ball quite quickly. I'm liking some of the positions that Gravenberch and Wirtz are getting into. Only one chance for Liverpool. That was a Florian Wirtz shot from close range, which the goalkeeper Hornacek did well to get down to his right-hand side and push it his way. Harvey Barnes cuts in field now for Newcastle, but Frimpong, he's giving away a free kick. I thought Frimpong did well there to follow Harvey Barnes, and he's booked him as well. I thought
the Kirkes one was a bit.
I thought Frimpong got something on the ball. I thought it was good fullback play. He followed his man, was strong, didn't go to ground, and then does he get something on the ball? That angle maybe wasn't the best there. I think it's maybe a
He's just booked Kirkes, unless it was like some sort of totting up. I didn't think the Kirkes one was a bookie. He's just booked 2 Liverpool players within 60 seconds of each other, and I thought both were soft, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's a good test, isn't it, for Liverpool's fullbacks and the calm of the fullbacks. They're both on yellow cards now.
Yeah, Frimpong, you're absolutely right, mate. Good shout. Frimpong and Kirkes both booked within the first. And you think the pace of, Elanga, it's so dangerous. But it's going to be a free kick for Newcastle. Kind of in a pretty similar distance from what Szoboszlai had a minute or so ago for Liverpool, 25 yards out, quite on the right-hand side. Will Osula and Lewis Hall are ball. Lee, do you think Newcastle are, not clinging on, that's maybe a bit harsh, but they're dropping deeper and deeper, Newcastle, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't think they look particularly... they're not struggling with Liverpool though. Liverpool it's that final ball, isn't it? They're passing the ball around quite nicely, a bit like Man City earlier on. Maybe a little bit more. Let's watch this.
So Osula over the wall. He doesn't. He goes into the wall, comes back to him, left foot shot, takes a deflection. Corner for Newcastle.
Yeah, maybe other than that counter attack, what have they done?
No, they've not done much, but they're also not under great pressure, are they? It's not like they're getting peppered. Liverpool, it's that final ball. I think Liverpool are getting better. At this stage, I'd be thinking Liverpool could easily win this game. I think they could, if they got a goal, I think they could go on and they could really push Newcastle back. But Newcastle are just happy to sit in and play on the counter, aren't they? So
yeah, that's exactly
Liverpool Liverpool are 2-1 to win this match, and I think that's a decent price, to be fair.
Lewis Hall's got a corner for Newcastle. That's a really good defensive header there from Jeremy Jacquet. Big, strong, powerful header. Lewis Hall goes on the outside now. Wirtz does really well to follow him, wins the ball back. And then comes forward, and now he can set away Alexander Isak. Isak's got space to run into. He's got Ngamoa for company, and he's got lots of bodies on the right-hand side, including Jeremy Frimpong. The ball a little bit behind him. Frimpong, he's always a bit rash, isn't he, sometimes there, right? Like, that was a really bad ball into the box.
There's been a lot of that, though.
Gives Newcastle back possession. I'm worried about Frimpong on a yellow card here, by the way.
Yeah, Ngamoa's had a couple of opportunities, and the final ball into feet has been really poor. And as soon as they get to the 18-yard box, it's like they get a bit of a rush of blood to the head. There's been a couple of decent balls in, but generally it's always been either straight. Oh, that's terrible from Newcastle.
It's funny because I remember last year Liverpool, or it was the year we won the league actually, Liverpool played Ipswich away, and the first half of that you thought, oh my God, they looked so vulnerable. They didn't concede, but they looked so vulnerable. And in the second half, it was chalk and cheese, the performance. It was completely different, the way they come out. And I suppose this is, you have to look at the game state. You're 1-0 down, you're at St James's Park. There's, as you said, a little bit of needle to it. They only need to get themselves a goal, and all of a sudden it changes the entire complexion of the match, And they've got match winners in that team.
Yeah, they've got enough quality in there, don't they, to break down that Newcastle defence. By the way, Unai Emery on whether Ollie Watkins refused to play. The question is for him. I can't answer. I can only answer with my silence. I can't explain. He can, which I think pretty much tells us that it wasn't Ollie Watkins' decision today not to play for Aston Villa. Ryan Ngamoa's got the ball for Liverpool down on this right-hand side. Lewis Hall being ultra-aggressive there, but Liverpool keep possession. And Liverpool win another free kick, and this time it's Ryan Gravenberch. And the referee, he's quite happy, isn't he, this referee? He's had the third yellow card now? That's the fourth yellow card.
He's a Coldplay fan.
He's a what?
He's a Coldplay fan.
Oh, because of yellow.
There you go.
Not your best one, Ryan, I have to say.
I don't think that's a yellow either.
Sorry?
I would never have got that.
No, I got it.
No, I actually thought Lee would get it.
No, I got it.
I was there, but you just beat me to it.
Yeah, it wasn't good, though.
That's why I said it to Lee.
Yeah.
Why not me? I like Coldplay.
Well, he says it's a dad joke.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm not dad. Dominic Szoboszlai's got a free kick at Liverpool, 25 yards out, whips it in. That's a good defensive header there from Malik Thiaw, and it comes back out to where's Dan Burn, by the way? What's going on with Big Dan Burn after a legendary? Oh, was he injured?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. I just heard them say.
Oh, he's not on the squad. Apologies. There we go. He's injured. Forget about that then. I thought he was fit. No Dan Burn here.
Shattered from his substitute appearance.
Good substitute appearances. Abby, going to come to you again on this one. What do you make of Matthias Jeißler's fit today as the Newcastle manager?
You know what? I like the fit.
Yeah, I
really like it.
He looks like
clean.
He looks like
he's come out of Succession.
Yeah, Lee.
He does look. That's exactly what. That is a great shout.
Lee, I'm just going to be honest with you here, mate. I went to Abby for a reason on fashion.
No, that's fine.
Okay, Abby, can we?
No, but I knew she'd like it.
Yeah, I did like it. It's very.
The Succession shout is perfect.
Why? I haven't seen Succession.
Yeah, when you watch it, you'll.
I think of Matthias Jeißler, the Newcastle manager.
He could be in the cast. Like that's what he looks like.
Thing is, though, if I just like, would you not just put a pair of trackies on though?
No, but I don't.
Must be easier, mustn't it?
I don't really love trackie managers. Like.
Oh, you don't?
I quite like it when managers dress up.
Do you?
Yeah.
You know when
what would you wear?
You know when Dyche went to Forest.
What I wear?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I think there's a time and a place for a tracksuit. Like I think probably like winter months.
Yeah.
Yeah, more tracksuit. I get that, like because it's cold, it's raining,
and it's just comfy, right? Isn't it? Like...
But I think like when the sun's out, or if it's a big game or like opening game of the season, I think you should look nice. Do you know who had great fits?
in the summer?
No, you got a t-shirt.
Do you know who had great fits? Mikel Arteta and Cesc Fabregas.
Do you Mikel Arteta?
Well, he does actually dress quite nicely, but like they had the game against Como.
Yeah.
Honestly, they had like identical outfits on, and
they look fresh.
Cesc in particular looked wonderful. Yeah, it's just great fit.
Yeah, he's also a good-looking man, which probably helps Cesc Fabregas, isn't it?
Yeah, but just like they just very clean, clean outfits.
Sorry, what can you say about Sean Dyche, mate?
When he went to Forest, he kind of like it was like a tribute to Brian Clough, wasn't it? He wore that red trackie. He just wore a trackie all the time. Obviously, Clough was famous for kind of wearing his kind of sports casuals. I thought that was an interesting.
But I think Sean Dyche used to always be like proper suit and tie manager.
Yeah.
I think actually Everton, he went to the trackie for the first time.
Right.
And I remember asking Sean Dyche about it. I thought I'd have a little bit of fun with Sean Dyche. He wasn't having it. He wasn't particularly enamoured about me asking him about why he's wearing a tracksuit.
I'm trying to show.
He was a bit like, yeah, come on, mate. Ask me
Ask me about the football.
You can't see it properly, but this is basically what they were in Succession.
It's a man in a white shirt and a jacket.
But it's just he just looks like
crisp blue shirt.
I honestly don't really know much about him, to be honest with you.
Oh, well, I'm glad you done prep for the show, Abby.
I don't. Do you know much?
5 trophies in 5 successful.
Did you get that off the screen when that flashed up? Yeah, if I could have told you that part. Yeah, I don't know much about him in terms of his managerial career. I didn't really know who he was when they
Stick with
appointed
us for
him.
more analysis.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was.
They didn't know.
They didn't know.
But they didn't know. People watching that had watched that. You could have just let me have that.
No,
you said.
Yeah,
you're not
quite
gonna dig-
professional, Abby.
No, you're not going to dig me out. Absolutely not.
To be fair, we weren't digging you out. You literally, off your own back, just said, I know nothing about this.
Lovely, go on.
I don't. But I don't believe anyone else did before he arrived in Newcastle.
Go on, Flo.
No, they didn't. You're right.
Exactly.
Verts inside the box. So, that's so
looking
unlucky.
nice.
Yeah, I know. Look to try and stand it up there to Dominic Szoboszlai. I thought was going to come onto it and hit it first time. But Liverpool here really turning the screw. We've got 7 minutes to go until half time. Szoboszlai into Isak. Good defending there from Botman. Ingamoa now been quiet in this first 37 minutes. Up against Lewis Hall. He comes back to Frimpong. Is the delivery there from Frimpong? Puts in a decent ball.
I'd like to see Rio Ingamoa take him on.
I haven't seen him take him on once.
No, I'd love to see that.
But this is the kid. He's a young lad, isn't he? You know, and I'm sure against Lewis Hall, he's a quality fullback.
Take him on then.
But for a young lad, what I'm saying is, you know, some games you'll see him really bright because you might think, I've got the beating of him today. And every single time, he's got a bit of trickery for him. Whereas someone like Lewis Hall, who's calm, who's, you know, he could go for quite a big fee to United if that's towards the back end of the window. I know, I agree with you, but in the sense of like, you know, he's one of their star players for Newcastle. I just think there's a degree of like, he's a young lad. This is the thing about for me about not putting too much pressure on his shoulders. Yes, give him minutes. Yes, we need to try and nurture that talent that he's got. But if that was Gakpo having that performance, you'd be saying the same thing. You know, you need someone who's going to offer you that tear up at this stage.
Can I ask you a question on Gakpo?
Yeah.
So is it just...
Yes, you can have him.
No, it's not that. It's the most frustrating thing that you've had with Gakpo over the years is the lack of consistency, right?
No, I think he's too predictable at times. And that came out so much last season. But I think Liverpool fans, again, I said about short memories, the year when Liverpool won the league, he was integral to that. Absolutely integral to that. I know we had Diaz, but remember Diaz used to play as the false nine in that team. He wasn't playing on the left side. Gakpo was. So Gakpo was scoring crucial goals. I remember in the same week he scored the same type of goal against Real Madrid and Manchester City.
Yeah.
You know, so he's a big game, but he can't turn up in massive games.
Yeah.
And you see him, you know, once he's got the bit between his teeth, there was also another game he played in the Carabao
very
Cup.
good for Netherlands as well.
Yeah, but he played a game in the Carabao Cup away at Brighton. And, oh my God, Zab, for half
What
an
a
hour,
hit.
He
Yeah.
just took the game. He went, I'm not having this. I'm just going to score 2 or 3. And he just did.
Why is it that, or what is it about him that I feel like most Liverpool fans
Last season he really struggled, and Ryan Hughes, he was very predictable last season, where it felt like we had 9 months of him getting the ball on the left-hand side, cutting in on his right foot,
Blasting
and
at the shins.
cutting in to 3 defenders there.
and he was
just
also
hitting
like the
defenders.
poster
He
boy
was-
for Arne Slot.
Yeah, and then also another thing as well is that we had Rio Ingamoa. I think Liverpool fans wanted to see more of. I mean, I know we'll talk maybe Spurs at the break because I know you've got some in transfer news coming into us, but in fact I'll save it for the ad break. But I'm writing down all the attacking players you're going to have if you sign Marmoush, Savinho, and Gakpo.
Go on, feed him.
Gavin Birch, 25 yards out, has a shot,
That's
bounces
the
off
wrong
Sven
decision
Botman.
there.
I'll come back to you.
No, crack on. I just was curious because I don't feel like there's a lot of love between like Liverpool and Gakpo. And he's been there quite a long time.
But this is the thing, Abs. I mean, like,
usually you like quite well.
I
usually
suppose
love players. Like,
again, this is the
too
difference
much,
between online supporters and those that watch the team week in, week out in a different way and maybe have a bit more realism to it. But I look at Liverpool. Liverpool are about to spend probably another 120 million on someone like Barcola. And the people who are writing Barcola off from conversations I've had about, is he good enough? Is he the player that we need? I think he's just won the Champions League back to back. When was the last time Liverpool bought a player who just won the Champions League back to back? I can't remember last time we brought someone who was like unbelievable. And obviously you talk about like Isak at the time, a massive talent in the league, but you know, maybe someone like Thiago was oh my God, what an extraordinary buy he was from Bayern Munich, because it felt like we were getting someone from him that was just this next level up, and we were buying him from a club who didn't really want to let him go. They did because of his fitness, I think, now, but it was like the same with Barcola, and you know, it's only because PSG have this strange sort of rotation system that they're probably happy with him sort of getting a fee for him, and he didn't want to sign a new contract as well.
Yeah.
I think was the big part for Barcola. But I do sit there thinking, and even on the right side, like, oh, well, why can't we get someone like Hendrick? And I'm thinking, well, I've inquired about Hendrick, and from what we're understanding, and Real Madrid don't want to let him go, so Liverpool then going to go and find an alternative. And they go, oh, well, we need someone like Salah when we bought Salah for 40 million. Okay, so you go and bring in Minter. Well, what did he do last season for Bayern? He's got all the attributes of someone like Salah.
Yeah.
So what do you want? You know, you
can't make everyone
exactly what you want. Like, and I look at, you know, we talk about Liverpool's midfield. Gravenberch today has been so clever and in progressing that play forward. Yes, he's defensively not your you're not your most solid and fierce in games where you need him to be, and that does get shown up at times. But look at how much he's brought to the
I think Gravenberch is great. I just think you need a little bit extra in that midfield. I do.
But what happens is if you've got Wirtz, you've got Szoboszlai and Gravenberch, so someone has to come out of that midfield.
No, I get that, but I think also depth as well. Like, you know, who knows? I can only think of like the last couple of seasons with injuries and stuff like that. It's just if someone isn't performing to the level, or if there are injuries and you have to kind of dip into the depth, I think you are quite light.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah. Did either you guys were talking? Did you see the Visser when he fouled Gravenberch?
No.
Okay, Visser is on a yellow card, and Gravenberch, I thought, pulled away from Visser and was about to run into lots of empty space, and Visser took him down and fouled him, and there was no second yellow card. So I'm just saying, he was on a yellow card, and like if he didn't have the yellow card, he would have 100% been given a yellow card.
Yeah, that was the worst. That was a more of a yellow card than the other yellows that is handed out.
And again, like I just lack of consistency frustrates fans, but he stopped the counter attack there.
And plus, Visser's boots are.
Well, we're going to have another season of
Visser's boots are a disgrace as well, if you ask me.
Why?
I don't know. They look like he's got
orange.
They're weirdly orange, aren't they?
They're weirdly orange,
luminous orange.
but like Abby's Lucasade.
Yeah.
God, are you nursing that or what? You taking that with you?
I am quite slow with drinks. To be fair.
Crikey!
I do nurse my drinks.
Come on,
I do.
let's try and end this.
It's quite gassy.
Half strong.
I don't like having loads of it.
Ron, have you been a little bit disappointed at the lack of chance Liverpool have created in this half?
Yes and no. I mean, I sort of put it in the context of it's the first game of the season, and
I should have waited.
Can we use that excuse for every team?
Yeah.
If they lost this
feel
weekend?
free, you know, feel free to dip your hand in that.
True,
mate.
right?
First game of the season.
You know,
That don't
it's
really
the first
count.
game
It's like Community Shield don't count.
Well, I wouldn't say it doesn't count. I just mean in the sense of, like, if you look at Tottenham's first game, you know, that wasn't your forward line, was it? You can be completely different.
I counted 9 players Spurs could have in that 11 that wasn't in the 11 yesterday.
Do you know what I mean? That's
coming into the window with the new
point.
signings.
And then last year we won 5.
Need it.
Won the first 5 games of last year. And
No,
then
I remember, mate.
So
Yeah.
Your fault.
It wasn't. I don't think I had any say in it, mate. To be honest with you,
Your fault.
I blamed you all season, by the way, mate.
I'm glad. I'm glad you had a scapegoat.
I got bored of blaming Gakpo, so I started blaming you.
Do you remember there was we did a show quite early on, maybe like November time, where we just what was it? And Ryan just like died.
I remember exactly where it was. We won our first 5 games. We lost in the league to Palace, and I think we got turned over in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Galatasaray away.
Yes.
And Craigie was making the point Liverpool not playing well. There's worrying signs there.
Yeah.
Ryan was very much like no, and I'm sorry, I did go more with Quakers.
Yeah.
I didn't think we were playing
You lost
particularly well.
it, you lost
But
it.
you have since held your hands up, haven't you?
Guys.
No.
We do not gang up on you.
Hang on, we don't. They don't gang up on you. Do you know what it was about? Salah. It was
No, that was a different one. That was much towards the end of the season.
That one.
That wasn't one of our best moments, I don't think, on this show.
When Ryan lost.
I know all of us. I look, but I don't think we
Didn't go on the best bits. Didn't get choked up for the best bits. That one.
We're not putting that in our Arias folder. I thought,
we have a promo video.
Oh, we got a new promo video.
Have
I
we?
was having lunch in the canteen on Monday, and I thought, oh, I'm on TV.
I wasn't on it.
Oh,
I
no.
wasn't on it yet. No, I was on last year.
Never get sent.
The bit
Never
of
gets-
you.
that never gets
I didn't get
sent,
sent
did
it. I went on
Jay.
YouTube and got it.
Come on, Jay. Come on.
The bit of you.
He's washed his
shouting
hands
in
at that.
CJ's face was in it.
Oh, bless
Is the bit where that
Get right in his face like that.
I think yeah.
was the hair touch in there?
No, he's in it. That guy, but the hair touch wasn't
in there.
By
Was
the way, he hasn't been invited back since.
hair touch.
Abby's agent got on the blower. Unbelievable.
He ain't coming back.
Poor precious Abby. Didn't like it.
No, I did not like.
Give it, can't take it.
That was.
I did not like.
That was a mental show, wasn't
That
it?
was great.
For the West Ham Arsenal game,
Honestly,
right?
like that really pushed my limit that
So you
day.
touched the back of your hair, was it?
He went like that.
Oh, that's better. God, you have gel in your hands now.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I don't know why I put so much into that.
No, that was no good. That.
Yeah. All right.
Jamie had to calm me down. He was going to me in my ear. You were going just calm
Unlucky.
down.
No, I like the idea.
Oh, did you wear your headphones? Actually?
Yeah, I just can't. They're just annoying me today.
They annoy
Just
you
annoyed
today.
They're just annoying me.
Okay. My man, I'm managing fine, yeah. Also, maybe I wouldn't want to.
They're also new, so they haven't like.
Yeah,
they're not
I also
bendy
wouldn't want
yet.
to tell you how to live your life, but I'm not being rude, Abby. You're, a lady now into her 30s. Should you be out until 5 o'clock in the morning? No, I'm being serious. A half-time, Newcastle and Liverpool 0. In fact, hold that thought. We'll break. We'll get ourselves a cup of tea, and then I want to ask you why, Abby Summers, at 32, 33 years of age, you're out until 5 o'clock in the morning. It's embarrassing. talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple. Honestly, you're not 21 anymore.
It's embarrassing.
Spurs fans will be on salty crook. You're still bitter from the Europa League final. I just think they've overspent Tottenham. I think they've gone a bit mad in the market.
Talking of which, hello, Kate.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Kate.
Oh, we've missed you, Kate. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good to speak to you, Sam.
Nice to speak
What
to you.
about me and Crookie, Kate?
Oh, Gabby, it's not fair. Nothing's fair. It's not fair.
That's a
honestly.
good accent, that is.
I have never heard in all my years of being a Tottenham fan such salty, crying, pathetic whining from Villa fans as I have at this moment. Your owners, Gabby, have got the opportunity to do what Tottenham have done. Why not build a big stadium? You've got, I think, as far as I know, you've got a piece of kind of parkland near Villa Park.
I like the heritage that Villa Park has got, to be honest.
Well, you can't have your
Well,
cake
then
and
you're
eat
never
it.
going to be a big club. You can't have it all, Gabby.
I think Villa are a bigger club than Spurs. Come on, let's not get silly now.
I'm just laughing at you. You're so funny. We finished 17th and we made 187 million more revenue overall than you in 24-25.
That's because Beyonce loves to come to the Spurs Stadium for gigs.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how you make the money. It's about making the money.
I love Beyonce to come to Villa Park.
Aston Villa, by the way, did a load of concerts to try and raise revenue themselves. They did that, actually, over the course of the last couple of years, which is great for them.
I agree.
But they do need to invest in the infrastructure around Villa
course.
Park, which is going to take time. Do you have to just understand that that is going to be the case?
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are with our very good friends. I should probably put my headphones in, shouldn't I?
Make sure you
before we come back to air. But our ad break chats are so good. It's hard to stay concentrated, isn't it? talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, Sam Ellard, Ollie Phelps, Abby Summers, Ryan Bromwell with you until 6:30. 2 results today to bring you in the Premier League. Brighton dumped Aston Villa 4-0. Villa going down to 10 men. City left it late to turn things around against Bournemouth at home. Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0 at half-time at St James's Park. Lee, I like Liverpool to go on and win this game. Can you give me 3-1 yet or not?
No, 9-4, so just over 2-1 at the minute for the win. I guess you could probably look for maybe a 2-1 correct score. What price would that be? I can work that out for you, but it might creep up. Well, Liverpool 2-1 is correct score is 11-2, so that's not bad, is it?
I like that.
Yeah, I like that one. There's a few price boosts at half time as well. Both teams to score in the second half is 7-4. I think Liverpool probably will I think Liverpool score a couple. I don't see Newcastle scoring again, maybe. Isak to score at any time. Impact sub applies to that as well. So if he goes off without having done it, the sub coming on for him carries your bet on. That's 9-4 as well. Florian Wirtz to score in the match is 9-2. So there's a few pro-Liverpool bets there heading into the second half. But they do need to find a decent final ball. So I think I've been a bit disappointed with that as soon as they get to the 18-yard box.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
agree.
been a bit...
I think lots of decent possession.
I take your point about Rio, being young and it being, but I think...
And also, he's not on his preferred side.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
You know, he spent most of his career down the left side. And, you know, he just went, no, you're going to play on the right.
Gakpo can't cut in on his right foot from the right.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see what he does with that. You know, because this is the thing about the transfer window again. It's a conversation of like, do Liverpool get Barcola in on the left hand side and then keep Rio on the right and give him that opportunity, or are they going to bring someone else as well in as a winger? And I think if they definitely get rid of Gakpo, they should end up with 2 wingers at least, maybe possibly 3. And then you've got Munoz. Maybe he sees Munoz at 60, and takes Rio off, and just to give Liverpool a different.
The bench isn't good apart from him.
No.
The bench is
it's
pretty...
not at all. Munoz and McAllister.
It's pretty young, isn't it? McAllister, yeah.
Two of the oldest heads on there, really, but even still, it's not ideal, is it?
I've really seen someone suggest to put Szoboszlai right back and get McAllister in midfield.
Well, no, you've got
Frimpong on a yellow
Araujo as
card.
well, haven't you? I mean, if he wanted to steady things, he could put Araujo on there. Yeah, I mean, look, I've seen plenty of Liverpool halves under the best teams ever, where they've been pretty lacklustre and poor, and they've been killed in the first minutes. How do they respond to it now? Iraiola's got his first real test of what reaction is he going to get out of the players? What's he noticed in that first? Tactically, what's he noticed in the first half that he can fix? What instruction's going to turn the tide a little bit? I think the turnover is always going to be an issue, but the challenge you've got with that, I don't think it's a personnel thing at times. I genuinely think it's an instruction, and if that's the instruction, it's on Iraola, isn't it? And Liverpool has just brought in Iraola, so you have to back that idea. And it's funny because you listen to him and he says, well, no, I don't do it because I think it's risky or whatever. We think that's the best way of winning the game. That's his philosophy. That's how he thinks it is the best way of winning the game. So you either abandon that idea, which you're not going to do because it's a new manager and it's his approach, or you try and maybe bring in someone else who's going to, I don't know, give you a bit more stability and offer you both the option going forward and back.
Really good from Sky there. They picked out Anthony Elanga going through on goal on the first day of last season away at Aston Villa in almost an identical situation. And he shot when straight at the goalkeeper, Emi Martinez here. And his first touch is really, really impressive. It's a really good counter-attack. The pull there from Willis Euler is really, really impressive. And his first touch just sets the ball out in front of him and enables him to put his foot across the ball, and it goes into the back of the net. Just briefly away from the game, obviously, Abby, you're very much across all things Tottenham. There's some here we goes getting you excited?
Yeah, Marmouche, it is a here we go. I'll actually get you the full here we go statement. Bear with me. Here we go. Omar Marmouche, verbal agreement to sign. Initial loan, buy clause to become mandatory under certain conditions at 50 million. Marmouche said yes to Spurs project days ago, as travel and medical have been scheduled to happen on Monday.
Okay, wow. If Tottenham get he and Savinho through, there's a chance when everyone's fit. Your attacking players are going to be Savinho, Kudus, Maddison, Simmons, Marmouche, Solanke, Kudus, and possibly Kulusevski, and possibly Cody Gakpo.
I also forgot to tell and Wilson Mode about.
Yeah, I mean like the good ones.
And the fitness bit was the key bit there.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
Yeah, fitness being the.
Are you happy with the Marmouche signing and the Savinho signing?
Yeah, I'm happy with the Marmouche signing. I think that's really good.
Where do you think Spurs will come this season? Let's have a guess.
I'll stick to what I said, somewhere between 6th and 8th. Like,
Seventh.
I've gone 6th being... Yeah.
That's kind of true, isn't it? Yeah.
I lean more towards 6th because I think overall with Europe, with no European football and having one game a week, I think that's more than achievable.
Are you excited for this season?
I was more excited before yesterday.
Were you like that Spurs fan at home on your TV, the one in the stands who's got his arms out like that?
No, but I get it because I think like I never think you should go off pre-season. I think like taking things into account from pre-season is pointless. But I think the signings that we've made have been really positive. Things that are coming out of the club have been really positive. Everyone's really excited by De Zerbi and De Zerbi football of what's to come. I think yesterday was just a massive, I'd say like a shock to the system of being brought back down to reality of you can have all of these things that you've brought in, but firstly it takes time, and also that's not going to be the squad that starts.
Yeah, sure.
Probably
also got like Porro, Van der Ven,
Porro. They're also out.
Udogie possibly.
He was on the bench yesterday, but he's had a knock. Mateus Fernandes, he hasn't been playing as well. He had a little bit of a knock as well.
It was a little bit ironic though, wasn't it? After everything happened last season, you spent all that money and they're 3-0 down after half an hour.
But I'd be more worried about it if it was with our new starting 11, sure. And it's not. Yeah. And I don't think we'll probably see really the full starting 11, maybe even till after the first 3 games.
Yeah,
like I don't think.
I think with the World Cup, I think the first international break coming in after that might be the time.
I think that's when we'll see a settled Spurs side.
We will carry on this conversation other side of the break. When we come back, can Newcastle kick their season off with the perfect start? They're leading Liverpool by a goal to nil. Anthony Elanga striking early. Second half reactions coming next.
Yeah, all right, boys, how you doing?
Yeah, very good. Good to have you on. What do you want to say?
I just want to say this stinky Arsenal chat from you boys this morning is nothing short of comical.
Go on.
Gabby saying that Arsenal should be winning the league with our spending. Well, both of you. You know, recruitment's a big part of it. Look at the likes of City. Well, not City, but likes of Chelsea, United. They've spent loads of money. It's not a given that you're going to win the league. I think we've proven, you know, the culture Arteta's built alongside getting the right recruitment, bringing Berta in. You know, it's impressive.
Yeah.
So you don't think the money that you spent, you should be winning the Premier League?
I don't think it's got anything to do with the money. I think it's got to do with the
You know
quality.
what?
I think the quality of your squad is so good that you should be winning the league.
It costs a lot of money.
Definitely.
I agree. And that says more about the recruitment than just pure spending. Obviously, pure spending comes into it, but it doesn't mean that it's a given that we're going to win the league. Or I think we will win the league, but it isn't just as simple as saying we should be winning it. Arteta's not that good of a manager because of the spending.
Who
Completely
said that?
Disagree with that. Well, that's what the sort of the signs I was getting from Gabby before. It was sort of like he should be winning the league.
No, when I'm saying you should win in the league, have you spent wisely? Yes, you have. Have you spent on players that have become fantastic players? Yes, you have. But you can't look at Arsenal's net spend over the last 6 years is nearly 800 million. You can't look at that and say, well, you know, we shouldn't be winning the Premier League.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by William Hill. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TV. talkSPORT Goals will be with you throughout the whole Premier League season. We're delighted to say that we're with William Hill once again this year. We'll be with you every single weekend on Premier League match days, either a Saturday or a Sunday. And I'm sure you all know the drill by now. We sit here and we like to watch football, don't we? We like to...
I've realised you've changed it. You're not saying new from William Hill anymore.
Well, actually, it was new from Final One Standing, wasn't it? Oh, no, Final One Standing new from William Hill.
Yeah. So we've dropped the new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you all right with that?
No, I'm fine with it. It's just we were still saying new when it was in May, yeah. So I just, it's just good to know we've had an update. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right.
No, sorry.
It's old.
Yeah.
You know, it's old.
It's old now. Old from William Hill.
Yeah. It's good to know. You were supposed to make them feel special. You know,
I'm so happy to see Lee back.
Yeah, I am. I'm happy you're here.
Great,
Lee.
thank you.
It would have felt weird doing the show without you this season.
3 years we've been doing goals now, and we just feel like a partner.
Yeah, he wasn't here for the first one though, was he?
No, true.
No.
It was better.
Don't think about that.
He's done great.
You got the nice big studio there since season 2 and season 3, didn't
Yeah.
you? You weren't in the studio the
We were
first
in the old
season.
No, I think season 1 we started in this, and then we had
ended
to
up
move
in
down. Sometimes I see like old clips, and me and you, we have to literally sit next to each other, like that. Like we're basically on top of each other, aren't we?
Been through the trenches.
Yeah, no, literally.
Trenches together.
Absolutely remarkable, yeah. And now we're in here. And I always think we've got this lovely projector screen, don't we, in front of us?
Yeah.
We used to watch the Saturday 3 o'clock quads on those
the
TVs
tiny,
over
and there
there,
was tiny tellies.
Yeah, I don't know how we ever saw anything for the first season.
Eyesight's definitely got worse.
No wonder Quaker got the whole Liam Delap, Leif Davis thing wrong, didn't he? Yeah.
Low.
Have you seen Quaker recently?
I saw him.
I haven't seen him since last season.
Oh no, I have seen him. I've seen him when we filmed a few bits here and there.
I've seen him here in the office.
Yeah, I've seen him here, but I haven't seen him properly. He was away for ages for the World Cup as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, is that right? Oh, there we go.
What did he say?
Do you think the people need to know the information or not? No, he doesn't. I did though. Jamie, our producer, who's doing the show this season, was out with Quaker and Clapham last night.
Oh, nice.
Was it a talkSPORT thing with the boys out?
Is he good form?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Still can't hear you, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Ryan. Yeah, Ryan Clancy. All right, cool,
right.
good. Oh, the game started.
Nice
Milos
one.
Kerkez coming forward here for Liverpool. I want to hear more about Clapham last night.
Apparently everyone was out.
Everyone was out apart from us two.
Yeah.
I actually went out for my grandparents' 65th wedding anniversary last night. To Bertuzzi and Madley. It was very, very pleasant,
What'd you have for
actually.
dinner?
Nice.
Gakpo! I had a spaghetti carbonara. It was great. And also, by the way, I got lots of cousins.
Left foot would have been nice.
Who were younger. They never finish off their dinner, so I get to have their dinners as well. We're having two different conversations. One about football, one about spaghetti carbonaras.
Yeah, sorry, we're just doing the...
I tell you what, that was
doing
like
the
a
show, is that
spaghetti carbonara, the shot.
Gakpo
You can't. I tell you, you're going to do that you do that all year, aren't you? You're just going to let me do a joke and then you're just going to let it run to silence.
Just silence.
I don't know if that was a joke.
True,
So Bosley comes in, flicked on, Isak's there! Oh, comes off the line! Verts!
No.
And now counter-attacks on for Newcastle!
What's it
birds
say?
are
Do not lose
It's the same as the first half.
Oh, silly.
Alanga comes forward. He goes on the outside. Alanga, and that's where the final ball there let him down. That literally was almost a carbon copy of the
Don't
first
shoot
2
the
minutes.
edge of the area because that's what happened.
Don't shoot.
I can't stand when people do
to be
it.
fair, I think that one was more about... It was a poor touch from Verts. He went to take it on his chest and it just kind of rolled down and off, and then just was too far ahead of him.
He
to
should
get
have
the
done
shot
what you
off, I think.
suggested. Frimpong in down the right hand side, and it's the
Poor ball again.
I
That ball.
I don't want to. I'm not sure about Frimpong. I really think he's too inconsistent. What Verts needed to do, Ryan, was do what you suggested in the first half. He should have cleared his lines on the edge of the box, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
It would have stopped that counter attack.
recycle it.
Recycle. Ryan, what are you expecting from Liverpool in the second half? There, what needs to change?
They need to have a bit more control, which they're not going to do.
Vissa. To Osula, that was a really poor pass. It was slightly overhit, and it didn't need to be overhit.
They
And
need to
Osula
have
would have
better
been.
quality in the final third.
Yes.
They need their biggest players to step up to the marker a bit more. I think, it's a combination of things, isn't it? They're not far away from that, really, to be honest with you, in a sense of it only takes one or two moments and then that will change the momentum of the game. As an example there, first corner of the game gets flicked on towards the back post, and Isak and Jake are both contesting for it. Neither gets any real clean contact on it, and it falls kindly for the keeper. But... it only takes a moment like that to shift the momentum. It's the turnover that they're inviting more and more by the way that they've started the second half. It doesn't seem like they just slow it down at any point. It's like, no, carry on. But that's Iraola's style. This is not. I don't think this is like the players deciding that they're just going to do whatever and it's the profiles in midfield. I think there's a lot down to the instruction of what's been asked of them by the manager.
We just had a look, Lee, at that replay there, and Vissa had the ball. Yeah, going towards goal, and it kind of looking back at the replay should have been a really simple pass to Osula, and he's 1-on-1. He ends up overhitting it and sends him way out wide, doesn't he?
Yeah, pretty poor. You don't fancy the Vissa Isak head-to-head again?
Yeah, I'll take you on this season. Hopefully they'll get more than 3 goals between them.
Yeah, maybe go for a different bet.
Honestly, like the worst bet of all time.
I don't fancy it this season,
Wasn't it great?
to be honest.
I'd like to think that Isak is going to score more goals this season, and Vissa quite comfortably.
But you would have thought that last season.
Yeah,
as well,
but he
you?
didn't play though, to be fair, did he?
Yeah, but I didn't do it when he was injured, I think.
No, I appreciate that.
We both did it when, I thought that Isak would get less game time than Vissa, but I've just not been that impressed by Vissa. I think most of those goals in the season before last were because of...
Tony.
Yes. Yeah.
The late
Not him.
reactions we get to, isn't it? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I was. For some reason, I was. Yeah, I lost.
You all right, Lee?
I was thinking of.
Take five.
I just completely forgot.
Lucozade.
Got on here.
Yeah, Lucozade. Bring the Lucozade.
Stop saying Lucozade.
Would you like an energy drink?
Yeah, would you like it? Other energy drinks are available, by the way. We should make that perfectly clear, shouldn't we?
Yeah, of course.
Rio and Gamoa now. Does he take on Lewis Hall? He goes on the outside, then he comes back. Lewis Hall. One thing, I think Lewis Hall's being quite aggressive. He's not giving him any space to allow him to try and take him on. He's being quite aggressive and closing him down nice and early. Liverpool now have got possession, and you don't see that very often from Virgil van Dijk. That was a really, really bad ball.
I don't think he's been brilliant today, to be fair. Van Dijk. I think he's had a couple of moments where he's not quite been at the pace to get to a ball, and in the past he would have definitely got there.
Yeah,
Gravenberch looks like he's might have picked up a knock here, by the way. Tackling Visser, he's been limping a little bit after that. Yeah, just not been quite at his best.
Oh, interesting. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
He wasn't his best last season, was he either?
No, but I
Is
also
this a natural decline for a player who's, more...
potentially, but also you've got if Xhaka steps up to what I think he can step up to this season, there's a different level of energy that he'd have next to him than Konate, because Konate wasn't on his best either.
He was a disaster last season.
If you need someone every now and then to bail you out, Konate wasn't the guy to do it. In some games he was, in some games he wasn't. So he was just completely inconsistent.
What have you seen from Xhaka to think that?
I just know he's I just know highly as a young talent. I mean, he put out 45 minutes in pre-season against Monaco, which was just like it just oozed class in terms of he's so confident on the ball. He didn't seem fazed by anything, and he'd been out all pre-season with injury, so he should have looked a little bit tetchy and nervous, and he didn't. But I also just know he's so highly rated from. There was a real scramble to try and get him. Chelsea wanted him, and Liverpool ended up with him. And I just know he's very highly rated, so I just expect big things from him. I think Liverpool have recruited very well there, and he will step up to the mark in more ways than one this year. But I think that will help Van Dijk, and it might get a few more years out of Van Dijk if we decide to keep him on after this year, because obviously he's only to sign a 2-year contract. This will be the end of his second year, won't it?
Yeah.
And Leone as well, we shouldn't forget as well, who came in, didn't he, from last summer, and obviously got that injury in the Carabao Cup against Southampton. And we haven't seen him since then. 51 minutes gone, Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0. Liverpool searching for that equaliser. Not the strongest Liverpool bench. Munoz is on the bench. He was signed in the summer. Lee, you're not too impressed?
Well, neither bench is particularly inspiring, is it? Like I was just thinking then, are they thinking, look at Rio on the side there. He's not getting much, pretty poor ball. They're looking to change it. What do you do?
For Liverpool, well, I think Munoz for Gamoa, McCann, I don't know if he is going to go to Szoboszlai right back, but I mean maybe McCann's on for Frimpong and Szoboszlai out of possession goes to right back. Well,
also the other thing with Xhaka is they might want to be easing him back into the season. There might be a pre-planned change on Xhaka at 65, 70 because he didn't play much of pre-season, so you could see Araujo come on by just having to make that choice from a fitness perspective. But
that's better.
There's a chance of that, yeah.
Gakpo, 25 yards out, wraps his foot around the ball. This time he does shift it onto that right foot, and it wasn't the worst effort in the world. There's
if he is going, go out on a high, kid. Yeah. That's what we need. We need somebody like that.
But he shows quite good composure to shift the ball out.
It's unlucky.
It was a good effort.
It's just crazy. It's just.
Oh my goodness me!
Crazy to the top of the crossbar.
See that steward there taking on the back of the head.
Yeah. It was nasty. It was a good effort. Do you think Wirtz tends to find himself in the wrong position more often? As in, he finds himself in positions where he can't hurt the opposition at all.
I think that's a really good point. I think last season you saw Wirtz way too often drop way too deep, and it feels like you want to see him closer to Isak to really impact the game higher up the pitch. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
And we were told that the manager had really worked hard on getting him supporting Isak, and that was the main thrust. He just doesn't seem to be in those positions where he can. I mean, he is now. But
he's almost playing as a second striker though today.
I think Wirtz has looked good today.
And the service hasn't been great for Isak either.
No.
I think it seems something in the first half that Liverpool had 9 shots. I don't remember the 9 shots that we did. And Isak didn't have one of them. So, that's a service issue of supplying him. And that's part of what their recruitment is looking at with like Barcola and potentially someone like Minter or Mbai. They're trying to bring in players that are going to complement those two and feed those two rather than bring something else to the table. Even Barcola's got plenty of goals, I think.
Can I just say the reverse? Like just a situation like that where he comes short, gets the ball, turns and plays a good ball. He saw Frimpong across the face of goal, but Malik Thiaw read that really well. When I think he looks better than the average player in the Premier League in those tight spaces. He's got really good good ball control, hasn't he? He glides with the ball, and I'm still absolutely convinced there's a top player there. Gakpo!
Yes! Gets in!
Way too much time. Cody Gakpo gets the ball, opens out. He's got the goal ahead of him.
Love it.
25 yards out, drills the ball low into the bottom corner. It felt like it being coming. Liverpool turning the screw in the last 5 or so minutes. Szoboszlai into Gakpo to Gravenberch, who gets into Gakpo. He's got so much time and space, hasn't he? Right, I said that during the first half, that there's so much space in between that Newcastle midfield and defence.
Yeah, I mean, Newcastle got the same issues almost as Liverpool, haven't they, going the other way? It almost happens in slow motion, that goal, Liverpool. They're passing it around. The first time they just take a little bit of time. They're not just frantically running back and forth. And I'm sorry, but Gakpo's got all the time.
Takes it well, doesn't he?
To find his spot, pick his moment, and it's great execution. You can't give a player. And this is the thing, right? I know he's had a lot of criticism, but he's still a guy that scored 18 goals. The season when Liverpool won the title, he scored 18 goals in all competitions, 15 in the league. Like that, he's got real quality, especially if you give him space. 9 times out of 10, the question mark around Gakpo is when you close the angle off, he keeps, he'll sort of jab it into your shin as he cuts in. That's perfect, that's perfect territory for Liverpool, and it just changes the whole complexion. Now that's got to give them they've got to give them a little bit of confidence, and look at the changes straight away.
I think Newcastle are reacting to that, bringing on
in the middle of the park,
like for like. Stow's come off for Ramsey, but then he's taking off the centre forward and bringing on Joe Willock, so there's an extra man in midfield. Because they do look very open and vulnerable in that midfield three, don't they?
Yeah, and they also, you made this point earlier on, they also look so young, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, Stow's just come off, he's 18. Has done all right, to be fair.
Miley's 20.
Yeah, everyone in that Newcastle team looks so young.
Yeah, and also they can run out of steam as well. Let's not forget, and Liverpool now
it's a massive opportunity for
show their quality here.
Ingamoa coming in from the right-hand side.
Look how high Xhaka and Van Dijk are, by the way. They're midway inside the Newcastle half, both of them.
Ingamoa on his left foot. Oh, comes off Sven Botman, and Newcastle are struggling to clear.
Oh, great take that.
Oh, that was Gakpo there. Took that down nicely.
I thought he was going to trickle through to Isak.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look how high that line is from Liverpool, by the way. Xhaka and Van Dijk were sitting basically midway inside the Newcastle half. Everyone else made the forward. I mean, that has got to feel suffocating, that isn't, from a Newcastle perspective. But it just shows you how quickly that can spin.
Yeah.
That strategy.
This feels all Liverpool now, doesn't it, Lee?
Yeah,
you mentioned that it feels like Liverpool just smelling blood in, moving the ball a little bit more quicker and crisper.
Come on.
Ingamoa, edge of the box into Isak. It falls to Gravenberch.
Don't be shooting.
Hit it.
Don't do that.
You literally shouted shoot.
I shouted shoot.
Oh, you shouted shoot. Was it you? Oh, sorry. That did open up for him, though, to have a shot, didn't it?
Invite this.
Oh,
that is such a great goal. That is so good.
Just invite that.
That is so.
It's going to end 2-2 or 3-2.
So good. You know what? I was sitting there thinking, I can't remember the last time Newcastle actually had a shot or did anything.
How has that happened?
Because you know what? They are really
a shot from the edge of the area.
They're so good on the counter today. This is maybe this is what the manager's trying to instill on them.
They don't even need to be, do they? If you've got 9 players up who are like that far advanced.
Yeah, but just being clinical. Not everyone can do it. That's huge. That's a massive moment. You still don't need a 6. Just don't.
No, I didn't.
What a substitution as well, by the way.
Great substitution.
And Newcastle 2, Liverpool 1.
It's not quite a carbon
Liverpool have the ball.
copy,
Liverpool have the ball. And Newcastle counter attack. Johan Visser manages to get past 3 Liverpool players way too quickly, way too easily. He carries the ball forward. It goes out to Joe Willock, and then Joe Willock. I think it's way too easy for Willock to get that ball and get a shot away. But it's really good feat from Willock to manage to sort himself out. And the finish, to be fair, is absolutely majestically.
There's 3 players around Visser in the middle of the park. And
Yeah.
Just someone take a yellow card.
Kick him, you're right.
Take a yellow card. Just take a. Why are they letting him run? 3 of them. He ran round them and then moved. He didn't take them on. He just kind of like stumbled through them. Yeah, crazy for Liverpool to kind of.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
I love that first goal. It's so easy on that counter attack to run through and cut through that midfield.
But there's an argument, isn't it? I look at some of these things and think, is this a blessing in disguise? If I look at Villa today, as you said, Unai Emery has got the perfect case to go, this is what we need. look at the problems that we had today. I mean, if Liverpool wants, if Iraola needed to say this is what we need, then he can point to this game, doesn't he? I mean, I don't know how much of it. What I'm trying to work out, and we'll see it over the course of the season, is how much is it actually instruction? How much is he telling those players to be that far advanced? Because you've seen how high Van Dijk and Xhaka were from that last attack, and look how quick they want to move it again. So it doesn't seem to me that Iraola's putting the brakes on this.
No,
he's not trying because he could bring somebody on in that midfield area, or he could tell Gakpo to sit, but he's not doing that, is he?
No, he wants them to go, doesn't he?
So so it's that's what I'm saying about the six. Is like, well, it's all well and good having a six, but if he doesn't want to play if he doesn't use the six as a
But
six,
you can't, like we said, it's game week 1. There's a lot of things that are going to be figured out in the coming weeks. But just watching how easily you have these guys open for both goals,
I totally agree.
I think that's an alarming thing, because it is an area that I do believe you already needed to strengthen. And if that is the idea, to not go with, or get another six, or play with that idea of having that player there, then I think that's a problem for you.
But in the season when Liverpool won the title, they had Gravenberch as the six.
Yeah, but
on the slot, and everybody was saying the same. Everybody was battering him for the same reasons. And as I said, James Pearce has come out with that article.
Do you want me to read it? Well, Liverpool don't believe that a specialist number 6 is required. They point to how Iraola set up his team to press as a unit, and how in a system the midfield is not built around a Fabinho type player, providing cover and protection.
Yeah. So you talk about setup. To be honest with you, I would not be surprised if they brought in a midfielder. I really wouldn't be surprised if they brought in a midfielder. Someone like a Lamine Kamara. I wouldn't even be surprised if you see a shot name come in as well, or someone on loan.
Also, they were talking about Wharton coming to Liverpool, and I really like Wharton as a player. I think he's a top player. But I think if we do sign another type of midfielder, I don't think he's the profile of player.
No, I don't.
I agree with Wright. It's more of a destroyer type of midfielder.
Yeah.
He's brilliant, by the way.
Yeah,
you want him to play a bit further up the pitch.
I don't think you'll get full on destroyer. I don't think he wants that.
Okay, that needs to be in his armoury, the ability to break up play. He obviously can't be a complete, not able to play with the ball. But you know what I mean, Ryan?
Yeah.
Someone who's got the defensive nous to cover and sniff out those counter-attacks.
Yeah, 100%.
Because, do you know why I also say it? Because, I still think Virgil is a brilliant defender. Like, there's no question on that. And, whatever happens with Xhaka this season and Araujo, whatever. But I would say that, especially over the last year or so, I do think that there have been highlights, quite a lot of the defensive frailties with Virgil, and maybe that's probably because of an age thing more than anything.
Yeah.
And I just think not having
last year, not the year before.
Yeah, not the year before, but last year in particular, over the last year or so. But I think not having that protection there for your back line when it is it's a new back line anyway, but you've also got Frimpong, who is not the best defensively. Offensively, Kirkus didn't have a brilliant season yesterday. Maybe he'll improve being back under Iraola. But I just think not having someone there to help protect your defence and deciding to not buy another 6, or you don't think they don't think that's an area to do that. I think that could be
at the moment though. We're talking in hypotheticals,
of course,
aren't we?
The window's
not over. So,
but what Sam just read out is saying that they don't think that's a priority.
That's from James Pearce.
Yeah,
but James Pearce also said
that's what I'm saying.
Wasn't getting sacked.
If they don't think that's a priority going through the whole of the season.
So he's bringing on Munoz. And
it's the two subs that we thought, McAllister and Munoz, who has been signed in the summer. Is going to be Rio and Gamoa coming off.
I really like Rio.
Is he going to be Frimpong? I said Frimpong.
But it's all about how much you untangle from, is this what Iraola's asking of his players? Or is this the players themselves being given a license?
He's always played high line
space.
Front-footed football.
Yeah, I know, but if he gets in a 6, so I don't know, say he brings in a 6, is he going to ask the same of that 6? You see what I mean? And
he's taking off Florian Wirtz.
The profile.
I'm surprised at that. I'm not. I didn't think it was going to be. I thought
made of Wirtz today?
That's extraordinary.
I think Wirtz has looked decent. We've seen some decent bits of quality from him. I thought in a game like this where you're chasing a goal, I want Wirtz on the pitch. I think he's got that ability to unlock defences. So I'm saying with you, I thought it'd be one of them.
He obviously wants a bit more solidity in that midfield area, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have gone. Yeah,
because obviously McAllister is a different type of midfielder to Wirtz, isn't he? Mm-hmm. So he's obviously not got the protection that he wants. Look, this is what's really difficult. But this is what I'm saying. This is what's really difficult. We don't know. You'd have to look at 10 games. A, you have to see the intentions in the transfer market.
Yeah.
B, and you have to look about 10 games in to see, is this what he wants from his players?
Yeah.
Or is he trying to coach them out of it because they sort of got into that habit last year?
But what I'm saying is, if based on that article, if they're not if they don't think that they need someone that can offer a little bit more protection to probably for your midfield, your back line, then that I think is a bit worrying.
But when you say worrying, in what sense? Because I think Liverpool will finish third or fourth.
Yeah, but there's nothing to say that. There's nothing to...
So what, when you're saying worrying, what?
I think because again, I think you were massively exposed last season in certain areas, and I think most people who watch Liverpool would say that you need a 6 or a ball-winning 6. I think that was probably an area that is a key area in the market for you to get. And if the board or whoever is saying that they don't believe that's
that could be a penalty.
Are they giving it?
I think he's giving it. Yeah,
is he giving it?
I thought it was a foul on Isak first, but.
So he's giving. You're right. He's given the foul on Isak. The ball then ran to Munoz in the box, who went down under a challenge. Newcastle players are complaining. Liverpool players are complaining. Frimpong plays into Isak, whose turn is really, really good. There's then a slide tackle, but it comes through to Munoz, who then goes to the ground. But Liverpool were awarded the free kick on Alexander Isak. Although, to be fair, that wasn't a foul. The guy won the ball.
That's not a free kick.
Yeah, I agree with you. The ball ends up going to Munoz through the slide tackle. So that's not a free kick.
Not sure the refs had the best of games, to be honest.
No, he got that one completely wrong. He was in a decent position there, and Jacob Ramsey got a yellow card.
I thought it was a foul really on first viewing, to be honest, but then when you watch it back...
he clearly got the ball. Yeah, clearly got the ball. It's about 30 yards out for Dominic Szoboszlai, more right-hand side. I wonder.
Good from Isak, though.
Really nice turn, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really good. One of the first really good things he's done in the match, really.
I think they're trying to make him more of a connector as well to the play outside of just being a forward. He's trying to utilise those skills, which we saw a lot at Newcastle, to be honest with you.
Dominic Szoboszlai free kick. He's going to put the ball into the box. It comes to the back post of Van Dijk, and a shot is saved by the goalkeeper. Still 2-1 with 75 minutes.
The back line there. Newcastle.
Abby, what have you made of Newcastle? Have you been quietly impressed? Certainly from obviously an offensive point of view. The odd moment they do go forward, they've looked dangerous, haven't they? A lot of pace in the team.
Loads of pace. I think that's one of the probably the best things about them. And like we said, Elanga last season had a really, really poor season. Obviously, if they still had Gordon, I mean, the way that they're trying to break, I mean, oh my God.
Lots of space to run into.
Yeah, they'd be flying in that area. I think there's obviously been so much conversation about Newcastle with the players that they've lost.
Go on!
Oh.
Great ball.
Cody Gakpo, he's still on goal, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. He cuts inside. And
he actually showed a little bit of composure there, to be fair.
He what? Say again?
He showed composure initially because someone had dived in at him.
Yeah.
And he didn't take the shot straight away. He didn't rush.
I think he saw Malik Thiaw coming.
I think he was just going to clear it. Check back in and clear it.
Stop the counter-attack. Munoz... That's going to bounce off him, yeah. I wonder whether he could have maybe got a shot away a little bit earlier with his left foot. Whether maybe took a little bit too much time and allowed the defender to come in. Isak!
Yes and no.
Maybe I'm being a bit harsh there, right?
Yeah, I think he.
This has been great today.
It just ran under his foot a little bit, but I actually thought he showed composure.
Back, give it back.
Yeah, he was in there. He was in. Vista gave it back to Elanga. Both of you saw the pass was on, but he just didn't. Yeah.
We should be playing that.
I know.
Why are we not playing?
Get us out there.
Anthony Elanga should be on talkSPORT goals, and you should be playing out on the right-hand side. This is a rare bit of possession for Newcastle then, inside Liverpool's half. Joe Willock's got it on the left-hand side. It has been a pretty enthralling game of football, though, hasn't it? It's been pretty end-to-end, to be fair, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, I think that's what you will see from Liverpool this season if they continue on in the same vein. And it's hard to work out.
Goal, shouldn't it?
That was an unbelievable ball from Lewis Hall right across the face of goal, and somehow nobody gets on the end of that. What a chance that is for Newcastle.
Yeah, it should have been 3-1.
Great ball from Lewis Hall as well.
Yeah.
He did everything he needed to do. Put it in the dangerous area. Yeah. Allison couldn't deal with it, didn't deal with it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where you want Anthony Elanga with a shot at Allison. It bounces in front of him, and he does manage to get hold of it. But that's kind of where, I mean, would you associate Visca as being a natural number 9? If you had an Alexander Isak there or one of those, it's a simple tap-in, isn't it?
I think you can have him there, but it's probably wouldn't be your first choice.
They play you lot next week, Newcastle, by the way. So.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, you better.
And our home record's so good. Yeah. You had enough Spurs today.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I think we'll have our moments, won't we, between now and the end of the season.
Atmosphere will be good, though. Yeah, atmosphere will be good. First home game.
Are you going?
Yes.
Have you still got your season ticket?
Yes.
That's Tifo. It'll be a Tifo. Remember the last Tifo? That was great, wasn't it? What was that?
What was the last one?
What was that? Was that when the manager took over? Or when was it? There was a
Which one? We had quite a few parades and Tifos, relegation parades. Which one?
What was it?
Just narrow it down.
Maybe it was when the manager took over. I don't know.
What, when De Zerbi did?
Yeah. Was it? I don't know.
Isak! Oh, it goes over the bar!
The atmosphere of that
the first chance for I think. Is it quite a thing? No corner.
No, it's not corner. Just
The
that.
first chance for Isak, the ball rolls to him and he left-footed shot outside the box and he just snatches at it a little bit and it goes over the bar. I actually think Gakpo, by the way, has had a decent game.
He has had a good game.
I always thought he was going to go.
Huh?
He knows he's leaving.
It's such a
doing everything to not get moved to Spurs, right?
I always thought Isak could go one or two ways. He'd either score two,
or he has a stinker,
or he'd have a stinker.
Yeah.
You know, you just that's
absolutely
the
sky.
I would love to know the last time on the opening day that Liverpool lost, United lost, Spurs lost, like all in the opening weekend of the season.
Yeah, I don't have that stat to hand. I'll be honest.
Hopefully Chelsea lose as well tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Chatty G will know.
You
won't
thought you were going to try and Google it, and you thought I'm not googling that.
ChatGPT will know, won't it?
ChatGPT sometimes isn't always accurate though.
Yes, that's true.
You have to, and then they say, "Oh yeah, you're actually right." When you say that's actually not true, and they go, "You are correct. That's not true."
Yeah, thanks for telling me that's not
Yeah.
true. Good shout from you, right? By the way, you called it earlier on, but yeah, that's going to be a I'm guessing a pre-planned substitution. Jeremy Xhaka, you did say 65 actually. It's actually 69. So you were 4 minutes off. But we'll let you.
Well, who knows?
Jeremy
I think he said 65,
70.
70.
Huh?
Yeah.
He did say 65, 70.
Thank you,
So
Lee.
it's not 67.5 then. But you're right. Araujo coming on for Jeremy Xhaka. Do you think with Araujo that always the plan was to bring in another defender, or do you think because Leone's still working his way back and Xhaka picked up an injury, didn't he? They kind of panicked a little bit and just bought a bloke that could do both.
I don't know. I think the recruitment strategy of the club is.
What's going on, right?
I don't. It's hard to untangle, and this is what I'm saying. This way, you have to wait till
Cross comes in. Alisson pushes it away. Jacob Ramsey, first time volley, just goes wide. 70 gone. Still Newcastle 2, Liverpool 1 run.
This is why you sort of got to wait till the end of the window, because I don't know what the plan is. I think Liverpool sometimes work in instalments. So, like, we saw it a couple of years ago. They think, right, all the money's going to go on the midfield this year, and we're going to rebuild the midfield, and we're going to make do and wherever, because we know that in a year's time that person's going to come through.
Sure.
So I think with right back, the reason why they've been reluctant to do much there is because they know Conor Bradley will eventually come back, and it looks like he is part of their plans. Conor Bradley. When you listen to Iraola talking in some of the interviews before the season, so that's something that I think about. Midfield again, I'm not sure what makeup of that midfield does he want. Does he want massive runners? In which case he's got Gravenberch and Szoboszlai who can do both parts, but equally he's not got that protection or that defensive solidity. But it's whether or not he wants that. So that's another question mark. Or have they got a top target in mind for midfield, but it's going to come next summer, and so they're not going to bring in a stopgap option. They're going to see if they can try and make do. And they've got the likes of Trey Ione as well. How much are they going to rely on that on that lad who's a very promising six and can come through the ranks? But again, you can't go from 0 minutes to loads of minutes in a season.
Easy man.
So that's a big thing. And then they've spent a load on their attack as well. You know, like Isak's come in. You've got Munoz who's come in. You're likely to bring in 2 more wingers as well. Wirtz, who he's still having a tough time, as you can see, but he's also into that mix. So I think Liverpool do think pragmatically at times and goes, you know what, why would we bring in a centre-half like a Konza who's going to block the pathway for Leone or Xhaka when we know he's going to be our starting centre-back for most of the season? And if he's not there, then we can just bring in someone like Araujo who can do the job for 15, 20, 25 games. I don't know how many games he's going to play. And also as well, you've got to play with what player wants to come and sit and be fourth choice. Like, what's really interesting about Konza is I'm fascinated to know what Arteta sold him there by way of like how many minutes he's going to play, because he's got Mosquera in front of him when Saliba's out, but then he's got Saliba in front of him.
I think he'll play over Mosquera though.
Yeah, I do.
No, but that's harsh on Mosquera, because Mosquera's not really put a foot wrong, has he? Really?
No, but then
as a centre back,
I would assume as a 28-year-old Konza, you'd be coming in to make sure that you are getting minutes.
Yeah, but obviously we would have signed otherwise, would he? But then look at Mosquera. Then is Mosquera out the door? You know, so this is what I mean. It's like
about Konza, right?
Yeah,
but. Like we're saying about Virgil, he's out of contract at the end of the summer.
Yeah.
He's 28 years old, Konza. Don't you think that
Konza?
Yeah. Don't you think that it would have made sense to have someone?
No, because
because
they might have their Virgil replacement lined up next summer. And he might be the guy, you know. He might be shot a Slotterbeck or something like that. It might be they might already have that guy, but they just don't think it's. You know, I don't think they were bringing Konza in as Virgil's replacement because the impact Virgil's got on the club. They're probably going to have to bring in someone absolutely top at centre half if he goes. If he indeed does go, he might. You know, depending on how the season goes, will then dictate if he's got a year or two left in him, hasn't he? He might have an extension to the deal for a year. So this is what I'm saying. I think Liverpool, if you don't get a top target, they wait. Look, Bradley Barcola. You know, they were interested in Barcola last summer, but they did so much.
Even with Van Dijk, when they went after Van Dijk, they didn't get Van Dijk initially, did they? They waited for him and got him in the January.
In January. So that's how Liverpool operate. And to be fair to them, it's proved fairly successful over the last couple of years. So I don't get frantic or panicky about this, because look, I accept Liverpool are probably going to finish 3rd or 4th or something like that this season. I don't think that they're going to do much more than that. But if you recognise that and you give Iraola a year, then, you know, I think we lost 9 out of 12 games last year and we still finished 5th. You know, in a period, and they lost 9 games away from home, and they still finished 5th. You know,
I guess it's just strange, isn't it, when you have these? It makes a lot of sense what you're saying, and having a plan of maybe 3 years where you're going to let players breathe. Yeah. But you won the Premier League 2 seasons ago, so it must seem weird as a Liverpool fan to be in the middle of a restructuring process.
No, but that was always an end of an era, though, wasn't it? Robertson, Salah, Van Dijk, eventually at some point.
But it's a shame that plan didn't incorporate that. You know, because that's the hardest thing, isn't it? The continuity is the hardest thing.
Yeah.
So it must. To say, we're going to finish 3rd. It's not bad, is it? It's not, no one.
No, it's not. But it's also
you might win a cup or whatever. But.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's not what people want to hear. And I get that. People be screaming at this right now, going, "Oh, you know that we can't be."
Your Liverpool Football Club, you should be going for the title.
Exactly, yeah. But also, if you outlay that much money on Isak, you know, you are going to have to then make compromises outside of that to the squad. But that's because, you know, the same way Arsenal have pumped their back line full of quality, Liverpool think they've done the same with the front line, or they spent most of their cash on forwards. And again, that's integral to how Iraola wants to play. So, you know, that's where I don't get too up in arms about this, because I think they look at the squad in a certain way. But this is the thing about the final. This is how you start a season. You either get pushed into panicking a little bit about what are they going to do. Are they going to bring in a midfielder now because there's such a scramble for it and we need it from the basis of this, or do they hold their nerve and think, actually no, we've got someone lined up in January who's going to be the guy that will be our guy for the next 5 years? Because you can't just bring, you know, that's the other thing as well. You have to. The reason why you said these, the thing I don't get with Liverpool sometimes, I think there's much more solutions in the market than maybe they want to let on. You know, I think, come on, you could have done him, or you could have used him, or whatever. But you do really have to sell the project to a player. And what project are you going to sell to them? You're going, yeah, we want you to come in and be our midfielder for this year, and then next year we're gonna bring someone else in who's miles better than you, one of the top players in that position, and you're not going to get a look in, and you're going to play a rotation. How do you bring someone in off the
sell that project? Yeah,
that's why a loan's so important. But Liverpool aren't known for their loans. Araujo is probably.
If you go back in the list of recent loans, Liverpool have had, they're not particularly good. So, it's Newcastle who's made a couple of substitutions. Lewis Miley has come off. Bamba's come on, the new signing in central midfield. Anthony Elanga, who's had a really good game, has been taken off for Jacob Murphy. Newcastle 2, Liverpool 1, 76 minutes gone at St James's Park. Newcastle taking the lead early on in the game. Liverpool had equalised in the second half after dominating the opening 10 minutes of the second half. But then 90 seconds or so later, Newcastle go up the other end and score to make it Newcastle 2, Liverpool 1. Munoz is on for Liverpool. Alexis McAllister is on for Liverpool. It was interesting. It was Florian Wirtz who was substituted for Liverpool. So Dominic Szoboszlai now playing in that 10 as Gravenberch and McAllister play alongside each other. But the second half has pretty much followed a very similar pattern of the first half, where Liverpool are dominating possession without creating too many chances. But every time Newcastle do go on the counter-attack, they look dangerous. Ryan Gravenberch comes forward. Jeremy Frimpong then, his cross in the box is blocked. Munoz has a shot, comes off Malik Thiaw, and he clears. I think Gravenberch has had a good game in midfield. He carries the ball well, doesn't he? He's very elegant. He runs with the ball. He's got good centre of gravity. He's powerful. He can run with it. But also, Lee, what would this do for Newcastle today? If, I know there's a long way to go, if Newcastle can pick up the 3 points here, given everything happening in the summer, with all the players leaving, the manager leaving, it's only one game. They can start with a victory. It's been massive for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The new manager would be absolutely obviously really, really happy with this, wouldn't he? It'd be a huge home win, given the emotion of the day, given the Isak stuff. I think it would be a huge 3 points for Newcastle and really give them a bit of a, look, you can say the first game of the season doesn't mean much. It means a lot when you win it.
Oh,
in front
and
of
you
your
beat
home
one of the big
fans.
boys as well at home, yeah.
A lot of you very young team, give everyone confidence, wouldn't it? So yeah, it'd be a massive 3 points.
Talking of young players, Lewis Koumas is on for Liverpool. Ryan Gravenberch has come off there, and that is going to be a free kick for Liverpool, 25 yards out. Lex McAllister's gone down, holding his left foot. He looks in a little bit of pain. I think it's Jacob Murphy there who catches him. He's pretty late. And McAllister, it's going to be a yellow card for Jacob Murphy. Just caught him there, didn't he, Lee?
Yeah, it just looked like a bit of a stamp.
Yeah,
it
I catch him with the right foot. It's a foul.
It's just like, I'm sure, it looked like a stamp
Just
from
a sore
McAllister.
one, that, isn't
McAllister went in with both, almost like landed before he got stamped on himself. Bit of a weird one. But yeah, a free kick in a decent position here for Liverpool.
Have you seen much of Lewis Koumas?
Yeah, a little bit of him in pre-season. He's an exciting little winger. I think maybe is he sending a bit of a statement there to the board to say, "Come on, get on with it." Like we need.
You reckon? Yeah.
We need. Well, I mean, if you're taking Gravenberch off and you're putting Lewis Koumas on as your third sub, you're sort of suggesting something.
Wait till he brings on McConnell and Trey Awoniyi with 5 minutes to go, then that'll be.
I think we're in the,
I thought he brought him on instead of McConnell.
Trey Awoniyi could actually
instead of Koumas.
get a little bit of going time here. I wouldn't be surprised. And I thought he was going to bring him on actually. If McAllister, if that McAllister injury was any more serious, he would have.
This is Dominic Szoboszlai territory, by the way. He is.
Come on.
25 yards out, left-hand side. He's going to try and put his laces through this and go over the wall. Dominic Szoboszlai, and again, he just comes off the top of the wall. Ball goes in the air. Newcastle clear-ish. Jacob Murphy boots it in the air. The ball, though, still in the box. McAllister shots. Araujo crosses. The referee's given a free kick for a very, 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 very soft foul from Araujo on Lewis Hall.
I thought he let that go there from like a sort of, trying to not focus too much on if you'd have a bit more tolerance for contact, but he obviously he blew up. Yeah, big 10 minutes for Liverpool, I think, in terms of just to try and stabilise this. A point at St James's isn't the worst case scenario. Still plenty of time to go as well, I think, in the transfer window. So I said, judge them in the next couple of weeks, I think.
International break, isn't it?
They bring him.
Just Monday Night Football, Fulham-Chelsea. What about Fulham this season? Fulham in danger.
You reckon?
In danger.
I think they are one of the more intriguing clubs this season because it feels like they had mid-table solidarity under Marco Silva, who did a really good job there. And you shouldn't sniff at just being mid-table every season.
No, we shouldn't.
Alvaro Arbeloa just feels...
We should not sniff.
Alvaro Arbeloa just feels like a massive gamble. It feels like they either surprise everyone and end up coming top 4 or they get relegated. There's no... they can't just come 10th again, can they, Fulham? No, it feels like there's nowhere in the middle with Fulham.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But I don't know. I don't look at Fulham and think that they're in...
I don't think they get relegated.
I don't think they'll go down.
Danger?
It could be in danger.
In a scrap?
When you guys priced up relegation, the 3 promoted teams you guys had as favourites to go back down, how did you then price the next most likely?
I was going to say, did you have Palace in and around going down?
Yeah, Palace are one of those...
I think they could be in a bit of trouble.
Palace are one of those that are in a bit of bother. I haven't got the relegation market up now. But yeah, it was the obvious ones. And then Palace... because if you think back to last season, even though Palace had a great season in the end for them, they were always hovering around that. In terms of the betting prices, they were always hovering around that. But you've got Sunderland are down there. Yeah. Sunderland are
Europa League football this season as well.
We struggle. I mean, you wonder what Forest will do this season. Shouldn't be in danger of going down, but Spurs? The manager, Spurs are like...
Were they just actually out of curiosity before yesterday? Were they anywhere near it?
Spurs?
Yeah.
No, 40-1, which is like they were well away from it.
Good price.
That was a good price if you got it. I reckon some people stuck a tenner on that.
Yeah, there'll be a few people who had. Well, when I don't think anyone would have had the bet before the game, after the game, when it obviously the price came in a little bit, or even during the game, people might have got on around kind of 33s. Look, they should be fine. We were talking before, weren't we, about the finishing, maybe 6th or 7th.
Yeah.
When you think most people think Arsenal win it, then whatever you do next, you go, this is the next few clubs, isn't it? Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool, Manchester United. Then who's better than Spurs if they get everything going? I mean, what else have you got? Everton, you've got Brighton, Bournemouth, Brentford. Who else is there, really, in that?
Villa, I mean, again...
Villa, we've seen from today. Villa. Would you put Spurs as more hopeful than Villa where they are?
Yeah, I would put Spurs as more hopeful, which is why I said 6th, really. But
and you'd hope they'd be better than... Brighton, Bournemouth, Brentford, all very good on their day.
Yeah.
But they also do go through some pretty dodgy spells.
Yeah, they do.
They put together a good run of like 3 or 4 wins and a few draws, but then they'll also go through a bit of a barren spell.
It's also more for the fact that Spurs have got the 1 game a week, whereas all those other teams have got some type of European football, and that is going to stretch the squad. squad.
Yeah.
So.
It's not losing is the key bit. To, I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, but like when Brighton and Brentford go through bad runs, they lose a few games in a run. If Spurs can get onto a winning run and then not get beat, defensively more stable.
If we could just win some games, like that would probably help, wouldn't it?
Would be nice.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not taking yesterday. I am looking at yesterday's game, but I'm not buying.
I can't see many of those other teams though who break into it. Maybe Leeds. Leeds are a team that everyone's talking about, and maybe they've made some. Let's see what the manager does this season. Can they get into
the top 7?
Could they get to Europe?
Well, they could probably get Conference League football.
Yeah.
That can go down to 8 or 9, can't it? Depending on where it goes. Yeah.
But I can't think of many other teams who Palace. I think they might struggle.
if they
lose Mateta, like who's
and Sarr as well. To go
who apparently was ill, but
another one of those. Yeah, just basically not playing when he's linked with the move away. Yeah. What's so funny?
You're a bugbear, isn't it?
I don't think I'm wrong though. I've seen Aston Villa fans on social media, by the way, really not happy.
That might be part of the negotiations, mightn't it? So
I'm not saying that's wrong, by the way, but I'm just saying that I think when you're contracted to a football club and they pay you lots of money, I think you should not make yourself not available to play, whether you want to move or not. I don't think it's a good look. I think it stinks. I said the same thing when Isak did it for Liverpool, by the way. Frimpong goes on the outside. Ball! Isak header! There just wasn't enough pace on the cross. He stood it up and Isak...
There's definitely a question around delivery into him at the moment, isn't it? They're not feeding him brilliantly at the moment. He's not had any gilt-edge opportunities which you would want Liverpool to be creating more of. Is my observation on that.
I think taking a Wirtz was a bit of a bad decision because I think Florian Wirtz is the player that can unlock defences, can play that ball through the defence. And I thought I liked what I saw from Wirtz in that first half. I thought he got himself closer to Isak. I thought he got himself involved. And I think when you're chasing a goal in a game like this, he's the sort of player that can make something happen. I'd kept Wirtz. I don't think you take Wirtz off in a game like this.
Yeah, and he's obviously saw something from him that he didn't like, and it might have been defensively, potentially, that he didn't think he'd give him that sort of.
But when you chase you 2-1 down, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It might have been that. It might have been.
Would you take him off?
He wanted to put Szoboszlai further forward and give us another option in midfield. Give us another question.
Yeah, and this is 1-1 for Newcastle. Alisson. One of the best one-on-one goalkeepers, comes out, makes himself big, and Visser just hits it straight into him. He maybe should have tried to have
Come on.
Up against Botman, Munoz on the outside, shoots. Really good defending from Sven Botman. Really, really good defending.
I like how he runs with the ball though, Munoz. He's like...
He's quick, energetic, yeah.
Quick. Got good feet.
That was the first time we did a Newcastle, you know.
Yeah, on the counter-attack, right?
We actually just had the
Maybe that should have been the game plan, shouldn't it? Just sit deep and play on the counter-attack. 5 minutes to go. Newcastle 2, Liverpool 1. What a monumental victory this to be for Newcastle after a tumultuous summer. Manager, players leaving. Newcastle once again getting back into their shape with 11 behind the ball. Liverpool just passing the ball around midway inside Newcastle's half, just trying to find a path to unlock a stubborn Newcastle defence who I think have been really good defensively. Gakpo cuts in, sends the ball into the box. Not good enough. Munoz shoved Lewis Hall. It's going to be a goal kick. 4 minutes to go.
It's one of those scorelines, isn't it? I mean, Liverpool won 3-1 today, or they lost 2-1. I'm not too surprised. You know, you've got a new manager in charge who, you know, will try and embed this style of play over the course of a couple of months, and it's about how the players are receptive to it. Yes, you've got this question about the 6, but I just wonder whether or not it's like, are Liverpool just too vertical as a team in general, and that's what
vertical would mean vertical.
As in, they want to play it from end to end very quickly. You've seen it there actually with Szoboszlai. Szoboszlai's first thought wasn't to progress it through the midfield. He's pumped it from 20 yards inside his own territory downfield, and he's put Munoz basically through on goal. So it's a great ball, but if you do that all the time, then you put yourself in a real vulnerable position if it doesn't come off, you know. So it's that type of thing. It's like, it's taking the calculated risk. And when Slot come in, what he tried to do was get this Liverpool team to start thinking a bit more pragmatically, because they already had all of those attacking instincts in them. And in the first season, that worked.
Sure, you're right.
Now Iraola's trying to get them back to thinking more around intensity and playing the pass that works. But it's not always going to come off straight away. They're unlucky. I think they're unlucky that they go 1-0 down within the first 5 minutes.
I don't think this feels like a game Liverpool should have lost today. I think we've probably done enough to at least avoid
I agree. I think they're unlucky though that in terms of his start, for him to, you know, because if maybe it's 0-0 for the first 30 minutes, then they've got something to build from. But they're already, you know, in a bit of a scramble then once that happens. They get themselves back into the game, and then all of a sudden they get punched in the mouth again straight after. But it's a shot from the edge of the area. I think Wirtz had the shot from the edge of the area, so you know, it could be something to do with that as well. I'm saying he's basically given the he's landed. He's put Newcastle in a position where he can hit.
I love your team talks. Like, if you get the ball on the outside of the area, just lamp it into the stand.
No, I don't mean that.
I'm joking. I'm only messing.
No, but you see what I'm saying? Like, if Liverpool want to play like this, you cannot have shots on the edge of the area when you are so. You just
defend
can't
a bit
do
better.
it.
You could maybe defend better.
No, but it's not.
I know what you mean.
It's not. No, it's not even that. It's like if you've got plenty of bodies that you're shooting at, it's going to come off one of their shins, and guess what? They're going to be on you. Yeah. You know. So
oh my God, Jacob Murphy
that's
there.
The problem, isn't it?
Jacob Murphy's one-on-one with Kirk Hayes. He goes on the outside. He whips a brilliant ball right across the face of goal. I mentioned it earlier on, and that there's two lads there in the box.
Newcastle got better as the game's gone on, haven't they?
There's two lads in the box there, and I think it's Willock and Visser, and they just do not make the run across the face of goal, and it would have been the easier tap-ins. And yeah, that's really
Newcastle could just sit in, couldn't they? And
go on,
go full England, and sit in and try and defend. But they're not doing that. They're getting forward and they're trying to move the ball around. I think Newcastle have been much better in the second half than Liverpool have. Seems to be controlling the game much better.
I thought we started the second half much better, and it just looked like we were really putting the pressure on them. But I think Newcastle have looked pretty comfortable for most of this half. I think they've executed their game plan pretty well. And once again, now Joe Willock's got space to run into. He's got Barnes to his left-hand side. He cuts in on his left foot around her, makes a good tackle. And then Barnes has a shot. And it's pinball at the moment. Johan Visser now is going to win a throw with 30 seconds to go. He's trying to whip up this James Park crowd. And I don't think we're going to have too much time. I can't imagine any stoppages, really. Can you?
He's done well today, hasn't he? So he's run and run. You know, I know his finishing's not great, but I think he's really battled away. And, you know, he's been a part of most of those breaks. Where he's held the ball up well. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he's been really good.
Today,
yeah. And the criticism, I think, from Newcastle fans last season was that he didn't give enough at times. He didn't seem to have the energy, but he has today, even though his end product's...
Well, and Ron Cooley has got him, so they're good. Great minds think alike. Gary Neville and Lee Phelps are on the same wavelength. Lee Phelps has given Johan Visser man of the match in the talkSPORT goal studio, and Gary Neville on commentary on TV has just given him man of the match on,
Should we start doing that, giving gold man of the match?
The William Hill man of the match.
Yeah.
Player of the match or man of the match?
Player
of the match.
Well, whatever
there is 5 minutes of time added on at St James's Park. Newcastle, they've got a throw, and they surprisingly decide to launch the throw into the box with 5 minutes of added time.
Come on.
And now Liverpool can go on the counter-attack. Kumas has got space to run into.
Heavy.
He comes forward inside the box, left-hand side. He was confused. Yeah, I know.
He's inexperienced.
Isak kept moving away. He needs to come closer and try and make the run. He wins the corner there with 4 minutes to go.
I think Rio would do something similar, to be honest with you. Yeah. You know, we might possibly potentially what he could jink onto his right boot and then bend it.
Wouldn't you think though, like,
I think he would do something similar.
As a younger player, you'd think that they would just put the head down and go forward and hit the ball rather than... I think they're trained out of that. They're almost trained to check...
To kind of come back in and make a passing field,
Just get your head down, go for it and hit it as hard as you can.
Dominic
Sabozlai, I've never been a football manager.
Yeah. Dominic Sabozlai's corner's punched away by Hornacek and it comes out to Frimpong 25 yards out.
What I just said?
That's literally another shot now that's going to lead to a Newcastle counter-attack.
I can imagine you on the sideline going, "Don't shoot! Do not
something clever than that, you know. Just like it's mind blowing. It really is mind blowing.
Don't you laugh?
Honestly, but honestly, part of it is like, you know, decision making is a big
show one.
Well.
Yeah,
the accents are coming out already.
I know.
Great at the accents.
I think we're better than that.
Great at the accents. No,
what do you mean?
Come on, Gackers.
I'm only back for the Cheryl Cole.
No, to be fair, could have done both actually in this video.
Yeah, no, you can get away with it. I think Newcastle when they win.
Cody Gakpo stands the ball up into the box, but Newcastle are defending the edge of the box pretty comfortably at the moment. There's 3 minutes left of normal time. Again, as Gakpo out on his left-hand side, he goes down the line, and the Newcastle right back has had a really, really solid debut, does well. We know exactly what Gakpo's going to do. Gets in front of him, Gakpo fouls him from behind, and that's going to be a Newcastle United free kick. Naturally, Abby, obviously in this studio, two Liverpool fans, and you know, social media. We'll talk about Liverpool and what next for Liverpool. But again, just talk to us about Newcastle and what this will mean for them after a pretty tricky summer.
Oh, it's huge, absolutely massive for Newcastle. There's been so much conversation about what, you know, all the things that they've lost and how will they bounce back. Look, it's again game week one. We're not taking so much into it, but from what we've seen so far, I think you have to give massive credit just for how the team have been today. I thought they fought from the first minute I think they've been hungry for it. I think that midfield you were talking about earlier at the start of the show for this part, that talking about like it's a really young midfield going up. You know, Lewis Miley in there going up against Gravenberch. How's that going to fare? They've been very, very good. I think they've hit you where it massively hurts on the counter. I think they've exposed your own weaknesses as well, having the high line and not having the protection for your defence. And yeah, I think that it's all credit to the manager and what he's done coming in. They look exciting, and I think that's probably been a criticism of Newcastle maybe over the last kind of season or so under Eddie Howe. It was a little bit boring, it was a little bit stale. Yeah. And again, with what they've lost, you probably wouldn't have expected to, and it could have been totally different, especially with the talent that's on show from a Liverpool standpoint. It's arguably probably that is kind of your first team, right?
It is, but again, it's you're going to get two or three more additions in the window, I'd imagine, before.
Yeah, but based on currently what you've got, this would be your normal starting 11, would it not?
If that's what you wanted, yeah.
So that
but also you've got players out like Ekitike.
Yeah, bar Ekitike, but Isak starts for you. There's no that would be your Sam. Would that not be your normal 11? Like
No,
100%.
It's not like that's what the ending with though, is it? Because
No,
Gakpo's
but-
probably not going to be part of that 11. Is my point.
Okay, well, bar Gakpo, but generally
you don't know if they're going to bring in a midfielder.
this is your starting 11. Like, give or take, bar Gakpo. This is your starting 11. And Newcastle, for what it's worth, probably didn't really have much of a right with their team to,
No, I thought
even
Liverpool
do
would
that.
be, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, most people would have said Liverpool are going to do this. What a great time to have Newcastle. What a great time to go to St James's Park. But they've been brilliant today. The energy, this has been outstanding. Substitutions that Matthias Jessel's made have been great.
Yeah, credit to Newcastle.
Credit to Newcastle, 100%.
Credit to Newcastle.
And I think Liverpool have got a lot of work to do.
Both the goals they scored as well were really, really impressive on the counter-attack.
You know the old rule where you got to get off the pitch when you subbed. This is not walking. He was running.
Yeah.
Wasn't sprinting. He turned around and clapped the whole stadium, and the ref was like, "Go and get off."
Yeah.
Like, come on, you can.
Well, the rules are the
clap
rules.
The
Lee.
stadium.
No, you can't. Get off the pitch, mate.
10 seconds.
Mate, rules are the rules.
I think you need to pick a different audience to say that to, mate, when we need a goal within 2 minutes.
Last chance for Liverpool. Kirkhead launched the long ball forward. Malik Chow wins another. Oh, it could be a penalty. Oh my goodness me! The referee is giving a penalty. I've got to say, what on earth is Lewis Hall doing? Why is he going and make that tackle? Lewis Hall has just clattered Victor Munoz. And my first instinct is, why the hell has he gone to ground and made that challenge?
He's going to take it though. Is it Soboslai or Isak? That's the question.
Great fit.
That is a clear.
I think ever since he's come off the bench, Munoz, I think he's looked lively, he's looked dangerous, he's been direct, he wants to go on the outside.
And he had such a good game.
He should go to ground. He shouldn't make the tackle.
It's great from Munoz, as you said, but it is just clumsy.
It's
really
clumsy is the word, yeah.
It's really
Because I think Newcastle deserved that win. I really do.
Yeah.
Well, I think.
I get your point.
I think a draw is fair as well.
Yeah. Who's taking this pen? Is Isak going to take it?
Well, that's what I said. I think I wouldn't do that. I'd ask Soboslai to do it.
Isak takes it in front of
but he's either going to score it or sky it, isn't he? Again, it's like the performance.
Oh my!
I don't want it to take it, please.
The Newcastle bench there are all absolutely.
How can you not say that's a pen?
That's just emotion.
It's so pen.
It's a pen, isn't it? By the way, I think my initial reaction was I said reckless. I think I've been a bit harsh on Lewis Hall.
Gakpo got the ball.
I thought he might give it to someone else. I thought Lewis Hall made a slide tackle first.
Gakpo or Isak?
Gakpo's got the
you
ball.
can only have Gakpo or Isak. Who do you want to take?
Isak 100%.
I don't know. I'm not.
Isak.
Not today. Any other time.
I think it's going to be Szoboszlai, isn't it, in the end?
It should probably be.
Szoboszlai's there, isn't he? I think Gakpo's just doing that holding on.
Isak would be so good. Look at
I love the Newcastle players are giving Isak a bit of stick. Don't fancy this penalty, do you, big man? Yeah, I can see that. That's fair enough.
He's laughing as well.
Yeah, I think he probably knows,
Good. I'd love that if Isak took it.
Everyone would.
That would be such an iconic.
Unless he scored. I don't think any Liverpool fans would see.
What the hell are you waiting for it, by the way?
I don't know.
It's a penalty. It's not.
I
Lewis
don't
Hall
think
makes
there's any
contact with
discussion about
Munoz.
that. I think they're trying to
Get on with
disrupt
the game.
Soboslai. That's what's happening. And I think he's trying to.
It is going to be Szoboszlai.
He's trying to clear the box, isn't he, Stuart Atwell? That's what's happening here.
So it's going to be Dominic Szoboszlai. Newcastle Liverpool games, they always seem to have drama, don't they? By the way, I felt like I said Lewis Hall. I said it was a reckless challenge from Lewis Hall. I don't think it was reckless. I thought he slid. I think he's a little bit clumsy. His knee goes into Victor Munoz.
He's taken him. He's done him as well. It's a good run. He's jinxed the
98th minute then, Dominic Szoboszlai.
Oh, that run up strange,
against the new Newcastle goalkeeper. Can he make himself a hero? Szoboszlai
That's
to
not the
secure,
best.
to secure
run-up.
it looks a short run up, doesn't it?
It's a terrible run-up.
It's about the same length.
It's
as
so arrogant. It's almost so arrogant the way he's standing there.
That's how far he runs up for his free kicks.
I know, but that's so arrogant, honestly. There's no run-up at all whatsoever. He's literally just going to do one step and shot.
Laces.
One step and shot. That's a pay. Don't do that this time.
It's fine. I hope. Dominic Szoboszlai.
That's a penalty, that is.
Wow.
Top.
Love it. I love it.
That might be. I mean, that is top bins.
Unsavable.
That's unsavable. That is a genuine.